Chapter 1665. Yang Zhaoge carefully sized up the heretic martial art practitioners in the immortal realm, especially those of the immortal court. His target this time was mainly women. Compared to men, Yang Zhaoge felt that the Kuei Wood Wolf's target was more likely to be women. It wasn't that the yellow-robed great sage was a wolf demon, but Yang Zhaoge had heard some rumors about the Kuei Wood Wolf. According to the rumors, when the Kuei Wood Wolf was one of the 28 constellation lords in the Heavenly Court's divine palace, it had fallen in love with a female immortal of the Heavenly Court. The two had privately become husband and wife in the mortal world. However, they were later involved in the matter of monk Sanzang and traveling monk Sun's pilgrimage to the west. The Kuei Wood Wolf lost the humanly essence stone fragment and returned to the Heavenly Court's divine palace. However, after the female immortal reincarnated into the mortal world, she didn't return to the Heavenly Court. Since then, the two had been separated from each other. According to the information Yang Zhaoge had, there were actually many secrets that involved the game between Buddhism, demon race, Taoism and the Heavenly Court. However, since then, the Kuei Wood Wolf couple seemed to have no contact with each other. Although Yang Zhaoge felt that it was a little ridiculous, he couldn't help but think of that when he saw the Kuei Wood Wolf's appearance. Everyone loved gossip, and Yang Zhaoge was no exception. As long as it wasn't his own gossip, his paparazzi soul would always burn when he encountered similar things. As early as the Middle Era, the female immortal reincarnated into Princess Hundred Flowers. Logically speaking, she should have no contact with the Kuei Wood Wolf after that. Yang Zhaoge observed and thought, and Hundred Flowers' shyness didn't seem to be able to push open the immortal door and return to the Heavenly Court's divine palace. Now that so many years have passed, who knows how many lifetimes she has reincarnated. If the Kuei Wood Wolf wanted to find Hundred Flowers' shyness who had reincarnated many times, why would it wait until today? Moreover, as far as Yang Zhaoge knew, after Hundred Flowers' shyness reincarnated for the first time, she didn't bring her innate wisdom. She didn't remember her previous life's experience and didn't even recognize the Kuei Wood Wolf. The relationship between the two was really complicated. There were also many rumors. Some said that the man was wishful thinking, while others said that the couple was in love and harmonious. Of course, there were also rumors circulating that the Kuei Wood Wolf's loss of its humanoid essence stone fragment was related to Princess Hundred Flowers Shy. That old wolf loved his wife very much. Thinking about it this way, Buddhism might have been behind the birth of Hundred Flower shyness that year, Yang Zhaoge pondered. There were quite a number of female experts in the celestial grounds. However, there were only a few with relatively high cultivation bases. Yang Zhaoge appraised him carefully, first not mentioning whether the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Flowers Bashful was among them. Even if there was, Yang Zhaoge would not be able to recognize her from her external appearance. Although he had seen the portrait of Hundred Blossoms Blush in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library, her appearance might have changed drastically after reincarnation. Yang Zhaoge's current inspection standard was to pay attention to the strength of the other party's soul. After going through many reincarnations, even if the other party didn't have the memories of their past lives, those with powerful souls and their original aura could be recognized by acquaintances in their past lives. If the Wood Wolf of Kuei really discovered the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Flowers, then it meant that this woman's soul was extraordinary or had obvious characteristics. Of course, Yang Zhaoge didn't know what these characteristics were, but they definitely existed. According to this standard, Yang Zhaoge really picked out a suitable target. It was a woman in the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt realm. The treasured light of faith power flickered within her body. According to the standard of an external Tao martial art practitioner, her strength was quite extraordinary. Although Yang Zhaoge couldn't determine how long it would be before she pushed open the immortal door as an external Tao martial art practitioner, it was obvious that there was a lot of hope, and it might even be in the near future. Is it her? Yang Zhaoge touched his chin. Before the Great Calamity, the Wood Wolf of Kuei was still under the control of the investiture of gods. After the Great Calamity, not long after he came out of seclusion, this place is already waiting for him. Unless the Tao ancestor was paying attention to it personally, It would be extremely difficult to pick out a specific person among the countless living beings who had gone through so many reincarnations and tens of thousands of years. More likely, when Princess Hundred Flowers Bashful was still there, someone had been paying attention to her every reincarnation. That was why they could find her at any time. Although doing this felt a little idle, most of the time, such a move that seemed to be casually laid out a long time ago could play a role under certain circumstances. Of course, after so many reincarnations, and the memories of the previous life couldn't be preserved, whether the person was still the original person or not was a matter of opinion. I just don't know if it's someone from the Buddhism, or the work of that immeasurable heavenly Lord. As Yang Zhaoge paid attention to that woman, he also checked the others. He secretly paid attention to the Wood Wolf of Kuei, and saw that the Wood Wolf of Kuei was still paying attention to the immortal realm. Yang Zhaoge was too far away, and the other party was a demon race great sage. He couldn't tell if the Wood Wolf of Kuei was targeting the same person as him. However, after a long time, he gradually confirmed that the Wood Wolf of Kuei's focus wasn't on the Immortal Court's domain or something. Instead, it was indeed paying attention to a certain person. In the immortal realm, no matter who it was, they were still fighting fiercely. No one noticed that there was more than one bigwig expert watching them from the universe outside the immortal realm. The two sides had been fighting for a long time, with both sides winning and losing. Although the Immortal Court was in a disadvantageous position, under the situation of defending conservatively and fighting steadily, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddhism martial art practitioners couldn't gain much of an advantage. They could only advance bit by bit to occupy this immortal realm's world. Occasionally, they would be forced back by the Immortal Court's counterattack. A world would usually have to go through many battles before it could be stabilized. The blue-clothed woman that Yang Zhaoge was paying attention to, who seemed to be the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Blossom Shame, was injured during the battle, and had no choice but to retreat from the battlefield. The Wood Wolf of Kuei didn't seem to care about this. However, after the blue-clothed woman temporarily retreated to the Immortal Court's battlefront and left this immortal realm, the Wood Wolf of Kuei clearly didn't have the interest to continue watching the battle. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the danger wasn't fatal. Yang Zhaoge was well aware of it. However, the Wood Wolf of Kuei is famous for spoiling his wife. Based on his current appearance, is it because he's still holding a grudge against the past, which is why he's feeling conflicted now? Or is it because he's also not sure if she's the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Blossom Shame, which is why he's being cautious? He paid attention to the Wood Wolf's movements and noticed that the Wood Wolf of Kuei didn't continue moving. Instead, he only watched the blue-clothed woman leave. Chapter 1666. After watching the woman in blue leave, the Kuei Wood Wolf stood still in the same place. However, Yang Zhaoge could vaguely feel that the other party had no intention of continuing to pay attention to this place. From the looks of it, the woman in blue was likely to be the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Blossom Shyness. At the very least, she had some entanglements with the Kuei Wood Wolf. There was no doubt that there was something special about her. The Kuei Wood Wolf continued to stand there without moving. Perhaps it was to prevent others from noticing his abnormality and realizing that his target was actually the woman in blue. Although this yellow-robed great sage was rumored to be hot-tempered, he was also very experienced. He knew that if his actions were seen through by someone with ulterior motives, it might become his weakness. However, Yang Zhaoge felt that the Kuei Wood Wolf was being wishful thinking. Although he wasn't sure, Yang Zhaoge felt that before the Kuei Wood Wolf reappeared, the woman in blue might not have shown up much. If this was the case, then this woman in blue was clearly a card played by the Immortal Court against the Kuei Wood Wolf. She had been waiting for him from the beginning. In that case, unless the Kuei Wood Wolf remained indifferent, it would be useless no matter how he tried to conceal it. In fact, he had already been exposed. At this moment, the Buddha who was helping the Immortal Court and confronting the Kuei Wood Wolf might not know about it. However, as long as this Buddha explained the details, the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court who received the news would immediately know about the Kuei Wood Wolf's abnormal behavior. The person who played this card and made this move would understand that this move had achieved initial results. The woman in blue had successfully attracted the Kuei Wood Wolf's attention. Of course, this didn't mean that everything was fine. With such a coincidence, the Kuei-wood wolf couldn't help but have doubts. The final result would depend on how the Kuei-wood wolf would act. In other words, it would depend on the position of Princess Hundred Blossom Shyness in the Kuei-wood wolf's heart. After so many years, the relationship in the past could no longer be used as a basis for judgment. Yang Zhaoge was quite interested in this. However, Yang Zhaoge didn't forget about the matter at hand. He was more concerned about whether this unexpected situation would be helpful to his trip. While thinking, Yang Zhaoge watched the Kuei-wood wolf finally moved and left this place. The yellow-robed great sage pulled away again and returned to his original posture, looking at the place where the two heretics were fighting from afar. Seeing him retreat, the grand heavenly immortals of the immortal court secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That Buddha from the Western Pure Lands had also retreated. He had no intention of interfering in the battle between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Immortal Qiu Shou, who was monitoring and observing with the Kuei-wood wolf, saw him return and immediately asked, "What's the matter?" In terms of seniority, Immortal Qiu Shou had always been above the Kuei-wood wolf. However, after this junior ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, Immortal Qiu Shou couldn't put on airs in front of him. He knew very well that the strength of this junior in front of him was quite extraordinary in the same realm. Initially, he was just a minor saint of the absolute void realm. Now, he was also a great saint of the demon race. The strength of the wood wolf of Kuei's subordinates was quite strong and could not be underestimated. As such, Immortal Qiu Shou was quite polite to him. "I'm fine." The wood wolf of Kuei shook its head and replied, "It's the first time I've seen someone from the Tao sect using such a cultivation method. I went to take a closer look out of curiosity. At the start of the current era, the Maitreya Buddha had changed the central blessed lands of Soha's teachings and became the new Buddha. In the past, the wood wolf of Kuei was still in charge of the heavenly court's divine palace. He was one of the few heavenly monarchs within the heavenly court's divine palace. Naturally, he had interacted with the heretics of Buddhism before. However, the immortal court only appeared after the Great Calamity. At that time, the wood wolf of Kuei had secluded himself within the Astro Mountain's starry seas. He had only reappeared recently and rarely interacted with the heretics of the immortal court. Although he had heard of it before, it was his first time seeing it up close. It looks similar to the current central blessed lands of Soha. Immortal Qiu Shou said, however, rumor has it that the immeasurable heavenly lord used a portion of humanoid essence stones, as well as heavenly essence stones. The wood wolf of Kuei Shou slowly said, "It looks the same. However, it's much easier for him to illuminate someone from the Tao sect than the future Buddha." Immortal Qiu Shou grinned, "Luckily, it's not a complete heavenly essence stone. Otherwise, anyone from the Taoism, even if it's a grand virtual immortal, the immeasurable heavenly lord could forcefully illuminate them. They don't even need to meet each other. As long as they understand each other's existence, those from the Taoism wouldn't be able to escape from the immeasurable heavenly lord's hands." The wood wolf of Kuei Shou remained silent for a while and shook his head. Immortal Qiu Shou turned to look at him and smiled. He knew what the wood wolf of Kuei Shou was muttering about. Although the two of them were great demons and were currently in the Astro Mountain's starry seas, they had once listened to Taoism's prime clear lineage's teachings. Although they weren't of the direct lineage, they could still be considered as Taoism's descendants. "We don't owe the three clear lineage." Immortal Qiu Shou snorted, "It's Taoism that owes us." The wood wolf of Kuei Shou shook his head, "Let's not talk about it anymore." As the two great demons conversed, Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone silently adjusted his position. At the same time, he concealed his aura and made himself appear inconspicuous. The wood wolf of Kuei Shou's actions seemed to be an insignificant interlude in the battle between the two heretics. His approach only startled a few people, and he retreated further away. To the heretic martial art practitioners who were fighting against each other, he wasn't eye-catching at all. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had invested a large number of experts into the long battlefront, and they were constantly fighting against each other. The higher-leveled experts restrained each other, while the lower-leveled martial art practitioners controlled the flow of the battle, and so on. If one of the higher-leveled experts gained the upper hand and was able to move around freely, their opponents would naturally suffer. How to deal with such a dangerous situation would test both sides from time to time. Time unknowingly passed. On different small battlefields, there might be fights and pauses. There were times when the battle was intense, and there were times when the situation calmed down. However, from the perspective of the overall battle, the two sides were still fighting intensely. After resting, the martial art practitioners of the two sides would quickly rejoin the battlefield and continue fighting against their enemies. Yang Zhaoge's gaze wandered around the battlefront between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. After an unknown period of time, his gaze slightly narrowed. The blue-clothed woman that he suspected to be Hundred Flowers' bashfulness appeared once again. Previously, she retreated from the battlefront due to her injuries. Now, she seemed to have recovered and rejoined the battle. Yang Zhaoge's gaze subconsciously glanced at the yellow-robed great sage, the Wood Wolf of Kuei. This time, the Wood Wolf of Kuei show didn't make any special movements. It stood on the spot without moving. The distance was too far, and the Wood Wolf of Kuei show's cultivation was also high. Yang Zhaoge wasn't sure if it had any special movements. However, if the Wood Wolf of Kuei show really cared about the blue-clothed woman, Yang Zhaoge believed that with its strength, it would have already discovered the blue-clothed woman. However, it was unknown if it really didn't care about her, or if it was just pretending. Chapter 1667. Observing from the side, Yang Zhaoge saw that there was nothing unusual about the blue-clothed woman herself. She seemed to be the same as Princess Hundred Blossoms back then. She had no memories of her previous life, and no one gave her any special instructions. This blue-clothed woman was no different from the other Immortal Court heretic experts, fighting against the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhist heretic experts. Previously, she was injured by the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddhist Bantes. During the battle, she had also killed the blessed lands of the White Lotus's martial art practitioners. There were dangers, but there were rewards. The blessed lands of the White Lotus took the initiative to attack the Immortal Court. From a certain perspective, they're also protecting their homeland together with the others. Yang Zhaoge observed the blue-clothed woman and the Kuei Wood Wolf. The war between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus was destined to last for a long time. As time passed, under the attention of Yang Zhaoge and the Kuei Wood Wolf, the blue-clothed woman pushed open the immortal door and ascended to the immortal realm after many years of continuous battles. 4 heretic martial artists to push open the gate of immortality, it mainly depended on the treasured light imbued with faith energy or Buddhist light. It depended on their pious faith towards the immeasurable Heavenly Lord or the future Buddha. The differences between individuals were largely reduced. However, no matter how small the difference was, it did not equal to 0. The difference still existed. The same person, with the support of the faith energy treasured light, personal talent and experience, to a certain extent, could also more or less help her improve faster. The blue-robed woman had obtained a bit of luck during the battle, and had successfully taken the final step, achieving a leakless body and the true immortal realm. When the war between the two heretics broke out, an additional true immortal in the Immortal Court would not be a decisive factor. But for the blue-clothed woman, it allowed her to move around in a larger area. The battles she could participate in were of a higher level, the responsibilities she shouldered were heavier, and the results were more abundant. At the same time, the opponents they faced were stronger, and the situation was more dangerous. Regardless of whether it was a supremacy martial sage or a leakless true immortal, in a battle of this scale, casualties were very common. In another great battle, the blue-clothed woman was in danger again. A life-and-death crisis. The other Immortal Court martial artists couldn't save him in time. In the face of death, all living beings faced the greatest degree of equality, and this woman in blue was no exception. As for the experts of the Immortal Court who were of a higher level, they naturally had opponents of the same level to deal with. No one had the spare strength to help. What was about to happen was a slaughter that couldn't be more normal under the current circumstances. The blue-robed woman was about to follow in the footsteps of some of the Immortal Court's fellow Taoists and become a sacrifice in this war. Yang Zhaoge's attention was highly focused as he observed the movements of the Kuei Wood Wolf. It could be seen that the Kuei Wood Wolf was also completely focused at this moment. However, The target of his full attention was not the blue-clothed woman that he suspected to be Hundred Blossom Shyness. Anyway, with his cultivation level, the scene of those true immortals and profound immortals seemed to be moving in slow motion. He had plenty of time. The Kuei-wood wolf was observing the surrounding movements at this moment. Watch to see if it's a scam or a trap. He wanted to see if anyone else would save the blue-clothed woman if he didn't make a move. He observed whether he would suddenly be ambushed or besieged by others if he were to make a move. Watching to see if anyone else was watching him. Fortunately, Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone transformed into a demon instead of imitating a Buddhist. Therefore, his action didn't alarm the Kuei-wood wolf. However, Kuei-wood wolf didn't notice that someone from Buddhism or Immortal Court was staring at him. Even if there was, it would only be a normal surveillance. There was nothing special about it. If there's really someone like the Taoism lineage's Heavenly Lord Luo Yuan ambushing me, I can't say anything even if I die. The Kuei-wood wolf laughed self-mockingly. He looked at the blue-clothed woman and sighed, in the end, I can't just watch. Under the astonished gazes of the Qiu Immortal and the other great demons, the Kuei-wood wolf suddenly took a step forward and descended into that world. The difference in strength between the two was too obvious. Without harming anyone, the Kuei-wood wolf easily saved the blue-clothed woman. The surrounding Immortal Court and blessed lands of the White Lotus heretic experts were caught unprepared. The Buddhist Bantes from the blessed lands of the White Lotus were puzzled. When the Grand Heavenly Realm and Grand Virtual Realm experts of the Immortal Court noticed the commotion, they were initially shocked. They couldn't understand why the demon race Great Sage, who was supposed to be the ally of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, would block the blessed lands of the White Lotus's attack and save an Immortal Court martial art practitioner. The Kuei-wood wolf didn't explain much. Since he had already made a move, he didn't hesitate any longer and directly left the battlefield with the blue-clothed woman. When the Western Pure Land of Pure Land's Buddha, who originally planned to intercept him, arrived, the wood wolf of Kuei had already left with his people. Although he didn't understand what the Kuei-wood wolf was trying to do, the Buddha still intercepted him when he saw him leaving. The Kuei-wood wolf exchanged a blow with the Buddha. Not wanting to continue fighting, he transformed into a black gust of wind and left. If he wanted to leave, even the Buddha wouldn't be able to stop him. Before the other experts from the Western Pure Land of Bliss could reinforce and surround him, the wood wolf of Kuei had already left and fled into the vast void, leaving the Buddhas from the Pure Land of Bliss puzzled. The Qiu Immortal also looked at the Kuei-wood wolf with a blank expression. What are you doing? If you suddenly wanted to eat some flesh and blood, you could have found it anywhere. Why did you have to do this? Or could it be that you can't control your lower half? That's my slut. The Kuei-wood wolf said, although she has reincarnated, I can still recognize her. The Qiu Immortal frowned and sized up the lady in blue for a while. Facing the Kuei-wood wolf, the lady in blue didn't show much fear or panic. Putting aside her vigilance, it was worth noting that she didn't seem to remember the relationship between her and the Kuei-wood wolf in her previous life. Could you have mistaken her? The Qiu Immortal said doubtfully, how many years has it been since you last saw your slut? If you don't remember that your slut used to be Taishu, then it's been so long, you probably reincarnated far more than once, right? I wouldn't mistake her for anyone else. The Kuei-wood wolf said decisively. The Qiu Immortal waved his hand, let's assume that you didn't mistake her for someone else. However, you remember her, but she obviously doesn't recognize you. What's the use of bringing her back now? After a slight pause, he glanced at the Kuei-wood wolf. If I remember correctly, you seem to have forcefully married her once back then. In the end, because of this woman, you lost the humanly essence stone fragment and ruined the Eastern Emperor's plan. What happened back then was caused by the Buddhist sect. Even the fact that she didn't awaken her innate wisdom when she first descended to the mortal world and lost her memories of the past was also related to this. The wood wolf of Kuei gritted its teeth and said, I've always been the one to implicate her, so I've been restraining myself from looking for her all these years, but we still met in the end. Immortal Qiu narrowed its eyes. Someone deliberately used her to deal with you? It doesn't look like it. The Kuei-wood wolf said, otherwise, I couldn't have brought him out so easily. That might not be the case. Immortal Qiu said bluntly, Don't forget what we told you before about the characteristics of this outer path treasure light. Chapter 1668. Hearing Immortal Chiu Shou's words, the Kuei-wood wolf did not retort and remained silent. Before the great calamity, he was in the heavenly court's divine palace. Kuei-wood wolf had a preliminary understanding of the blessed lands of the White Lotus heretic lineage created by the future Buddha, Maitreya. After the great calamity, he lived in seclusion and rarely ventured out of the Astro Mountain's starry seas. He had never left the Astro Mountain's starry seas until recently. This was his first time coming into contact with the Immortal Court. However, the Kuei-wood wolf already had some understanding of the other great demons within the Astro Mountain's starry seas. He was not completely clueless about the Immortal Court. For example, he knew that even if he abducted the blue-clothed woman who reincarnated Hundred Blossom Shyness, it would be futile. She insisted on being sincere and worshipping the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. She was an enemy of the demon race. However, it didn't matter if Hundred Blossom Shyness had recovered her previous life's wisdom and memories, or was willing to listen to Kuei-wood wolf's words. Once she rebelled and doubted the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the Immortal Court, and was no longer devout, then as long as the immeasurable Heavenly Lord or other high-level experts of the Immortal Court willed it, she would perish once again. Moreover, the Immortal Court heretic's treasured light imbued with faith power originated from her soul. Hence, if Hundred Blossom Shyness' soul was to be preserved and reincarnated, the treasured light imbued with faith power would also follow her. Once one entered the heretic path, it would be hard to turn back. This was no different from putting the Kuei-wood wolf in a dilemma. It would be better not to save her than to save her. However, the yellow-robed great sage did not regret his decision. Instead, he said to Immortal Chiu Shou seriously, "I want her to stay." Immortal Chiu Shou looked at the Kuei-wood wolf in disbelief. After a while, he said, "Is there a need to go this far?" Of course, the Kuei-wood wolf answered straightforwardly. Before he acted, he was still hesitant and conflicted. Now that he acted, he no longer hesitated and decided to walk this path to the end. Looking at the Kuei-wood wolf's expression, Immortal Chiu Shou became wary. The Kuei-wood wolf's attitude made him suspicious. If he really couldn't resolve the issue, the Kuei-wood wolf might even side with the Immortal Court. The Kuei-wood wolf was already a golden immortal, so it was naturally impossible and had no reason to kneel before the Immortal Court. However, with the Western Pure Lands waiting by the side, as a great sage of the demon race, he didn't have to worry about not having a place to go. The Western Pure Lands naturally welcomed him, and the Immortal Court was also happy to cooperate. With Immortal Chiu Shou's experience, he couldn't imagine anyone doing this. But his instincts were warning him that this could really happen. To the Astro Mountain's starry seas and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, it was naturally hard for them to accept such an outcome. Even though the Kuei-wood wolf had just ascended to the Grand Immortal realm and was inexperienced, he was a Grand Immortal that wasn't a heretic, so he naturally couldn't be underestimated. In the current world, other than those who had benefited from the Fiend Guard's empowerment, the number of Grand Heavenly Realm experts who had ascended after the Great Calamity who were not heretics could be counted on one's fingers. Fortunately, it was not impossible for the Astro Mountain's starry sea to keep the yellow-robed great sage, Kuei-wood wolf. Since she has already entered the outer path, it will be too difficult for her to break free. Immortal Chiu Shou said slowly, "However, if you really want to be with her, there is another way." The Kuei-wood wolf did not say anything. Immortal Chiu Shou had already thought of the method he mentioned. He could have the higher-ups of the blessed lands of the White Lotus forcefully purify Hundred Blossoms, transforming the Taoism heretics into the Buddhism heretics, and transforming the treasured light imbued with faith power into the Buddha light imbued with faith power. During the past few years of war between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, both sides had done this many times. It could even be considered as a daily occurrence. Only, most of the time, it was only suitable for those with lower cultivation. Among the martial art practitioners who had pushed open the immortal door, there were very few similar situations. However, for the current situation of the Kuei-wood wolf and Hundred Blossoms, this was the safest solution. Of course, from another perspective, it could also be said to be a hopeless situation. Since they had already entered the outer path, they might as well switch sides. At the very least, they would still be on the same side. The Kuei-wood wolf had also thought of this method. However, if there was any other hope, he naturally hoped that 100 Blossoms could be like him, and not walk the path of the outer path. Unfortunately, Immortal Chiu Shou's reply disappointed his hopes. The green-furred lion remained silent and quietly looked at the Kuei-wood wolf. He knew that the Kuei-wood wolf had also thought of this method. Whether or not the Kuei-wood wolf could accept it depended on itself. This would also decide how the Astro Mountain's starry sea would treat the Kuei-wood wolf in the future. Immortal Chiu Shou's eyelids drooped. He remained silent and quietly waited for the Kuei-wood wolf to make up his mind. Let's do it this way. Let's find a Buddha from the central blessed lands of Soha to handle this matter. The Kuei-wood wolf pondered for a moment and came to a decision. Grand Heavenly Realm and leakless illumination shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, we will be helping from the side. Immortal Chiu Shou opened his eyes and looked at the Kuei-wood wolf in satisfaction. The central blessed lands of Soha currently has the upper hand. They should be able to coordinate and send out manpower. You don't have to worry. That's good. The Kuei-wood wolf silently nodded. He opened his palm, and a ball of radiance flickered in his palm. The flickering radiance seemed like an independent heaven and earth. Within the heaven and earth, a blue-clothed woman was meditating. Her body was covered in radiance imbued with the power of faith. She seemed to be trying to establish a connection with a higher-level immortal court bigwig through the radiance imbued with the power of faith. The radiance was bizarre and profound. The Kuei-wood wolf couldn't even block it, and had to be handled carefully. Although the blue-clothed woman seemed to be quiet, she had already been causing a ruckus for a long time. Helpless, she couldn't break through the Kuei-wood wolf's restraints with her own strength. Hence, she gave up on struggling and tried contacting the outside world instead. Seeing how she was trying to escape from the enemy's clutches, the Kuei-wood wolf sighed in his heart. Immortal Chiu Shou still didn't think much of it. However, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he contacted Dao Lord Lu Ya and the other great demon experts within the Astro Mountain's starry sea. At the same time, he contacted a Buddha from the blessed lands of the White Lotus from the battlefield where the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were fighting. The blessed lands of the White Lotus quickly responded. No matter if it was to stabilize the Kuei-wood wolf or to gain another expert who had pushed open the immortal door, the blessed lands of the White Lotus were naturally more than happy to help. However, the incoming manpower caused the Kuei-wood wolf to frown. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. Give me some time, and I'll guarantee your wife's safety. The Buddha in front of him sat on a white lotus with a solemn expression. However, the Kuei-wood wolf didn't reply immediately. Instead, he glanced at Immortal Chiu Shou. The Dingguang Buddha will definitely not disappoint us, said Immortal Chiu Shou. The blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha who came to assist them was none other than the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. No matter if it was the Immortal Chiu Shou or the Kuei-wood wolf, they weren't unfamiliar with him. During the ancient era, the three of them had attended lectures under the Taoism's prime clear lineage. However, it was precisely because they understood him too well that the Kuei-wood wolf wasn't at ease. If it was anything else, it wouldn't have mattered. However, the 100 Flowers Shameful Buddha's title alone was enough to make him unhappy. Chapter 1669. The Kuei-wood wolf looked at the Dingguang Joyous Buddha with a strange gaze. He was an old acquaintance of the long-eared Dingguang Immortal, who was now the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. If it was the long-eared fixed light immortal from the ancient era, the Kuei-wood wolf definitely wouldn't mind. However, the wood wolf of Kuei had no choice but to pay attention to the path that the long-eared Dingguang Immortal had taken after entering Buddhism in the Middle Era. Although Dingguang Joyous Buddha was in Buddhism, and he was in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, Kuei-wood wolf still had some understanding of Dingguang Joyous Buddha's cultivation method. Now that the matter involved 100 flowers, how could the wood wolf of Kuei feel happy when it saw the Dingguang Joyous Buddha? He looked at the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, then at the Chiu Shou Immortal. He couldn't help but suspect that the Astro Mountain's starry seas and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were working together to deal with him. Immortal Chiu Shou straightened his expression and nodded at Kuei-wood wolf. Don't worry, fellow Daoist. Dingguang Buddha has never done anything wrong. To be fair, when immortal Qiu Shou saw the Dingguang joyous Buddha appear, he also felt a pain in the ass. The joyous Buddha's reputation in certain aspects was too bad, so it was no wonder that Kuei Wood Wolf was unhappy. To put it bluntly, it was simply provocative and humiliating, and it seemed as if it was intentionally making things difficult for the Kuei Wood Wolf. As a great demon of the Astro Mountain's starry seas, immortal Qiu Shou was dissatisfied with the blessed lands of the White Lotus the moment he saw the Dingguang joyous Buddha. The Dingguang joyous Buddha appeared calm. In reality, the blessed lands of the White Lotus didn't have any other intentions. It was purely because the Dingguang joyous Buddha happened to be free after the coordination, so he came over. While the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the upper hand against the immortal court, it wasn't as if they didn't have the strength to retaliate. The blessed lands of the White Lotus could not possibly ask the Buddha, who was currently fighting against the immortal court Heavenly Lord, to turn around and expose his back to his opponent. In the end, the Dingguang joyous Buddha happened to be able to free his hands and come over to help. Immortal Qiu Shou thought for a while. Although Dingguang joyous Buddha cultivated a special technique, he should be able to understand the severity of this matter. He would not deliberately provoke the Kuei Wood Wolf. In fact, the two of them had even more reason to find trouble with the Dingguang joyous Buddha. The Wood Wolf of Kuei had attained the body of the great sage of the demon clan, and its strength was even stronger than the Dingguang joyous Buddha who attained the Buddha fruit through the heretic path. The Astro Mountain's starry sea's overall strength similarly surpassed the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Even if Dingguang joyous Buddha really did not have such a thought, it would be suppressed to the point that it would vanish into thin air. Therefore, immortal Qiu Shou took the initiative to mediate. The meaning of his words was actually hinting to Kuei Wood Wolf that Dingguang joyous Buddha was a smart person and would not act recklessly. Just like how immortal Qiu Shou and Kuei Wood Wolf understood Dingguang joyous Buddha also understood Kuei Wood Wolf's temper and immortal Qiu Shou's temper. Dingguang joyous Buddha had also heard about the past between Kuei Wood Wolf and Hundred Blossom Bashfulness. He knew how much Kuei Wood Wolf valued Hundred Blossom Bashfulness. After enlightening this lady benefactor, you may bring her back to the Astro Mountain's starry sea, Dingguang joyous Buddha said with a smile. I believe that my Buddha Metria will not object. Heretic warriors were completely tied to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord or the future Buddha. During the war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, heretics could participate in the war depending on the situation. The Dingguang joyous Buddha was implying that even if Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness joined the blessed lands of the White Lotus, she wouldn't need to participate in the war against the immortal court. Of course, this wasn't because of Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness herself. It was purely because the blessed lands of the White Lotus was willing to sell the Kuei Wood Wolf out as a favor to the demon race. Dingguang joyous Buddha's words were equivalent to expressing his stance. Under such circumstances, if he were to act recklessly, he wouldn't be selling the Kuei Wood Wolf out as a favor. Instead, he would be provoking the demon race. Dingguang joyous Buddha was aware of the severity of the situation. Hearing his words, Kuei Wood Wolf's expression calmed down and nodded silently. He opened his palm, and a clump of light appeared. It was independent of the heavens and earth, and Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness reincarnated blue-clothed woman resided within. Dingguang joyous Buddha received the clump of light and sat in the lotus position. The Buddha radiance around his body became increasingly dazzling and denser. The Buddha radiance imbued with faith power landed within the clump of light in his hand and enveloped Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness. As if sensing an ominous sign, the immortal court heretic treasured light imbued with faith power within Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness body started flickering even more intensely, resisting the Buddha radiance. However, compared to a grand heavenly realm Buddha, Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness current leakless true immortal realm cultivation was obviously insufficient. The treasured light imbued within her body couldn't even retaliate, and was immediately suppressed by Dingguang joyous Buddha. Under the Dingguang joyous Buddha's Buddha radiance imbued with faith power, the treasured light imbued within Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness body started retreating. However, the radiance didn't disappear. Instead, its appearance gradually changed. The heavenly music gradually weakened, while the chanting of Buddhism gradually became louder. The blue-clothed woman's face was filled with resistance. She continuously chanted the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. However, her gaze slowly turned blank. Dingguang Joyous Buddha's appearance was solemn, and his expression was solemn. He chanted the Buddha's name, Namo Maitreya Buddha. In the blue-clothed woman's heart, the Maitreya Buddha's name started suppressing the immeasurable heavenly Lord. The Kue Wood Wolf and Chiu Shou Immortal stood by the side and watched the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's Buddha radiance revolving around his body in silence. From afar, Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone concealed his aura and didn't approach. He looked at the dazzling Buddha radiance imbued with faith power from afar. Due to the distance being too far, and to avoid attracting the attention of demon race great sages like the Kue Wood Wolf and Chiu Shou Immortal, Yang Zhaoge didn't act recklessly. As such, he couldn't see the situation clearly. However, after seeing the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha radiance, he already knew what was going on. They found a Buddha from the blessed lands of the White Lotus and tried to forcefully illuminate the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness, causing her to switch her allegiance to the blessed lands of the White Lotus and become a heretic of Buddhism. Yang Zhaoge stroked his chin. As he was pondering, Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards another direction. There, the faraway void suddenly opened up, and numerous green lotuses approached. Other than the green lotuses, streams of light flickered. The Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Quartz people. Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly and turned his head to look at the Kue Wood Wolf and the others. The treasured light imbued with faith power from the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness body that hadn't been cleansed yet was still guiding the direction of the Immortal Court's top-notch experts to a certain extent. The Kue Wood Wolf was enraged by the sudden arrival of the pursuers. However, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's illumination of the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness was at a crucial moment, and he couldn't move at all. The Kue Wood Wolf could only move forward and obstruct the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Quartz people from approaching. The Chiu Shou Immortal's expression was filled with dissatisfaction as well. However, he still went forward together with the Kue Wood Wolf. Of course, they didn't forget to summon the nearby great demons. Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone silently approached. However, he wasn't in the mood to fight against the Western Pure Lands Buddhas. Instead, he was thinking about whether he could obtain any benefits from the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness. Looking at the layers of Buddha radiance imbued with faith power, Yang Zhaoge was contemplating. Suddenly, he realized that something was amiss. The layers of Buddhist light actually showed signs of instability at this moment. Chapter 1670. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha was furious as well. Enlightening Shyness 100 Blossoms wasn't difficult at all. After all, the disparity between their cultivation realms was obvious. However, the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Quartz people had arrived. Since the Kue Wood Wolf and Chiu Shou Immortal were there to handle the situation, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha could just continue with his own matters. Who would have thought that the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks? It just so happened that such a small matter had to go wrong now. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha was shocked to discover that the blue-clothed lady that he had enlightened had undergone a new transformation. The Immortal Court's treasured light imbued with faith power that was gradually dimming had actually regained its original state. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha's heart trembled. He increased his strength and suppressed the treasured light imbued with faith power, turning it back into his own Buddha light imbued with faith power. Yet, as if fortune had arrived at its zenith, the treasured light imbued with faith power suddenly brightened once again, causing the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's previous efforts to go to waste. She did not devour his Buddha light to strengthen herself. Instead, it was more like a cycle. Every time it reached its end, it would start anew. Such a situation immediately attracted the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's attention. To him, it was even more stimulating than the Kue Wood Wolf and Shyness 100 Blossoms. Could it be that my central blessed lands of Soha is unable to enlighten the Immortal Quartz people? The Dingguang Joyous Buddha's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If this question was true, the impact it would bring would far surpass the Immortal Court gaining a few grand heavenly immortals. As a higher-up expert of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha was naturally extremely concerned about this. While it was unexpected, he also felt that it was unimaginable. Currently, the two heretic lineages were waging war against each other, and the war had lasted for a certain period of time. The blessed lands of the White Lotus had the upper hand in attacking the Immortal Court's territory. Amidst the conflict, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had also gained some benefits. The martial art practitioners and mortals that were enlightened did not experience anything like the current Shyness 100 Blossoms situation. However, those who were enlightened previously had a rather low cultivation. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha muttered to himself, "Only those who have pushed open the immortal door would behave like this." He no longer cared about the Kuei Wood Wolf's thoughts as he started seriously inspecting the blue-clothed lady. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha did not have the time to care about the Kuei Wood Wolf's thoughts. After a short while, Dingguang Joyous Buddha discovered something. What is this? At this moment, in the sight of the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, there was an item hidden in the Niwen Palace between the eyebrows of the 100 flowers. Upon closer inspection, it was a piece of dead wood. When shyly 100 flowers' faith-imbued precious light dimmed to a certain limit, this branch would once again sprout, like a withered tree coming back to life. Following the transformation of the tree branch, bashful 100 Blossoms' treasured light imbued with faith power returned to its previous level, neutralizing the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's illumination method of transforming treasured light into Buddhist light. So it's the Huanyang wood. How ingenious. Seeing this, Dingguang Joyous Buddha heaved a sigh of relief, but as long as we know the details, there's nothing to be afraid of. We can easily break it. He immediately broke the withered branches hidden in the Hyakuhana Shurikamaru. With his level, breaking the withered branches was not difficult at all. On the contrary, breaking the withered branches without harming the 100 flowers' shyness divine soul was more of a test of his skills, but it was not difficult. However, right after the Dingguang Joyous Buddha broke the withered tree branch, the broken branch suddenly emitted an unprecedentedly exuberant light. As the treasured light imbued with faith power engulfed bashful 100 Blossoms and energized her, it also engulfed Dingguang Joyous Buddha. In Dingguang Joyous Buddha's shock, he vaguely saw a white jade door within the treasure light. "I've been tricked." Dingguang Joyous Buddha quickly reacted. Generally speaking, even the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Gautama Buddha could not forcibly illuminate a pinnacle Grand Luo, not even a heretic Grand Luo. And yet, Dingguang Joyous Buddha was opening the door to a thief to a certain extent, giving the immeasurable Heavenly Lord a chance. There's something else hidden within the Huanyang wood. Guanyuan dust. No wonder, no wonder. He wouldn't have succeeded otherwise. Dingguang Joyous Buddha was a little flustered. Isn't that thing extinct long ago? Why does the immeasurable Heavenly Lord still have it? If not for the fact that Guanyuan dust was widely acknowledged to be extinct, there would have been countless similar traps. Still, it was precisely because of this that Dingguang Joyous Buddha was careless and fell for it. He barely managed to maintain himself, chanting the name of the Maitreya Buddha to prevent the immeasurable Heavenly Lord from succeeding. While he had defected to the heretics, Dingguang Joyous Buddha was still a Grand Luo. He resisted with all his might and fell into a stalemate. However, Dingguang Joyous Buddha's expression was extremely ugly. Currently, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord wanted to illuminate him, which was why he could barely resist. However, once the immeasurable Heavenly Lord lost his patience, he could directly kill Dingguang Joyous Buddha in his current state. Even the Maitreya Buddha would not be able to protect him. As he thought of this, Dingguang Joyous Buddha looked at the blue-clothed lady again, revealing a ferocious gaze. In terms of inner thoughts, it wasn't just the Kuei Wood Wolf who disliked Dingguang Joyous Buddha. Dingguang Joyous Buddha disliked the Kuei Wood Wolf even more. During the ancient era, he was a Grand Luo realm long-eared Dingguang Joyous Immortal, while his opponent was merely a Grand Virtual Immortal. During the Middle Era, he joined Buddhism and became the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. As the Middle Era ended and he entered this era, the central blessed lands of Soha was in chaos. Buddhism could barely fend for itself, and he was heavily injured by the prime clear bigwigs, causing him to fall from the grand heavenly realm. This fall left him with a deep wound, and Dingguang Joyous Buddha could no longer rely on himself to survive the origin heavenly tribulation. In the end, he was left with no choice but to join the blessed lands of the White Lotus, becoming a heretic and achieving Buddhist enlightenment once more. However, compared to the past, the present was still not as good as the past. As for the Kuei Wood Wolf, who had suffered a tribulation and entered the investiture godboard, he had left the investiture godboard after the great calamity. Now, he didn't even walk on the heretic path and ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Comparing the two, how could Dingguang Joyous Buddha feel at ease? Only, times had changed. No matter if he was willing or not, the Kuei Wood Wolf had surpassed him, and the Astro Mountain Starry Sea had surpassed the blessed lands of the White Lotus. As such, Dingguang Joyous Buddha quickly adjusted his mentality and cooperated with the Kuei Wood Wolf and the Horned Head Immortal. In the end, seeing that he was about to suffer a calamity, Dingguang Joyous Buddha instantly had evil thoughts. If he killed 100 Blossom Shyness, he could sever the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's illumination and escape from his current predicament. At the same time, he could also ensure his own safety, and he wouldn't be killed by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord after he became impatient. Even if he offended the Kuei Wood Wolf, the future Buddha would settle the lawsuit with the Eastern monarch Tai. He wouldn't have to sacrifice his life for 100 Blossom Shyness. This woman has yet to lose her primordial yin. I might as well go all the way. As his evil thoughts rose, Dingguang Joyous Buddha's previous apprehensions were all gone. Since he could push the blame to the immortal court and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, he could just destroy the corpse and get rid of the evidence. Chapter 1671. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha revealed an ominous glint in his eyes. He looked into the distance. There, the Kuei Wood Wolf, Chiu Shou Immortal, and other great demons were fighting against the Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bantes. While they were obstructing the Buddhist bigwigs, weren't they being held back by the Buddhist bigwigs as well? The Dingguang Joyous Buddha's Buddha light flickered unstably. The Kuei Wood Wolf, who was worried about 100 Flowers blushing, immediately noticed it. Although he didn't know the exact situation, the Kuei Wood Wolf was also worried. However, with the Buddhist Bantes holding him back, the Kuei Wood Wolf couldn't break through the encirclement and return. Seeing this, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's final worry disappeared. He immediately turned around and looked at the blue-clothed woman. On the other side, a silhouette suddenly appeared by the void. It was faintly discernible, seemingly existing yet not. That silhouette quietly approached the flickering Buddha light. However, at this moment, Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone appeared and obstructed the silhouette. Yang Zhaoge looked over and saw a daoist wearing a crimson robe. His face was blue, and his hair resembled cinnabar. 3 eyes were opened wide on his forehead, and he was riding on a golden-eyed camel. This daoist held a sword and had 3 heads and 6 arms. His appearance was similar to the Grand Sui Heavenly Lord, Yin Jiao. After seeing his appearance, Yang Zhaoge came to a realization, so it's the pestilence demon, vast Heavenly Emperor. I've long heard of you. That daoist's name was Lu Yu. During the ancient era, he was a bigwig of the prime clear lineage. He established his own residence on the 9 Dragons Island, and his name was rather resounding. He possessed various treasures such as the tangible heavenly seal, the plague bell, the fixed plague banner, the plague finger sword, and many others. His strange divine abilities were sharp, and he had made a name for himself during the ancient era. During the investiture of the gods' battle, Lu Yu suffered a calamity and entered the investiture god board. He entered the heavenly court's divine palace and became the lord of the pestilence demon, vast Heavenly Emperor. During the great calamity, he left the investiture god board. After the immortal court was established, Lu Yu and the smallpox division's righteous god, Yu Hualong, entered the immortal court. He was one of the immortal court's first cornerstones. Currently, he was the immortal court heretic's oldest grand heavenly immortal. He had experienced many battles against the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and his achievements were outstanding. Yang Zhaoge was a little surprised to see him here. After all, the immortal court was currently facing immense pressure from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The blessed lands of the White Lotus had the spare time to send the Dingguang Joyous Buddha over. If the immortal court wanted to send Lu Yu over, it would be much more difficult. After all, they were the ones at a disadvantage. At this moment, not only did he not take the opportunity to reverse the situation, but he also divided his forces. Lu Yu personally came here. It could be seen that someone had been planning this for a long time. This person was most likely Lu Yu. However, being blocked by Yang Zhaoge, Lu Yu's face that was suffused with a blue light now had an ugly expression on it. Currently, the North Ocean clone did not transform into his demonic form. Instead, he displayed his original appearance. While he was not as famous as Yang Zhaoge himself, his appearance was widely known. Seeing the Northern Ocean clone's appearance, Lu Yu naturally recognized him. Seeing Yang Zhaoge's clone, Lu Yu knew that things were bad. However, with the arrow already narked on the bowstring, he had no choice but to release it. He jumped down from the golden-eyed camel beneath him and commanded it to spit out thunder fire in an attempt to block Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone. Meanwhile, Lu Yu continued rushing towards the Dingguang Joyous Buddha and the 100-blossom Shyness. However, the golden-eyed camel was completely unable to block the North Ocean clone. The North Ocean clone bowed slightly, and the demon monkey tattoo on his right shoulder radiated with golden radiances. In an instant, it manifested into a gigantic demon monkey. The golden body of the great sage was in the grand virtual realm. However, it still retained many miraculous aspects. Especially the true great sage equaling heavens, who was proficient in shifting techniques. Although it was hard for him to be omnipresent like a grand heavenly immortal, when facing against a grand heavenly realm opponent, he would be able to counteract many of the miraculous aspects of a grand heavenly realm opponent. The demon monkey's body shook, causing Lu Yu to be unable to shake him off. Lu Yu snorted coldly. He raised one of his 6 arms, which held a long banner, and waved it towards the golden body of the great sage. The golden body of the great sage formed by the North Ocean clone paused for a moment. As if a person was sick, a strong sense of weakness attacked the golden body of the great sage. It corroded his body, weakened his strength, and slowed down his movements. The sense of weakness was not strong at first. However, it continued to accumulate and gradually became significant. In the end, it became a situation where it was difficult to turn back. When the wave of weakness erupted, it would be completely incurable. This accumulation was not only in terms of degree, but the speed of accumulation was also increasing. The momentum was getting stronger and stronger. In the past, Lu Yu relied on this demonic divine ability to dominate everywhere. He rarely met a worthy opponent in the same realm. Even if his opponents were stronger than him, they would still be defeated by him in the end if he avoided them and continuously weakened them. It was difficult for a grand virtual immortal to harm a grand heavenly immortal with their celestial essence. However, Lu Yu's plague erosion could corrode many grand heavenly immortal expert. Although it could not break through the Yuantian realm and could not cause real damage, it could cause weakness to a certain extent and affect grand heavenly immortal experts. Such a strange and domineering divine ability was rare and could be considered as a legend. Being able to become the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Plague Division's Lord, Golden Spirit Divine Mother, and Thunder Division's Lord, Wen Zhong, Lu Yu naturally had astonishing skills. Unfortunately, he was still a heretic grand heavenly immortal. He couldn't compare to orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly immortal of the same realm. Yet, his opponent was one of the strongest existences in the same realm. Even without the earthly essence stone's support, even if he was only in the grand virtual realm, the monkey's physique was already strong enough to defeat countless opponents. The stronger the physique, the better it would be against Lu Yu's plague. To a certain extent, it could be considered as his nemesis. Lu Yu had already passed the origin heavenly tribulation, and he was still a grand heavenly immortal. That was why he could affect Yang Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage. If he was still in the grand virtual realm, facing the golden body of the great sage would be the same as facing Yang Jian, who cultivated the 8-9 mysteries art, and Neza, who possessed the treasured lotus celestial body. Even so, Lu Yu's plague had its limits. The monkey widened his eyes, bared his teeth, and roared furiously. His figure shook, and all his hair stood on end. His paws were like fountains, spewing out blazing, masculine blood qi. In an instant, it was as if countless suns had risen together. Under such blazing blood qi, it forcefully resisted against Lu Yu's plague technique. Upon seeing this, other than waving the localizing plague banner, Lu Yu also unleashed his plague fingersword and other treasures, hoping to get rid of Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone as soon as possible. At that moment, Lu Yu's pupils shrank slightly. Within his vision, within the universe where the Dingguang Joyous Buddha and 100 Blossom Shyness were, a silhouette suddenly appeared. He was even more familiar with this silhouette than the North Ocean clone. Yang Zhaoge himself. No matter what arrangements you've made, I'll thank you first. Yang Zhaoge leisurely ran over to pick up the peaches and waved his hand at Lu Yu. Chapter 1672. When the Kuei-wood wolf finally made a move and saved the blue-clothed woman from the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddhism martial art practitioners' attacks, Yang Zhaoge, who had been paying attention to it, noticed that the opportunity was about to arrive. The Kuei-wood wolf's attention was on 100 Blossom Bashfulness. When this attention finally evolved into actual action, while it was still hard to determine how the situation would develop, with Yang Zhaoge's elimination, the situation would definitely escalate. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to raise his reserve level accordingly. Therefore, as soon as the Kuei-wood wolf had robbed the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness, Yang Zhaoge, who had received the North Ocean clone's message, had immediately rushed over here in order to deal with any further changes that might occur at any time. As expected, the Kuei-wood wolf and the Qiu immortal found the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas to enlighten the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness. However, during the process of enlightening them, a series of unexpected events occurred. First, the experts from the Western Pure Lands caught up to them. Then, an accident happened to the Buddha who purified 100 Blossoms bashful. Feeling that his chance had arrived, Yang Zhaoge approached as well. In the end, Lu Yu of the Immortal Court appeared. Fortunately, Yang Zhaoge's main body had already arrived. The North Ocean clone went to block Lu Yu's path, while Yang Zhaoge's main body took the chance to go to the Dingguang Joyous Buddha and 100 Flowers bashfulness. Looking at the Buddha light that flickered unceasingly, Yang Zhaoge didn't hold back at all. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm. As he executed the heaven-opening book, his arm turned into something that looked like an axe, yet wasn't an axe, and it looked like a banner, yet wasn't. His palm split the heavens and earth, directly breaking the Buddhist light. A white lotus appeared in the Buddhist light. On the lotus platform, a golden Buddha was sitting in the lotus position. His two hands were in the shape of an embrace, and between his palms, there was a multicolored hazy ball of air that was faintly being held in his arms. Inside the ball of air, the blue-clothed woman's face was filled with confusion. Her eyes were lifeless, and she had lost the will to resist. Although the precious light imbued with the power of faith was shining around her body, and even covered the surface of the Buddha's body, it was unable to obstruct the multicolored hazy mass of air. Dingguang Joyous Buddha. Yang Zhaoge immediately recognized the Buddha's appearance. Looking at the other party's actions again, Yang Zhaoge instantly rolled his eyes. Although he could tell that the Dingguang Joyous Buddha seemed to have run into some trouble in order to purify 100 Flowers blushing. However, looking at the other party's current appearance, it was clear that he was going to use the technique he had learned to pluck the 100 Flowers bashfulness. This is really... Yang Zhaoge's expression was strange, looking for you to illuminate 100 flowers into the Buddhist heretic Tao, yet in the end, you want to plant a green grassland on the head of the Kuei-wood wolf? Upon seeing Yang Zhaoge's appearance, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha was greatly shocked. Not bothering to reply, he grabbed the 100 Blossoms Shyness with one hand, pushing out with the other towards Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge's vision blurred as the scene before his eyes seemed to have suddenly changed. Orioles sang and swallows danced, and the fragrance of cosmetics drifted in the air. The world in front of him seemed to turn pink, and the chanting of the Buddha disappeared in his ears. Instead, all that was left was the sound of decadent music. The voice wasn't very loud, but it was intertwined and pervasive, drilling into the depths of one's heart. An irrepressible desire arose, causing one's heart to heat up. Yang Zhaoge smiled, still executing the heaven-splitting halberd, immediately breaking apart the pink world before him. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha had a huge headache. Moreover, from the corner of his eyes, he could clearly see a yellow-colored demonic wind getting rid of the green lotus golden lamp's entanglement and rushing towards him. Evidently, the yellow-robed great sage, the Kuei-wood wolf, noticed that something was amiss. He finally got rid of the Western Pure Lands Buddha and hurriedly returned. At this moment, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha became anxious. He stared at Yang Zhaoge, and his expression became extremely solemn. "My Buddha is merciful." The Dingguang joyous Buddha chanted, and the Buddha radiance on his body became extremely strong. The glaze-like radiance combined with the five-colored chi mass, manifesting another incarnation of the Dingguang joyous Buddha. As the radiance circulated, an even larger Buddha statue appeared. Only, this Buddha statue looked rather strange. Two bodies were hugging each other, facing each other. The Buddha's face was ferocious. His eyes were filled with anger, and the flames of indignation were lingering around him. The woman in his embrace was naked. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, and her figure was curvaceous and exquisite. Just by looking at her, one's blood would boil, and his heart would burn with anger. However, the woman's expression was clear and solemn. While the two's actions seemed like they were hugging, other than the flames of lust rising, a feeling of emptiness arose within one's heart. Even with Yang Zhaoge's capabilities, his mind was still in a trance, showing signs of wavering. The Buddha and the beauty who were hugging each other turned their bodies towards Yang Zhaoge. Then, one of them extended his left hand, while the other extended his right hand, and both attacked Yang Zhaoge. One seemed majestic and solemn, yet violent and ferocious. The other seemed to captivate one's soul, yet it was pure and empty. As the laws and principles intertwined, their intents merged, transforming into a torrent, a whirlpool, and a wave, wanting to drown Yang Zhaoge within. As expected of someone who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Not only that, he also cultivated in Buddhism, combining the strengths of both. Even if he had fallen into the heretic path, he shouldn't be underestimated. Yang Zhaoge calmed his mind and praised. At the same time, his actions weren't slow either. The splendor of divinity converged above his head, letting out the sound of a bell. The jade clears primordial earlier heaven three scriptures combined into one, displaying the profundities of the primordial chaos and the beginning of the world. Boundless profundities and peerless power manifested together. The chaos opening origin went straight towards the Dingguang joyous Buddha's delightful nature emptiness grand palm seal. Even the Red Inferno Dhamma Lord who had attained enlightenment of Buddhism had to focus all his attention towards Yang Zhaoge's attack. How could the Dingguang joyous Buddha, who was currently being disturbed by the treasured light imbued with the faith power of the immortal court, block it? It was as if the opening of the primordial chaos and the beginning of creation were reenacted, shattering the palms of the Buddha and the beauty, shattering their arms, then, shattering their bodies. The Vajra's furious gaze and the beauty's graceful figure were all destroyed by Yang Zhaoge's palm. As if this was the true emptiness of all laws. Even with the Dingguang joyous Buddha's full strength, the joyous Vajra avatar was still shattered by Yang Zhaoge's majestic and domineering attack. Yang Zhaoge's palm didn't stop there. It even caused the Buddha to tumble down from the white lotus. Immortal essence couldn't harm a grand heavenly immortal. Although the Dingguang joyous Buddha was in a sorry state, he wasn't injured. It was just that Yang Zhaoge was nearby, and the Kuei-wood wolf was far away. Moreover, he was also being disturbed by the treasured light imbued with faith power of the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness's body. Being attacked from both sides, the Dingguang joyous Buddha was filled with despair. Retreat! He grabbed the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness and yelled at Yang Zhaoge. The Dingguang joyous Buddha knew that the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness didn't have any personal conflicts with Yang Zhaoge. However, the reason why Yang Zhaoge came looking for trouble was most likely because of the relationship between the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness and the Kuei-wood wolf. Currently, no matter if he was facing Yang Zhaoge or the Kuei-wood wolf, the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness was his greatest bargaining chip. However, at this moment, a huge drum suddenly appeared beside Yang Zhaoge. He didn't stop. As he walked towards the Dingguang joyous Buddha, he casually struck the drum. As the drum resounded, the Dingguang joyous Buddha was instantly stunned. In the next moment, the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness in his hand fell into Yang Zhaoge's grasp. At the same time, the chaotic origin hammer appeared in Yang Zhaoge's hand. With a strike, the Dingguang joyous Buddha was once again sent rolling on the ground. Chapter 1673. After suffering the chaotic origin hammer's attack, the Dingguang joyous Buddha wasn't in a good state. His golden body shattered, and his head started bleeding. Fortunately, He had a top-notch Buddhist treasure kasaya to save his life. Otherwise, he would have been killed on the spot by the hammer. Even so, he was still knocked down. He exhaled more than he inhaled, and was on the verge of death. Yang Zhaoge snatched the 100 Blossoms bashfulness and kept the chaotic origin hammer. His index and middle fingers formed a sword, and green sword lights emanated from his fingertips, slashing apart the Buddha lights imbued with faith power and treasured lights on the Dingguang joyous Buddha and the 100 Blossoms bashfulness. The Buddha lights were quickly slashed apart, while the treasured lights imbued with faith power continued to flicker. Yang Zhaoge didn't mind it, because the Kuei Wood Wolf's figure flashed and arrived in front of him. While being entangled by the Western Pure Land's Buddhist Bantes, the Kuei Wood Wolf couldn't maintain his omnipresent miraculous state. He finally arrived. His gaze towards Yang Zhaoge was filled with caution. However, when this great demon noticed the 5-colored chi mass that was still wrapped around the 100 Blossoms bashfulness, he was instantly enraged. That was the chi mass formed by the Dingguang joyous Buddha's joyous Tao. Naturally, the Kuei Wood Wolf recognized it and knew its usage. He immediately slashed towards the Dingguang joyous Buddha. How could the Dingguang joyous Buddha have any room to dodge when he was heavily injured? He was instantly slashed into two. The Buddhist Bantes chasing after him saw this and said, "Amitabha." Yang Zhaoge waved his hand towards the Kuei Wood Wolf. "This isn't the place to talk. Yellow-robed great sage, follow me." The Kuei Wood Wolf hesitated for a moment and immediately followed. The Buddhist Bantes that were chasing after him hesitated instead. Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng shared the same fate. Feng Yunsheng didn't appear, which made them even more worried. They didn't dare to chase after them recklessly. Who knew if a fatal slash would suddenly descend from the sky without any warning? Even the horned head immortal and the other great demons were filled with hesitation and didn't dare to follow them. Lu Yu by the side could only watch the North Ocean clone swagger away, disappearing together with Yang Zhaoge and the Kuei Wood Wolf. The vast heavenly emperor's emotions were complicated, which couldn't be described with words. As for the matter regarding 100 Blossom bashfulness, it was indeed the result of a conspiracy between him and some Buddhist powerhouses. It was the same for the returning Sun Tree and Jiyu Yuan Chen. Naturally, it would be best if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord could forcefully illuminate a heretic Buddha from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The other party had the strength to retaliate. If he wanted to kill Shyness 100 Blossoms, he would anger the Kuei Wood Wolf. However, as long as he had this intention, it was enough. He, Lu Yu, came here stealthily to save 100 Blossom Shyness. In this way, it would be more convenient for him to make follow-up plans, and he could also sell the Kuei Wood Wolf a favor so that it would be convenient to rope the Kuei Wood Wolf to his side. If the Kuei Wood Wolf killed the Buddha, or if the Buddha was enlightened by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, it would be an ideal outcome. Even if the Kuei Wood Wolf wasn't willing to leave the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and join the Immortal Court or the Western Pure Lands, it didn't matter as the Immortal Court wouldn't suffer any losses. As long as he could seize back 100 Blossom Shyness, there would still be opportunities to rope in the Kuei Wood Wolf in the future. In fact, even if 100 Flowers died of embarrassment, or if she was still taken away by the Kuei Wood Wolf, it was still acceptable. At most, they would not gain anything, but at least the Immortal Court would not suffer any losses. In fact, the result might be better than Lu Yu had expected. The Buddha from the blessed lands of the White Lotus was the Dingguang joyous Buddha. After being schemed against by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, not only did he want to kill 100 Blossoms Blush, he even wanted to pluck her. This sudden appearance had undoubtedly enraged the Kuei Wood Wolf. The Kuei Wood Wolf directly killed the Dingguang joyous Buddha. His relationship with the blessed lands of the White Lotus rapidly deteriorated. This was a result that Lu Yu was very happy to see. But something seemed wrong. The beneficiary was not him, Lu Yu. Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone stopped him, while his main body ran over and successfully stopped the Dingguang joyous Buddha. He knocked the Dingguang joyous Buddha onto the ground and saved the 100 Blossom Shyness. Then, he called the Kuei Wood Wolf and left together. The Kuei Wood Wolf would undoubtedly owe this debt to Yang Zhaoge. It had nothing to do with Lu Yu. Logically speaking, although the immeasurable Heavenly Lord failed to illuminate the Dingguang joyous Buddha, Lu Yu didn't sell the Kuei Wood Wolf a favor either. He didn't manage to pull the Kuei Wood Wolf over to the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Land side. However, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha enraged the Kuei Wood Wolf. The Kuei Wood Wolf killed the Dingguang Joyous Buddha and became enemies with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. This was undoubtedly a loss for the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race. From a certain point of view, the enemy's loss was their own gain. Even if the Kuei Wood Wolf reached a compromise with the blessed lands of the White Lotus for the sake of the 100-blossom shyness treasured light imbued with faith power, it wouldn't be a problem. The Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands didn't suffer any losses. This was a plan that allowed them to stand in an undefeatable position. However, as Lu Yu looked at Yang Zhaoge's departing silhouette, why did he feel so upset? It was as if he had worked so hard, arranged so many matchmakers, arranged thousands of banquets, and finally married his bride under the witness of countless guests. After the wedding ceremony, someone else had entered the bridal chamber on his behalf. This feeling made the Immortal Court Heavenly Lord feel depressed, and he couldn't bring himself to be happy. On the other hand, Yang Zhaoge was very happy. After getting rid of his pursuers, he turned his head without saying anything. He smiled and handed the multicolored chi to the Kuei Wood Wolf. The Kuei Wood Wolf swept away the multicolored chi and settled the 100 flowers' bashfulness properly. Then, he looked at Yang Zhaoge. After a moment of silence, he cupped his hands. "Thank you, young Heavenly Lord. You don't have to be so polite, yellow-robed great sage." Yang Zhaoge said, "This Yang doesn't deserve your favor. I don't like the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's way of doing things, so I stopped him. However, if he didn't want to pluck your wife, and only wanted to kill her, I might not help your wife since she isn't related to me. The reason why I saved her was because I needed your help." After hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, the yellow-robed great sage wasn't surprised. "Young Heavenly Lord's words show your sincerity. No matter what the reason is, since you saved my family, if there's anything you need my help with, I'll do my best." I've heard that the yellow-robed great sage has a treasure known as the soul-killing jade. Is it still with you? Asked Yang Zhaoge. How do you know that I have the soul-killing jade, young Heavenly Lord? The Kuei Wood Wolf looked at Yang Zhaoge with a surprised expression. However, he was only surprised himself and didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he answered straightforwardly, "That's right. I do have it. If young Heavenly Lord wants it, I'll give it to you." Then, he touched his sleeve and took out a dark purple jade, handing it over to Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge received it and confirmed that it was the soul-killing jade that he had been searching for many years. He let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he was worried that the Kuei Wood Wolf wouldn't have any more stocks left, which would cause some problems. From the looks of it now, everything was settled smoothly. With that, Yu Yi's side was completely free of worries. Chapter 1674. After keeping the soul-killing jade, Yang Zhaoge looked at the Kuei Wood Wolf, asking, "Your wife has now already entered the Immortal Court's external Dao. I wonder what you intend to do next." When the Kuei Wood Wolf heard this, it immediately fell silent. He naturally didn't want to see the 100 flowers shamed into the outer path. No matter if it was the Immortal Court heretics, Buddhism heretics, or the blessed lands of the White Lotus, it was the same. Only, comparatively speaking, the blessed lands of the White Lotus were slightly better off. After all, the Kuei Wood Wolf was currently residing in the demon race, while the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race were allies. Both sides were on the same side. Moreover, as long as the Astro Mountain's starry sea held the upper hand and maintained a dominant position, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would not pose a problem to the Kuei Wood Wolf. The blessed lands of the White Lotus would not use this to deal with him. That was why he agreed to summon the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha to enlighten the 100 blossoms. But in the end, he killed the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. For the outer Dao, they couldn't afford to lose a Buddha that had ascended to the golden heavenly realm. The reason why the Immortal Court was suppressed by the blessed lands of the White Lotus for so many consecutive wars was due to Suo Mingjong and Yang Zhaoge killing a large number of Immortal Court heavenly lords. After checking 100 Blossom Shai's soul, Kuei Wood Wolf also knew that to a certain extent, Dingguang Joyous Buddha, whom he had found to purify 100 Blossom Shai, was actually the one who had been deceived. Hence, He killed the Dingguang joyous Buddha. Even if the demon race was stronger than the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Kuei-wood wolf was in the wrong. Of course, the Dingguang joyous Buddha's intention to pluck 100 flowers to shame made the Kuei-wood wolf somewhat reasonable. The final outcome would most likely be an argument between the two sides. In fact, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might even admit that they were unlucky. After all, compared to the entire alliance formed by the two sects, the Wood Wolf of Kuei, the great sage of the demon clan, had a higher status than the Dingguang joyous Buddha. He could still bring the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness back to the Astro Mountain's starry seas and mend his relationship with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He could also request other bigwig Buddhas from the blessed lands of the White Lotus to enlighten the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness once more, eliminating any future troubles from the Immortal Court. With his current situation, barring any major accidents, he wouldn't be forced to abandon the demon race and join the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court. Unless the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus couldn't resolve the issue of 100 Blossoms. However, if there was a way for 100 Blossom Shyness to leave the heretical path, Kuei-wood wolf certainly hoped that she could return to the orthodox path. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's question, the great demon's heart suddenly moved. He turned his head to look at Yang Zhaoge and asked straightforwardly, "Previously, I avoided meeting my Han family. Now, she's ignorant and entered the Immortal Court heretics, which greatly affected her future. It's too late for me to regret it. What's done can't be undone. How can I make up for it? If young Empyrean has a way, please don't be stingy. I will definitely repay you. The Immortal Court heretic Dao has caused great trouble to our Dao sect." Yang Zhaoge answered, "I, along with the other seniors and fellow Daoists, have all been carefully researching it these past few years, hoping to set things right." He paused for a moment before replying, "Now, although I have some gains, the gains are still limited. I can't say that I already have a method, so I can only explore." Hearing that Yang Zhaoge didn't dare to guarantee it, the Kuei-wood wolf instead believed his words to be true. But this also extinguished most of the fire of anticipation in the heart of the yellow-robed great sage. Gains are limited, which meant that he wasn't confident. Exploring meant that 100 Flowers' bashfulness was equivalent to an experimental subject. The Kuei-wood wolf sighed, "Please forgive me, young Heavenly Lord. If it's me, I'll just take the risk. However, I can't let her take the risk. It's understandable." Yang Zhaoge nodded and didn't force it. He only needed to finish his sentence, and it would be enough. After this incident, no matter if the Kuei-wood wolf stayed with the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, or turned to the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands, he would have to think twice and retreat when facing the orthodox Taoism. Who knew if he would beg Yang Zhaoge and the three clear lineage for the sake of 100 Flowers' bashfulness? Although Yang Zhaoge also felt a little regretful for losing a suitable experimental subject as a reference, he had unknowingly eliminated the threat of a demon race great sage for his Taoism's descendants. If that's the case, yellow-robed great sage, let's part ways here. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands. "Thank you, young Heavenly Lord. We shall meet again if fate allows it." The Kuei-wood wolf also politely bowed towards Yang Zhaoge. The two went their separate ways. Yang Zhaoge brought the soul-seen jade and returned to the Taoism heavens with the North Ocean clone. As they neared the Taoism heavens, a human silhouette appeared within the dark universe. It was Feng Yunsheng. "I got it." Yang Zhaoge opened his palm, revealing a dark purple jade within his palm. It quietly emitted a beautiful yet bizarre radiance. Feng Yunsheng glanced at it and felt as if a huge amount of souls were stored within the jade. The souls themselves emitted a sense of tranquility, purity, and clarity. However, the jade was filled with a baleful aura. While it seemed contradictory, it was harmonious and unified. Within the dark purple jade, it appeared exceptionally beautiful. It couldn't be any better. Feng Yunsheng let out a long sigh. "Let's hurry to the crimson radiance and young heaven. Senior apprentice sister, you has been waiting for too long." Yang Zhaoge nodded. "Yeah, let's go." The two went to the crimson radiance and young heaven and entered the roving jade heavens. After receiving the news, Long Xingquan, Gao Shuebua, and the others were naturally overjoyed. They came out to welcome Yang Zhaoge and the others, bringing them to Yu Yi's resting place. Even Gao Qingxian, who was in seclusion, was alerted and exited seclusion in advance for her granddaughter. The group gathered within Yu Yi's room. Yang Zhaoge retrieved the soul scene jade, blood cord stone marrow, spirit ocean's essence, and other treasures. Then, he set up a formation. After the formation was set up, Yang Zhaoge inspected it and sent the currently unconscious Yu Yi into the formation. Within the formation, rays of radiance surged and enveloped Yu Yi's body. The formation patterns and talismans seemed to have condensed into materialized symbols and diagrams, which were engraved within the void. They automatically formed circles of light that were hard for ordinary people to understand. The ribbon-like streams of light started surrounding Yu Yi's body. During this process, the dark red liquid that resembled a rock on the outside, but contained deep blood marrow-like dark red liquid within rose into the air. It enveloped Yu Yi's entire body and seeped into her skin through her pores. The dark purple soul scene jade transformed into a ray of purple radiance and slowly sunk into Yu Yi's Niwen palace. Under the formation's influence, the spirit ocean's essence silently shattered. Then, it turned into wisps of white smoke and was absorbed into Yu Yi's body through her breathing. After being processed by Yang Zhaoge's formation, the other treasures were also absorbed by Yu Yi's body at the same time. The ribbon-like streams of light continuously revolved. In the end, when the other treasures were refined and gradually absorbed by Yu Yi, the revolving speed of the streams of light slowed down. They gradually transformed into specks of light dust and were absorbed into Yu Yi's body. Chapter 1675. After everything was successfully absorbed by Yu Yi, Yang Zhaoge nodded towards Gao Qingxian. Gao Qingxuan's expression was filled with excitement. She took a deep breath, extended her hand, and tapped on Yu Yi's forehead with her index finger. Being stimulated by the sword intent of the same lineage, Yu Yi's body trembled slightly. Then, Yu Yi, who seemed to have been in slumber for many years, slowly opened her eyes. After the initial haziness, her gaze suddenly turned sharp and vigilant. Killing intent even overflowed from her. Yang Zhaoge knew that before Yu Yi lost her consciousness, she and Nai Jingshan were being pursued by Zhong Buxu and the heretics. They were engaged in a life-and-death battle. Now that she had just woken up, her consciousness and memories were still stuck at the moment of life and death. As expected, when she saw the appearances of Yang Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others, the killing intent within her gaze dissipated, and she regained her calmness. Yu Yi was a little happy, but also a little confused. Grandfather, grandmother, junior apprentice brother Yang, uncle, you're here. She subconsciously looked around. Jingshan, where's Jingshan now? How is he? Due to her safe awakening, Yang Zhaoge and the others let out a sigh of relief, and joy appeared on their faces. However, after hearing Yu Yi's question, everyone remained silent. Jingshan, he. Yu Yi held her breath and stared at Yang Zhaoge and the others with her clear eyes. Little Yi, Jingshan, is still alive, said Long Xingquan softly after remaining silent for a while. Yang Zhaoge silently turned around and left the cave manor. Yu Yi's voice resounded from behind, is he all right? Although she seemed a little slow-witted, she sharply noticed Long Xingquan's words. He's still alive. Even if he's not, he's still fine. Jingshan is currently in the 9 underworlds. Long Xingquan sighed and explained everything to Yu Yi. He told her that she had been slumbering for nearly 200 years. He told her everything that happened after she lost her consciousness. Yang Zhaoge didn't know how Long Xingquan described it. He had already exited the cave manor and stood by the green duckweed mountain's mountain ridge, silently looking at the desolate world. Feng Yunsheng followed him out and stood beside him. She asked softly, is there any way to let senior sister Yu and senior brother Nai meet again? Even if you are willing to suffer, the 9 underworlds might not be willing. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Currently, the orthodox Taoism had already stood openly in this world. They could stand on equal footing with the Western Pure Lands, 9 underworlds, and other forces. Strictly speaking, they were in a slightly better situation than the demons of the Netherworld. After all, 9 Nether was the public enemy. The reason why there was still room for maneuver was because the big shots of the other families had other plans. This time, in the fight for the Buddha's Ara, the demon race invited the 9 underworlds to assist them. With the help of the seawater of the 9 underworlds' demon sea, they were able to destroy the Western Pure Land's Green Lotus flag. If the demon race could cooperate with the 9 underworlds, or rather, trade with each other for what they needed, then theoretically speaking, Yang Zhaoge and the others of Taoism would naturally be able to do the same. The premise was that both sides could take out a bargaining chip that interested the other. To the devils of the 9 underworlds, Feng Yunsheng was probably the one they coveted the Tao sect the most. If Feng Yunsheng joined the devilish Tao, it would naturally be the 9 underworlds' happiest. When Yang Zhaoge said that Feng Yunsheng would be wronged, he naturally wasn't referring to watching her join the devilish Tao. Instead, it might harm the authority she inherited from the doomsday heavenly devil. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. This might also contain a chance for Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others to further infiltrate the 9 underworlds and figure out their next move. Regarding this, the 9 underworlds would naturally have to be wary of Yang Zhaoge and the others secretly harboring malicious intentions. In fact, if they really wanted to make such a deal, Yang Zhaoge and the others would definitely not let go of the chance. Only, they would have to bear some risks. That was another kind of game, competition, and competition. The 9 underworlds might not be willing to take such a risk. If they don't dare to, it might not only be because they're afraid that I'll see through them. It might also be because senior apprentice brother Nai's condition is truly unstable. They're afraid that senior apprentice brother Nai would come into contact with senior apprentice sister Yu and affect senior apprentice brother Nai. Feng Yunsheng said, "We can propose a deal to test their attitude." Yang Zhaoge nodded, "It's worth a try. Still, to be safe, let's take a look at senior apprentice sister Yu's situation first." He sighed, "I hope that senior apprentice sister Yu won't blame herself for senior apprentice brother Nai's matter. If such thoughts run too deep and cannot be resolved, we should instead try our best to prevent her from coming into contact with the devilish Tao." It was not just desire, greed, viciousness, hatred, and other evil thoughts. Overly stubborn thoughts, if they continued to deepen, could also form devilish thoughts, ultimately leading one to fall to the dark side. Generally speaking, those with high cultivation bases would have stable mental states and firm wills. However, conversely, they could also be said to be more stubborn and persistent. Once a certain belief was formed, it would be harder for it to be shaken. It was not that people could not have stubborn thoughts or evil thoughts. However, the control of one's limits had always been a test. Heart devils existed everywhere. Theoretically speaking, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation base. At most, it was just a matter of probability. Otherwise, traveling monk Sun's heart devil would not have manifested in the form of the 6-eared macaque whose cultivation base was the same as his, while the yellow dragon cultivated deity had fallen to the dark side and become the yellow dragon devil lord. Such negative examples were too numerous to enumerate. Of course, there were also positive examples. To a certain extent, the 3 clear lineage successors who had experienced the darkest era after the Great Calamity could still maintain their hearts despite facing such a difficult and despairing environment. They could all be considered as positive examples. They were once glorious, but had fallen to the bottom of the abyss. Under such a huge drop, negative emotions such as self-pity, resentment, hatred, numbness, and despair would easily arise. In fact, there were indeed many people who had fallen to the devilish Tao and became a part of the 9 underworlds. "I believe that senior apprentice sister Yu wouldn't," said Feng Yunsheng. Yang Zhaoge nodded, "Indeed. In the end, that Buddha's arrow still fell into the hands of the demon race." Feng Yunsheng changed the topic. Mahamayuri might very well help the demon race after this. When Yang Zhaoge went to look for the Kuei Wood Wolf, the fight for the Buddha's arrow finally came to an end. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles made use of his speed advantage to avoid the battle and successfully escaped back to the Astro Mountain's starry seas before Mahamayuri could capture him. Mahamayuri could only stop helplessly. No matter how unwilling he was, Kong Xian had no way of snatching the Buddha's arrow in front of the Eastern monarch Tai. Unless he had clearly pledged his allegiance to the demon race, which was far more thorough than his allegiance to the Western Pure Lands, only then would the Eastern monarch Tai give him the Buddha's arrow. Now that he didn't succeed, He could only wait for another chance in the future and continue being a super mercenary. Chapter 1676. Currently, many forces were fighting against each other, and the situation was chaotic and ever-changing. This gave Kong Xian a chance to act. Under most circumstances, as the number one person below the Tao realm, Mahamayuri had the capability to benefit from both sides. However, it's getting harder and harder for him. Yang Zhaoge said, the demon race obtained a Buddha's aura. If they intend to control Mahamayuri, it might not be that aura. He looked at Feng Yunsheng and slowly said, if I'm not wrong, the price Mahamayuri paid for helping the Western Pure Lands twice was 2 Buddha's aura. In other words, Mahamayuri has at least 2 Buddha's aura in his possession. Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. If the Elder Lord's information is true, there should be a total of 5 Buddha's aura. Feng Yunsheng understood and said, other than the 2 Buddha's aura that the Western Pure Lands offered, we don't know if Mahamayuri had any other Buddha's aura. Yes. Other than the 2 Buddha's aura and the one obtained by the demon race, there are still 2 Buddha's aura missing. Yang Zhaoge answered, if these 2 Buddha's aura were already in Mahamayuri's possession, the one obtained by the demon race would be the 5th Buddha's aura. It's also the only Buddha's aura that hasn't been obtained by Mahamayuri. With that, the Eastern Emperor Tai, Tao Lord Lu Ya, and the other demon race bigwigs would forcefully occupy this Buddha's aura. The value of this Buddha's aura would skyrocket, and it wouldn't be something that Mahamayuri could exchange for just 1 Buddha's aura. Putting aside the Eastern Emperor Tai, Tao Lord Lu Ya would definitely hold onto the Buddha's aura tightly and wouldn't exchange it for Mahamayuri no matter what. Otherwise, he would have to face an extremely strong opponent like Mahamayuri in his path of ascending to the Tao realm. Currently, no one could confirm the opportunity that Kong Xian needed to ascend to the Tao realm. However, the upcoming situation that originated from the 9 underworlds was extremely important to all of the grand heavenly immortals who were preparing to ascend to the Tao realm. No matter how the 9 underworlds changed, whether it changed for the better or for the worse, the objective foundation was there. For such a huge existence to undergo a huge change, it was a great tribulation that was hard to come by in 10,000 years, a great opportunity. If he wanted to break through to the Tao realm, he had to take this hurdle seriously. The fewer the competitors, the greater his chances. He believed that apart from Tao Lord Lu Ya, Dipankara Ancient Buddha, Great Daoist Master Shendu, and the others would not be happy to see Mahamayuri gather all 5 relics. But there is a problem here. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temple. Lu Ya, or should I say, the Buddha's aura that the demon race currently possesses, is it the last one for Mahamayuri? He and Feng Yunsheng looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Whether it was the last one or not would make a huge difference. Unfortunately, the Tao sect's direct disciples were unable to confirm the correct answer to this question. This raised another question. Did Tao Lord Lu Ya and the others know where the relics were? Did they know how many relics Mahamayuri had in his possession? This would determine what they would do with the relic. With the last relic in hand, it was actually a very delicate situation. In order to block Kong Xian's path, it was almost impossible for anyone to allow Kong Xian to gather enough relics. This relic was extremely important to Kong Xian. If Kong Xian could obtain it, he would have the confidence to demand a high price from him and even do whatever he wanted. However, Mahamayuri knew his own limitations. He knew that no one wanted him to gather enough relics. The chance of obtaining the last relic through trading was so low that it was almost negligible. If that was the case, Mahamayuri might even resort to robbing. The person who possessed the last relic might become his target instead. If he could destroy the last relic, Kong Xian's hopes would be completely cut off. Only, that relic was left behind by the Gautama Buddha who had already transcended. Not to mention whether it could be destroyed, even if it could, it was hard to say whether it would lead to an unpredictable outcome. Moreover, if that happened, Kong Xian would be completely enmity with him. As such, the last relic was of little value. If it wasn't for the last relic, it would be much easier for the demon race to deal with it. Only, how to confirm how many relics Kong Xian had in his possession was a problem. This was also the reason why Yang Zhaoge was having a headache. Who Mahamayuri would help, at present, was something that the people of Taoism had no choice but to consider when formulating a plan. From the looks of it, one of the two relics that the Dipankara Buddha traded with Mahamayuri came from the Tushuto Palace's elder lord, and the other might be obtained when he left the central blessed lands of Soha. It might also be from the western pure lands Amitabha Buddha. In the past, Ananda brought one out from the central blessed lands of Soha, which was the one that landed in the demon race's hands. Yang Zhaoge counted with his fingers. I suspect that the blessed lands of the White Lotus future Buddha, as the Gautama Buddha or Daoist Junti's intended successor, might have one in his possession. If you're right, there's still one missing, said Feng Yunxing with a frown. Yang Zhaoge let out a long sigh. If the Dipankara Buddha brought one away from the central blessed lands of Soha, the western pure lands Amitabha Buddha might have another. If the first relic that the Dipankara Buddha traded with Mahamayuri came from the Amitabha Buddha, I can't guess where the last relic is. Yang Zhaoge smiled bitterly. If Mahamayuri already possessed one relic, things would be much simpler. If that's the case, he would have at least 3 relics in his possession. Feng Yunxing asked, if your initial guess is correct, the remaining 2 relics are in the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus respectively. Yang Zhaoge slapped his forehead. I'm afraid that only the person involved would know. After discussing for a while, the two suddenly turned around. Long Xueji walked out. As time passed, Long Xueji had already surpassed the pure profound tribulation and achieved the duo qis fused aura, achieving the tranquil profound immortal body. It wasn't easy for sword cultivators to improve. Long Xueji's speed was already shocking. Senior apprentice Uncle Long, how's senior apprentice sister Yu? Asked Yang Zhaoge. Long Xueji said slowly, she's a strong child to begin with. However, on the surface, she's calmer than we expected. However, at this point, he paused for a moment. Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing frowned. On the surface, remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1677. Although she usually seemed a little slow, Yu Yi's willpower wasn't weak. Just as Long Xueji, who watched her grow up, had said, she was much stronger than most people. However, on the other hand, being strong and resolute sometimes meant stubbornness and stubbornness. Being strong and stubbornness were naturally different. However, under certain circumstances, the boundary between the two might be blurred. Although Yu Yi's personality was calm and casual in her daily life, she had always been firm and unyielding when it came to learning martial arts and practicing the sword. She was able to endure loneliness, and was able to endure hardship. She didn't care about many things. However, whenever she did, her heart would always be deeper than others. For example, she possessed the heaven-containing purified soul. Although she seemed to be daydreaming, she would be extremely focused when practicing martial arts. As such, the calmer she appeared, the more worried Long Xueji, Yang Zhaoge, and Feng Yunxing were. With Yu Yi's personality, it would only signify intense waves within her heart. Let's go take a look. Yang Zhaoge sighed. Long Xueji nodded silently and brought Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing back to the cave manor. Currently, Yu Yi was sitting quietly. She asked Gao Qingxian, grandmother, is the Divine Mother currently in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation? That's right. Gao Qingxian answered, the Divine Mother and Cloudy Sky Queen have been taking turns in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation, in exchange for our Taoism's freedom. Yu Yi nodded slightly. When she saw Yang Zhaoge and the others walking in, she said, Junior apprentice brother Yang, thank you for helping me all these years. Don't be so courteous, senior apprentice sister Yu, said Yang Zhaoge softly. Yu Yi looked at him. Grandfather and grandmother have just told me about what happened during these years. They mentioned junior apprentice brother Yang and Yunxing. Previously, did you too? As she said that, ripples finally appeared within her originally calm gaze. Yes, we met senior apprentice brother Nai. Yang Zhaoge remained silent for a while. However, he still nodded. I've heard from grandfather about how his earlier heaven nascent form would affect his transformation into an extinct devil. Yu Yi's voice was very soft. How does he look like now? It's hard to tell. Yang Zhaoge explained, with the primordial heart devil and other great devils around, even if there's something special about it, it wouldn't easily reveal itself. He looked at Yu Yi, then at Long Xingquan, Gao Qingxian, Long Xueji, Gao Xuebua, and the others. He pondered and said, "Actually, I was just talking to Yunsheng about how we could interact with the 9 underworlds and probe them." Oh! Yu Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. The expressions of Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others immediately turned solemn. While observing Yu Yi, Yang Zhaoge briefly discussed his plans. Finally, he looked into Yu Yi's bright eyes and said softly, "Even for you, senior apprentice sister Yu, you'll have to take some risks. If you really come into contact with him, you'll be facing a grand heavenly realm devil lord." The so-called risk did not mean that Nai Jingshan might hurt her. Instead, she might face the bewitchment of a demon sovereign. The slightest flaw in her mind might be magnified. "I understand." Yu Yi took a deep breath and slowly said, "If I'm not prepared, I won't go." She turned her head and looked at Feng Yunsheng. "Only, I feel bad asking Yunsheng to bear the risk for me." "Don't worry, senior apprentice sister Yu." Feng Yunsheng smiled. "Between the 9 underworlds and me, it's still uncertain who's riskier. Instead, the other party might not agree to it." Yu Yi let out a long sigh and closed her eyes, calming her emotions. "Once you're prepared, we'll contact the 9 underworlds." Yang Zhaoge nodded and said. The other party had just woken up. After receiving so much information, she needed time to analyze it. Yang Zhaoge then took his leave. Long Xingquan, Gao Xuebua, and Long Xueji left with Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, leaving only Gao Qingxian to look after her granddaughter. After exiting, they looked at each other and let out a sigh. Although senior apprentice sister Yu is willing, I, Yang Zhaoge, only hope that senior apprentice brother Nai can repent. I might have acted rashly, so please forgive me. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands. His words were mainly meant for Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji. To Yang Zhaoge, Yu Yi, and the others, Nai Jingshan might hold a different meaning. However, to the roving Jade Heaven's Jade Clear lineage, he was an outstanding Jade Clear successor. No matter what, Yu Yi was still their blood relative. Nai Jingshan saved Yu Yi and fell into darkness to save her. Naturally, Gao Qingxian and the others would be grateful for this. It wasn't a problem for them to return the favor. However, they wouldn't be willing to risk their lives to return the favor after saving Yu Yi. Nai Jingshan and Long Xingquan could be considered as fellow disciples. However, Gao Qingxian and her son weren't on the same level. Not to mention, there was still the matter regarding the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. Only, due to Nai Jingshan and Yu Yi, the relationship between them became even messier. "What are you saying, Zhaoge? We're all responsible for little friend Nai's matter." Gao Xuebua sighed and said, "Now, we can only hope for the best." Yang Zhaoge nodded silently. After bidding farewell to Long Xingquan and the others, they left the roving Jade Heavens, leaving Crimson Brightness and Young Heaven. The couple headed towards the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven. There, Suo Mingjong was still purifying the Green Lotus flag. Most of the impurities on the flag had already been cleansed, and it was about to regain its luster. However, the last bit of impurities remained, the more stubborn they were. If they wanted to cleanse it completely, they would have to spend more time and effort. Yang Zhaoge wasn't in a hurry. He chatted with Suo Mingjong about his plans to deal with the 9 underworlds. Although he didn't plan on using brute force, Taoism would have to request Suo Mingjong's help if they were to fight against the 9 underworlds. Suo Mingjong's suppression towards the Wood Devil, also known as the Shadow Devil, was at its pinnacle. In the past, when Suo Mingjong had just ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm, the Shadow Devil could only flee. Facing the current Suo Mingjong, the Shadow Devil wasn't any different from a Grand Virtual Realm Devil Monarch. If Suo Mingjong didn't make a move, and the Immortal Extermination Formation didn't slash down, other Taoism bigwigs wouldn't be able to do anything to the Shadow Devil. After all, the legend of this great devil becoming stronger upon encountering strong opponents wasn't a lie. In the past, he had even transformed into the head of Taoism's 4 Imperials, the Purple Tenuity Emperor. Moreover, he wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting against the Purple Tenuity Emperor. However, if he encountered an opponent that could restrain his transformation, the Shadow Devil would be in an extremely awkward situation. After hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Suo Mingjong agreed without any objections. After bidding farewell to Suo Mingjong, Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing left the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven and headed towards another universe, the Everlasting Cloud Vow. Yang Zhaoge used another sea calming pearl to establish a universe. Chapter 1678. 100 years ago, during the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation, 6 of the 24 sea calming pearls in the ancient Dipankara Buddha's hands were lost. They were obtained by a group of Taoism heavenly lords. With these 6 sea calming pearls as the foundation, everyone established the Taoism heavens together. Among them were Suo Mingjong's Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven, the Incongruence Divine Mother's Crimson Brightness and Yang Heaven, the North Star Emperor's Grand Sovereign Huangxing Heaven, and the Cloudless River Heaven opened by the Fairy Cloud Sky. There were also Yang Zhaoge's Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven. The 6 heavens stood side by side and established the foundation of Taoism's revival. Other than Suo Mingjong's Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven and Yang Zhaoge's newly established Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven, the other 4 heavens had many people living there. When the Taoism heavenly lords established their new cave manor, they also used it as the foundation to nurture the new generation of Taoism. Other than Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, Crimson Brightness, and Yang Heaven, the North Star Emperor's Grand Sovereign Huangxing Heaven and the Cloudless River Heaven opened by the Fairy Cloud Sky were only at the initial scale. However, to the Taoism people, the external environment was relatively stable and safe. As time passed, the various heavens would become more prosperous. Yang Zhaoge had his own plans and thoughts regarding the Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven. However, he had to wait for a while and delay the original plan. After true deity Tai brought Neza back, Yang Zhaoge settled him in the newly established and temporarily empty Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven. In this relatively stable environment, true deity Tai constantly tried to refine Neza's vicious nature. This was a relatively long process, and he couldn't rush it. Yang Zhaoge entered the Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven and checked on Neza's situation again. Overall, the situation was not bad. Under true deity Tai's efforts, Neza's vicious aura was constantly being eliminated. The day of recovery was just around the corner. We still have to be wary of the primordial heart devil. After hearing true deity Tai's words, Yang Zhaoge said solemnly, among the 6 extinct devils, the primordial heart devil is the most difficult to deal with. Yang Zhaoge didn't take true deity Tai's warning seriously. Long before the Great Calamity, the Taoism bigwigs, the Tai spiritual master included, especially the Jade Clear lineage's direct lineage experts, had once fought a great battle against the 9 underworlds. Although the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon didn't participate in that battle, the 9 underworld demonic Tao sent a large number of top-notch experts to fight. At that time, the primordial heart devil, who was uninjured and in peak condition, would also be included. The strength of the primordial heart devil wasn't mainly reflected in its frontal combat ability. Instead, it was because he was practically all-pervasive. At every moment, he was prying into the hearts of all living beings, and it was impossible to guard against him. Under his management, the 9 Nether diverted her attention to guard against the opponents of the other factions while fighting with perfected Tai and the other mighty figures of the Tao sect. Furthermore, because it was both real and illusory, most of the techniques in the world could not truly harm the primordial heart devil. In that battle back then, if Yun Zhongzi, who had mastered the origin heavenly scripture, had not participated in the battle, the people of the Tao sect might not have been able to severely injure the primordial heart devil. Even so, it cost Yun Zhongzi his life. However, the primordial heart devil was still alive today. Although he had appeared a few times, and his injuries didn't seem to have fully recovered, the primordial heart devil was the most cunning amongst the 9 underworld devils. He was the best at deceiving others. Yang Zhaoge and the others had to be careful. Who knew if that old devil had fully recovered? Several grand heavenly realm pinnacle experts were plotting against the 9 underworlds, while the 9 underworlds were also preparing for war. No one would neglect the existence of the primordial heart devil. The primordial heart devil doesn't matter. May the 3 altars of the ocean-gathering divinity recover as soon as possible. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the true deity Tai. The true deity Tai looked at Neza, who was enveloped by the 9 dragons' divine fire, and revealed a gratified expression. In a few more days, he should have recovered. He might even make it in time for your negotiation with the 9 underworlds. That's for the best. Yang Zhaoge nodded. After temporarily leaving the true deity Tai and Neza in the everlasting cloud vow heaven, Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng returned to the vermilion royal reed heaven. Everyone on the broad Creed Mountain let out a long sigh of relief after receiving the news of Yu Yi's awakening. It's good that senior apprentice sister Yu is fine. Ying Longtu, who had returned to the mountain earlier, smiled joyfully. She could have awakened long ago. Only, we didn't want her to leave any future troubles behind. That's why we used treasures like the soul-killing jade and blood-cord stone marrow. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Everyone has been working hard for the past few years. However, if it weren't for junior apprentice brother Ying, we might not have been able to welcome the true deity Tai and the 3 altars' great divinities back. Ying Longtu smiled. Senior apprentice sister Yu is blessed by the heavens. Congratulations on senior apprentice sister Yu's awakening. A one-eyed youth sighed. Only, it's a pity that senior apprentice brother Nai. This youth wore a black eye patch, which covered one of his eyes. His expression was firm. He was Yang Zhaoge's junior apprentice brother, Xie Guang, who was under Yang Di's tutelage. Like Ying Longtu, Xie Guang had already pushed open the immortal door, becoming the new Thunder Emperor. In the past 100 years, following Yuan Zhengfeng, Fang Zhen, Ying Longtu, Xikong Qing, and Xie Guang had pushed open the immortal door and ascended to the true immortal realm. Not long ago, the number 1 of the 4th generation of Broad Creed Mountain's descendants, Shi Jun, had successfully passed the immortal mortal tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm. Including Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, Feng Yunsheng, and Xu Fei, who had long since pushed open the immortal door, there were already a total of 10 people who had ascended to the immortal realm in just Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. They were hailed as the Broad Creed 10 Immortals by the outside world. This did not include the 3 leakless true immortals, Xue Chuqing, Huang Huting, and Yang Xiaoai, who were not part of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage but were closely related to Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Moreover, Broad Creed Mountain's own lineage had also accumulated talents over the years. A new generation of talents had also emerged, unceasingly accumulating their strength in preparation to challenge the immortal mortal tribulation. The desolate state of Taoism in the past had already become history. With Broad Creed Mountain at the lead, the new generation of Taoism entered a phase of rapid development, leading Taoism's resurgence. With Xie Guang's current cultivation, it was no longer difficult for him to heal his injured eye that year. However, due to some unknown considerations, he had still kept his injured eye until now. Although he had already stepped down from his position as the first seat of the disciplinary hall, and even his successor, Shi Jun, had already passed on his position to his new successor, Xie Guang's current prestige in Broad Creed Mountain's lineage had always been outstanding. His juniors were all in awe of him. However, towards Yang Zhaoge, he was still as respectful as before. He was also much more casual in front of Yang Zhaoge, and spoke in a straightforward manner, just like that reckless and impatient youth in the past. The situation regarding senior apprentice brother Nai's side is still hard to predict. We can only try our best for now. Yang Zhaoge said. After a while, I'll go to Jade Capital Crag again and meet senior apprentice Uncle Yu. Previously, when he returned, he had already met Yu Zhenbei regarding his encounter with Nai Jingshan. Now that he planned to contact the 9 underworlds, he naturally had to inform Yu Zhenbei about it. Chapter 1679. When Yang Zhaoge arrived at Jade Capital Crag this time, he first encountered an old acquaintance. Golden Court Mountain's Cao Jie's disciple, Shadow Mountain Sword King Long Hanhua, also happened to be a guest at Jade Capital Crag. Upon seeing Yang Zhaoge, Long Hanhua said happily, "I've received news that Yu Yi is finally fine." "That's right." Yang Zhaoge similarly nodded gratifyingly. Long Hanhua was Long Xueji's son, while Yu Yi's mother, Long Xuening, was his paternal aunt. He and Yu Yi were cousins. In the past, Long Hanhua had assumed the name of Lin Hanhua and returned to the world beyond worlds in place of his father Long Xueji and grandfather Long Xingquan, entering Cao Jie's lineage. Afterwards, his identity had been exposed and the enmity between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens had been rather deep as Long Hanhua had been forced to leave the world beyond worlds. Although Long Hanhua's family background was profound, He had always respected his master, Cao Jie, and Golden Court Mountain. As time passed and the situation changed, he was able to return to Cao Jie's tutelage. Over the years, Long Hanhua had been cultivating on Golden Court Mountain, only occasionally returning to Crimson Light and Yang Heaven to visit his relatives in roving Jade Heaven. Because of Long Xingchuan, Long Hanhua often visited the Jade Capital Crag when he was in the sky beyond heaven. He was on good terms with Wang Piyu and the others. Currently, Long Xingchuan had yet to push open the immortal door and was still in the mortal exalt realm. This was related to the fact that he had always been concealing his edge and nurturing his sword. From this aspect, the path he walked was completely different from his father, Long Xueji. Instead, he followed the path of his eldest uncle, Jiao Xuebua. His niece, Jiao Xuebua's granddaughter, Jiao Qing, was also similar. Long Hanhua's state of mind was very calm. He was neither arrogant nor rash, even though Golden Court Mountain had just produced a new true immortal emperor not long ago. Cao Jie's final disciple, Long Hanhua's junior apprentice brother, Tang Yonghao, who had once hailed from the Eight Extremities World's Sacred Sun clan, had painstakingly cultivated unceasingly, his radiance growing increasingly dazzling as he surpassed countless seniors of his generation, successfully pushing open the door to immortality. In the past few years, the Broad Creed Mountain was almost the only major power in the sky beyond skies. Following closely behind were Jade Capital Crag and ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Below them was Golden Court Mountain, which had two perfected immortals and stood out as one of the top powers. Recently, its reputation had even gradually overshadowed that of Jade Sky Peak's Cold Wave Monastery, which had been keeping a low profile for many years. While Long Hanhua seemed to have been surpassed by Tang Yonghao, those who were familiar with the Prime Clear lineage's Sheath Edge and Nurture Sword secret arts all knew that he was currently laying low for the sake of accumulating strength for the future. Speaking of Tang Yonghao, Yang Zhaoge thought of Meng Wan. Born of the Sacred Sun clan of the Eight Extremities world that year, Meng Wan had pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the immortal realm earlier than Tang Yonghao. Broad Creed Mountain's former nemesis in the lower worlds had now produced two immortal realm martial practitioners. Of course, it was ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain that made them who they were today. The Eight Extremities world's Sacred Sun clan had long since become history. Reopening its doors in the sky beyond skies, while its martial arts tradition was of the same lineage, it was more likely that it would be counted as another power. It was just that thinking of what had happened in the Eight Extremities world back then, Yang Zhaoge could not help but feel rather emotional. In the blink of an eye, over 200 years had passed. As time passed, the dust of history buried countless outstanding figures, but there were also many people who took advantage of the situation to rise up. The changes during this period were unpredictable, and now that they thought about it, it was naturally nostalgic. Did senior apprentice brother Long meet senior apprentice uncle Yu just now? Yang Zhaoge calmed his mind and asked Long Hanhua. Long Hanhua nodded. Senior apprentice uncle Yu is cultivating in seclusion. Zhaoge, just go and meet him. I still have some matters to attend to in the Golden Court Mountain, so I'll be heading back first. Yang Zhaoge bade farewell to him and greeted Wang Piyu and the other Jade Capital Crag's disciples. He was extremely familiar with the Jade Capital Crag. Without needing Wang Piyu and the others to bring him, he could go and meet Yu Zhenbei by himself. After hearing Yang Zhaoge's intentions, Yu Zhenbei nodded. Thank you, Zhaoge, for contacting him. If it's possible, I hope to meet Jingshan again. That depends on the outcome of contacting the 9 underworlds. Yang Zhaoge paused for a while and said, it's even harder to predict senior apprentice brother Nai's side. I understand. Yu Zhenbei closed his eyes. Yang Zhaoge didn't say anything else and left. After returning to the Broad Creed Mountain, Yang Zhaoge continued cultivating while arranging the information transmitted from the outside world. Previously, regarding 100 Blossom Shyness matter, the Astro Mountain's Starry Seas demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhism heretics had some conflicts. Yang Zhaoge's understanding of the situation was limited. However, as time passed, the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus came to a compromise. 100 Blossom Shyness was enlightened by the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhism heretics and converted to the future Buddha. Her treasured lights imbued with faith power transformed into Buddha lights imbued with faith power, freeing her from the immortal court heretics. This time, the blessed lands of the White Lotus was prepared. They were wary of the peculiarities within Hundred Blossom Shyness Soul and didn't give the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly lord the chance to cause trouble. Although Hundred Blossom Shyness converted to the future Buddha, she didn't enter the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Instead, she was brought back to the demon race's Astro Mountain's starry sea by the Kuei Wood Wolf. Now that the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court were in a heated war, she didn't need to participate in it. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might be happy to see her converting to the future Buddha and entering the Astro Mountain's starry sea. As for how she would interact with the Kuei Wood Wolf without any memories, Yang Zhaoge didn't know. However, the Kuei Wood Wolf situation in the Astro Mountain's starry sea wouldn't be the same as before. The other demon race experts didn't understand how much he valued Hundred Blossom Shyness. For this woman, causing a series of troubles was undoubtedly something that others despised. After Hundred Blossom Shyness converted to the blessed lands of the White Lotus, she was brought to the Astro Mountain's starry sea by the Kuei Wood Wolf. Out of vigilance, the other great demons would naturally distance themselves from her. While the Astro Mountain's starry sea and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were in an alliance, they weren't as close as a family. The Kuei Wood Wolf might have expected this, or he might not have. As for how he felt about it, only he himself knew. In the following days, the yellow-robed great sage would return to his previous low-profile manner. At the very least, it would be like that for a period of time. Yang Zhaoge didn't mind it. The foreshadowing had already been done. No matter what the Kuei Wood Wolf planned to do next, he wouldn't make things difficult for the orthodox Taoism's successors. After some time, news came from the roving Jade Heavens. Yu Yi expressed that she was already mentally prepared and hoped to meet Nai Jingshan. As such, Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng went to the Crimson Light and Young Heaven to meet Yu Yi. After discussing with Jiao Qingxian and the others, Feng Yunsheng contacted the 9 underworlds. Feng Yunsheng's connection with the 9 underworlds had never been completely severed. Only, it had always been within her control. Normally, it would be isolated. Now that there was a need, as long as she relaxed some of her previous restraints, she could directly contact the 9 underworlds. The target of contact was the primordial heart devil. Out of Taoism's expectations, after a slight hesitation, the 9 underworlds' devilish Tao agreed to Yang Zhaoge's suggestion and agreed to contact the two sides. Chapter 1680. The price the Tao sect had to pay was that Feng Yunsheng had to take some risks. She would give up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority. This was not a bad thing for Feng Yunsheng. Currently, she had formed her own grand heavenly realm Tao of chaos and destruction, stabilizing her foundation. She had become even more refined after ascending to the grand heavenly realm, and her connection with the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority was still very close. However, she was no longer dependent on it. As long as she did not completely sever it and leave no traces behind, she would not be fundamentally affected. Giving up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority made her feel more at ease. What she really needed to be wary of was that in the process, she might face the further erosion of the demonic path by loosening the reins only to grasp them better. But on the other hand, Feng Yunsheng could also take advantage of this process to gain an opportunity to pry deeper into the 9 underworlds. As for who had gained more and who was the one who had truly taken advantage of the situation, it would only be known after the two parties truly fought. Therefore, although it was a bargaining chip proposed by the Tao sect, they were not only paying the price, but the 9 underworlds also had to take the risk, and the gains and losses were unpredictable. Unless the Great Freedom Sky Demon personally made a move. However, due to the existence of the Immortal Slaying Formation, everyone had a tacit understanding that they were not willing to let others take advantage of them. As such, the possibility of that happening was extremely low. In this way, the 9 Nether could not guarantee that she would gain more than she would lose from her contact with the other sects. Yang Zhaoge and the others had also been mentally prepared for the 9 underworlds' rejection of things that did not provide them with sufficient benefits. However, to his surprise, the primordial heart devil agreed after a brief consideration. This caused the hearts of Yang Zhaoge and the others to shiver slightly. If it wasn't a bluff, it meant that the situation on Nai Jingshan's side wasn't optimistic. That was why Nine Nether's side was so fearless. At least they had the confidence to ensure that nothing would go wrong on Nai Jingshan's side. At the same time, Feng Yunsheng's contact with the demonic path meant that the demonic path had something to rely on. Or in other words, even if he couldn't corrupt Feng Yunsheng, it was very important for him to take back a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority from Feng Yunsheng. Thinking of this, Yang Zhaoge immediately pressed down with his palm, indicating that Feng Yunsheng could slow down a little and not be anxious. If the other party had an urgent request, then they could demand an exorbitant price and have the opportunity to obtain even more. He first wrote in the air, leaving traces of light and shadow, white cloud boundary flag. Feng Yunsheng nodded. However, it was obvious that the primordial heart devil wouldn't agree to this condition. Although Nine Nether had a way to restrain treasures like the white cloud-bound flag and the green lotus flag, the white cloud-bound flag could come in handy against some opponents that they couldn't restrain. Yang Zhaoge didn't mind this at all. Opening his mouth wide like a lion, he had originally been unceasingly probing the other party's bottom line. He immediately changed his target. The water of the abyss of the 9 underworlds. This time, the primordial heart devil agreed without hesitation. The white cloud-bound flag was indeed afraid of the seawater of the 9 underworlds demon sea abyss. However, the orthodox Taoism had the incongruence Divine Mother who could dispel the white cloud-bound flag, so they did not lack the seawater. Now that they had it, they could use it to defend against other enemies. The Wuji apricot yellow flag was still missing. Although the descendants of the orthodox Taoism were doing their best to search for this treasure of the jade clear lineage, who knew if it had fallen into the hands of their enemies? At that time, their own people would be blocked by the Wuji apricot yellow flag and be helpless. That would be too ironic. With this transaction concluded, Yang Zhaoge did not stop as he indicated for Feng Yunsheng to continue probing. However, the 9 underworlds weren't willing to continue cutting their flesh. Yang Zhaoge and the others looked at each other. Then, they all nodded towards Feng Yunsheng. In the end, they still had to contend for the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority against Feng Yunsheng. Although they had to give up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority to the 9 underworlds, it would depend on both sides' capabilities. The current situation was no longer the same as before. The orthodox Taoism had enough confidence to face the 9 underworlds challenge. At most, everyone would just have to rely on their own capabilities. Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm as well. She set a date with the primordial heart devil. If that's the case, we'll meet again. Fellow Taoists, we'll meet again later, said the primordial heart devil quietly. After Feng Yunsheng severed the connection with the 9 underworlds, she looked towards the others. Contact Senior Suo and the incongruence Divine Mother. Let's make some preparations. Yang Zhaoge said, inform Daoist Yang and the others as well. Everyone nodded and went their separate ways. Yang Zhaoge held Feng Yunsheng's hand and looked into her eyes. Feng Yunsheng smiled and shook her head, indicating that she was fine. We still have to be wary of the vast freedom Heavenly Devil personally joining the fray. Although the possibility of that happening is extremely low, said Yang Zhaoge, if it isn't the vast freedom Heavenly Devil, it would most likely be the primordial heart devil or senior apprentice brother Nai. Feng Yunsheng blinked. Could it be senior apprentice brother Nai? That's why the 9 underworlds agreed so readily. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. If it really is senior apprentice brother Nai, I'll give the 9 underworlds a surprise. Still, I'm afraid that they won't do that. Oh. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows and turned to look at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge smiled. When I asked you to bid against them for the white cloud-bounded flag, it wasn't just a bid. Your goal was the seawater of the 9 underworlds' devilish sea abyss. Feng Yunsheng pondered. That's right. Yang Zhaoge nodded. Also, your true goal in wanting the seawater of the 9 underworlds' devilish sea abyss was not for the white cloud-bounded flag, the yin-yang apricot yellow flag or the green lotus flag, but for something else. Feng Yunsheng understood. You first asked for the white cloud-bounded flag and then the seawater. Not only was it a negotiation tactic, it was actually also to mislead the 9 underworlds devils, causing them to misjudge the purpose of the seawater you obtained? Yang Zhaoge nodded, smiling. Precisely so. Still, I don't know what you're up to this time. Feng Yunsheng shook her head, sighing. Still, this way, when we really meet, we'll have to first obtain the seawater of the 9 underworlds' devilish sea abyss. It's just that when we really get there and time is tight, will you be able to immediately put it to use? There's indeed not enough time for a greater use, needing time to prepare. Still, a small use can still be put to use on the spot. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Feng Yunsheng said, the 9 underworlds helped the demon race last time. There might be other powers interfering in this matter between us and the demon race. While it had been a prearranged deal, the smell of gunpowder in the transaction itself was rather sufficient. It was not impossible for it to turn into a full-blown war in the end. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Taoism and the 9 underworlds would not really start a war, giving other powers a chance to profit from it. However, the situation was ever-changing and the results hard to predict. Many things had to be guarded against. The 9 underworlds must have also benefited from the demon race that time, Yang Zhaoge muttered. It is most likely related to the devilish fire seed that Daoist Lu Yue possesses. Chapter 1681. At the end of the day, all the forces were plotting against the 9 underworlds. Sometimes, he tolerated 9 Nether for the sake of the future, and he would even take the initiative to make things easier for 9 Nether. Knowing that, 9 Nether also had her own plans, and everyone was making their own preparations. It was for the same reason that Feng Yunsheng had given up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority to the 9 underworlds. Otherwise, if all the forces joined forces to seal the 9 underworlds, even if they didn't besiege it, they could still turn the 9 underworlds into a pool of stagnant water. Previously, when they were fighting for the Buddha's Sarira, 9 Nether had suddenly helped the demon race. She must have obtained some benefits from the demon race. To be precise, this was also the demon race giving the 9 Nether some convenience. Of course, their ultimate goal was still for their own convenience. At the moment, everyone was taking what they needed from the transaction. The demon race could gain some benefits immediately, but on a deeper level, they were still planning for a longer period of time. What Yang Zhaoge and the others were doing now was somewhat similar to this. To a certain extent, the moment the 9 underworlds agreed to the trade, it was no longer a matter between Yu Yi and Nai Jingshan. Instead, it was a matter between the entire Taoism and the 9 underworlds. In fact, other forces might even be involved, which would affect the overall situation in the future. After the discussion, everyone began to contact their own people. The first person he contacted was the Incongruence Divine Mother, who was currently in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation. The Incongruence Divine Mother had no objections. She and the Immortal Extermination Formation fused with the void, as if they were hovering above the heavens. Previously, she had been paying more attention to the battle between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Now, she shifted her attention towards the 9 underworlds. The formless changes were hard for others to sense, but as a Tao Realm Almighty, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon would definitely sense it. Yang Jian also received the same notification. Although he did not return, he sent a message back saying that he would pay attention to the matter. Perhaps he wouldn't personally participate in the transaction and confrontation between the Tao sect and the 9 underworlds, but Yang Jian would naturally pay attention to the movements of the demon race, the Western Pure Land, and the other forces to prevent others from benefiting from it. The news was also sent to the great Daoist master Xian Du in the Tushitou Palace. The other party would also pay attention to it. On the other side, Suo Mingjong sealed the Great Peace Imperial Cliff Heaven and went out. Having come out this time, he had also brought the cleansed Green Lotus flag with him, returning it to Yang Zhaoge. While facing the 9 underworlds, the Green Lotus flag would most likely not be of much use. Yang Zhaoge still happily accepted such a precious treasure. After everyone finished packing up, Yang Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Yu Yi and Yu Zhenbei's calm expressions. Let's go. The group left the Tao heavens and traversed through the endless void. For Fang Zai and the others, they didn't need to look for him. It might be difficult for martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases to find it. However, Yang Zhaoge and the others soon arrived at the land of Tranquil Stream. With the cultivation bases of Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Suo Mingjong, it was not impossible for them to break through the 9 underworld's devilish qi that was corroding space. However, there was no need for them to do so now. Standing on the pitch-black territory, Yu Yi didn't appear to be daydreaming like she usually did. Instead, her expression was focused, and her eyes were brimming with vigor. On the contrary, as Yang Zhaoge surveyed the surrounding tranquil stream, his gaze was unfocused as if his mind was wandering. Feng Yunsheng concealed her aura. In the land of tranquil stream, she seemed to be like a fish in water, as if she had completely blended into the darkness, making it difficult for others to detect her. On the other hand, as Suo Mingjong stood there, he seemed to be the center of the cosmos. Even if he was in the land of tranquil stream filled with devilish qi, it was still a shocking sight. "You're taking a risk by coming here. Do you know that?" Suo Mingjong stood there calmly and suddenly asked Yu Yi. "I know." Yu Yi answered, "Zhaoge and the others warned me." She was the one and only cultivator of the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. As long as she was still alive, even if others obtained the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. If not, she wouldn't have been hunted by Zhongbuksu in the past. The chaos-extinguishing origin scripture's existence was also an eyesore to the 9 underworlds and the doomsday heavenly devil. Even if Yu Yi perished, Yang Zhaoge, the incongruence divine mother, Jiao Qingxian, and the others still possessed the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. However, due to Zhongbuksu perishing in the 9 underworlds, the 9 underworlds' devilish Tao also possessed this scripture. If they were to be careless, the 9 underworlds' devilish Tao might take the initiative and suppress the cultivator's cultivation to a lower level, which would make it easier to deal with them later. They had to guard against this. As such, Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng had warned Yu Yi from the very beginning. Other than Feng Yunsheng, Yu Yi was also bearing some risks in coming here. However, Yu Yi didn't stop because of this. Instead, she insisted on coming here. Far away, amidst the greasy and filthy dark tranquil stream, human silhouettes suddenly appeared. There weren't many of them, only 2. One was a tall youth with a cold expression, while the other was a benevolent old man with a leisurely expression. Their appearance caused Yang Zhaoge's gaze to focus once again. He was very familiar with both of them. Nai Jingshan and the primordial heart devil. The two's aura was calm, without any devilish intent. One was like a sheathed sword, while the other was like an ordinary old man that could be found anywhere in the mundane world. "Thank you for coming here." The primordial heart devil smiled warmly and cupped his hands towards Yang Zhaoge and the others. Yu Yi ignored the primordial heart devil and stared straight at Nai Jingshan. Nai Jingshan calmly looked over and stared at her. Yu Yi's lips moved, but no sound came out. Her gaze towards the man in front of her was filled with ripples. On the contrary, the calm-looking Nai Jingshan greeted first, "Long time no see. It seems like your injuries are completely healed. Congratulations." Hearing his indifferent tone, Yu Yi's breathing became stifled, and she became even more speechless. Nai Jingshan calmly looked towards Yu Zhenbei and nodded, "Long time no see. How are you?" After a brief silence, Yu Zhenbei slowly said, "I'm fine, but not you." "I'm fine as well." Nai Jingshan's expression remained calm. After saying that, he shut his mouth. He had always been cold and quiet, but he was mostly directed towards his enemies and outsiders. In Yu Yi's and Yu Zhenbei's eyes, they only felt that he was familiar, yet also unfamiliar. Chills filled their hearts. "May I know about our previous agreement?" asked the primordial heart devil with a smile. Yang Zhaoge was also looking at Nai Jingshan. He retracted his gaze and turned towards the primordial heart devil. He said plainly, "How about you express your sincerity first?" "Of course." The primordial heart devil nodded and pointed his finger forward. Streams of black water flowed across the skies of the land of tranquil stream, instantly transforming into a vast ocean. The ocean water wasn't as filthy as the tranquil stream. Although it was pitch black like ink, it looked clean and radiant, without any impurities. Chapter 1682. Although the water was clear and without any ripples, it originated from the 9 underworld's core, the devilish sea. It was the dirtiest thing under the heavens, surpassing even the surging blood river and the filthy soil. Treasures like the green lotus flag and the white cloud boundary flag excelled in defense. However, they couldn't withstand the seawater's contamination. Even the 9 underworld's devils didn't dare to approach the devilish sea's abyss. The seawater was right in front of them. To many people, using a container to store it was a serious problem. However, it wasn't a problem for Taoism's people. Suo Mingjong opened his palm, and specks of starlight shone on his palm. As the radiance expanded, it enveloped the black seawater. The primordial heart devil smiled and nodded, as expected of Daoist Suo's heaven culmination title. "You're flattering me," Suo Mingjong replied plainly. The primordial heart devil turned to look at Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. "Now, can we begin?" "Yunsheng." Yang Zhaoge looked towards Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng nodded and calmly looked at the primordial heart devil. On the other side, Yu Yi looked at Nai Jingshan with a face filled with worry. Although Yu Zhenbei's expression was solemn, his gaze was also fixated on the familiar figure. Nai Jingshan's face remained expressionless. He no longer looked at Yu Yi and Yu Zhenbei. Instead, he turned around and entered the darkness, disappearing into the depths of the tranquil stream. Seeing how he didn't have any reluctance to leave, Yu Yi opened her mouth, but no sound came out. A hint of pain appeared within Yu Zhenbei's gaze. Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng squinted their eyes. "Should we keep him here?" asked Suo Mingjong. He didn't care about the primordial heart devil's presence. "We can't," answered Yang Zhaoge softly as Nai Jingshan disappeared. If Nai Jingshan didn't stay, forcefully bringing him out of the 9 underworlds would be too difficult. After all, he was a grand heavenly immortal who was an extremely powerful extinct fiend sovereign with extraordinary strength. Moreover, the primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworlds' great devils were present. Even if the orthodox Taoism gathered all their experts, the vast freedom heavenly devil would still appear. At that time, even with the immortal extermination formation, both sides would suffer great losses, and the Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and the heretics would benefit from it. Most importantly, it was meaningless for both sides to suffer. Nai Jingshan would still not be able to return. Instead, Yang Zhaoge made a mental note of his current act of disappearing, as though he was deep in thought. "Let's talk when we get back." As Yang Zhaoge spoke, the North Ocean clone and Pan Pan simultaneously appeared by the side, bringing Yu Yi and Yu Zhenbei away from this place. The primordial heart devil was still smiling, as if he didn't mind Suo Mingjong's suggestion or Yang Zhaoge's actions. He only smiled and nodded towards Feng Yunsheng. "If that's the case, let's begin." As he spoke, colorful auspicious clouds appeared above the old man's head. A spot of black blossomed in the center of the auspicious clouds. It was evil and pure, like ink, and quickly spread out in the auspicious clouds. The auspicious clouds were instantly dyed black, but they were still emitting light. Gazing carefully, Yang Zhaoge and the others vaguely saw that a deep abyss was vaguely reflected within those black auspicious clouds. An oppressive and frenzied aura permeated the air. Even with Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Suo Mingjong's cultivation, they felt slightly agitated. As if the deepest abyss of the 9 underworlds' devilish sea had descended right in front of them. Within the depths of the devilish sea, 12 pillars vaguely appeared. They were scattered all over the place, and their arrangement wasn't orderly. Their heights and thicknesses were also different, as if there wasn't any pattern to them at all. However, different concepts were naturally contained within. They were profound and unfathomable, and went against the laws of the world. They formed their own style, and constantly clashed with each other. On top of the 12 pillars, some of them were empty, while some of them had silhouettes faintly discernible. On top of one of the empty pillars, a blood fog gradually arose. The blood fog was chaotic and blurry, making it hard to discern what was happening. However, the blood fog slowly floated and flew out of the black 9 underworld's devilish sea's abyss. It seeped out of the black auspicious clouds and materialized closer to Yang Zhaoge and the others. "Daoist Feng, please," said the primordial heart devil politely. Feng Yunsheng's expression didn't change. A chaotic abyss manifested above her head. It looked somewhat similar to the 9 underworlds' devilish sea's abyss and the primordial chaos before the world was split apart. The dark chaotic abyss expanded outwards, and its blurry boundary came in contact with the blood fog. A clear silhouette started forming. Feng Yunsheng's body trembled slightly. The originally dark and obscure chaos started becoming more and more concrete. In the end, it was like boiling water, constantly rumbling and boiling. Feng Yunsheng let out a long sigh. She shook her head towards Yang Zhaoge and Suo Mingjong, indicating that she was fine. On the other side, the black auspicious clouds above the primordial heart devil's head reflected the 9 underworlds' devilish seas pillar. There was nothing on top of the blood fog's origin pillar. However, from Yang Zhaoge's perspective, the pillar itself seemed to have undergone some changes. The pillar became even more obscure and dim. Within the pitch-black abyss, it became even more blurry, hollow, and hard to observe. As for the blood fog, it became denser and gloomier. It even gradually turned black. "You're asking for too much." Feng Yunsheng suddenly snorted coldly. As the chaotic abyss above her head surged, it gradually regained its calmness and became dark and unpredictable. However, the blood fog didn't seem to give up. It only sucked in the Luo Yuan formed by Feng Yunsheng's martial concept. "Daoist Feng, you're wrong. If we stop now, not only would we not gain anything, but we would also suffer a huge loss." The primordial heart devil was still smiling like a haggling vendor in a market. However, Yang Zhaoge and Suo Mingjong were aware of how dangerous the transaction was. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge difference. "Are you trying to force a trade?" Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It could be seen that when Feng Yunsheng returned a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority to the 9 underworlds, she had also gained something else from the 9 underworlds. That was why the primordial heart devil said that if they stopped now, not only would the 9 underworlds not gain anything, but they would also suffer a loss. Yang Zhaoge would naturally be happy to see the 9 underworlds suffer a loss. He immediately extended his hand and placed it on Feng Yunsheng's back. The blood fog existed between reality and illusion. It couldn't be severed externally. Feng Yunsheng would still be the one to compete. At this moment, Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's minds seemed to be connected. Following Feng Yunsheng's will, he seemed to have peeked into some of the 9 underworlds' profundities. At this moment, the 12 pillars seemed to be right in front of Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's eyes, yet also seemed to be separated by the horizon. Chapter 1683. The 12 pillars gradually became clearer, and faces seemed to appear within the blood fog. There were male and female faces, old and young faces. Most of them were unfamiliar to Yang Zhaoge. However, to Yang Zhaoge, who had been researching the 9 underworlds' devilish Tao for many years, he was unfamiliar with them because he had never interacted with them. However, he had seen images of some of their faces before. These people were all from the beginning of the primordial epoch, when the world was first formed. After experiencing the long years until now, each of them was a heavenly fiend god's body. Eventually, Yang Zhaoge's acquaintances appeared. Yin Shiyang, Chu Lily's father, Chu Heng, Chu Lily, Chen Xuanzong, and Shijun's mother, Ying Yuzhen. The last person that appeared in front of Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng was Nai Jingshan. However, unlike the others, Nai Jingshan's image gradually materialized and stood between the 12 pillars. Beside him, there was an even dimmer black shadow that stood shoulder to shoulder with him. As expected, the Wood Devil and the Devil of Aged Metal. Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng weren't surprised. The Doomsday Heavenly Devil hadn't truly been born yet. Naturally, other great devils had to arrange for him to fight against Feng Yunsheng. The Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil, who was a Dao ancestor, was wary of the other Dao ancestors and the Immortal Extermination Formation. As such, the one hosting the ritual against Feng Yunsheng would definitely be one of the 6 extinct devils. The Shadow Devil's situation was special, and he could only assist from the side. The main force was naturally Nai Jingshan. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng even felt like she was standing face to face with Nai Jingshan. The two were staring at each other. Within the 9 underworlds abyss sea, dark golden swordlights shot into the sky around Nai Jingshan's body. From its ordinary appearance, it instantly became sharp. The vigorous swordlights condensed. At this moment, they were infinitely compressed and lost their sharpness. However, they were still extremely solemn. From a certain perspective, It was similar to Feng Yunsheng's Luo Yuan. They were opponents. With the help of the shadow demon from the side, Feng Yunsheng also felt that she was alone when they worked together. Fortunately, Yang Zhaoge was facing this threat together with her. However, when Yang Zhaoge moved, the primordial heart devil also moved. This was the reason why Nai Jingshan and the shadow devil were the ones in charge of the ritual against Feng Yunsheng and not him, the leader of the 6 great extinct demons. You and your wife have always been straightforward people. Since we've agreed on an exchange beforehand, why are you being so hesitant now? The old man said with a smile. As he spoke, a 5-colored radiance appeared between his eyes. In almost an instant, Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Suo Mingjong all vaguely felt impatient, their minds becoming unstable. You must be joking. Of course, we have already agreed on a deal. However, exchanging for more and exchanging for less are 2 different things. If you want to forcefully buy and sell, aren't you being too greedy? Yang Zhaoge said mildly. Suo Mingjong snorted coldly and punched the primordial heart devil without saying anything. His fists and palms seemed to be moving together with the entire galaxy. They charged at the primordial heart devil in an overwhelming manner that spanned across the universe and the entire universe. The primordial heart devil smiled and didn't move. He didn't evade, nor did he resist. However, his figure seemed to have become illusory at this moment. He was isolated from everything in this world, and they didn't come into contact with each other. Suo Mingzhang's destructive majestic power lost its target and passed through the primordial heart devil's illusory figure. Suo Mingzhang's punch missed, and he immediately retracted his power. His palm seemed to have pierced through the primordial heart devil's chest and stopped there. The old man in front of him was still standing there with a smile on his face. His healed. Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's gaze flickered. The primordial heart devil's abilities were profound. He was neither alive nor dead, and he was everlasting and indestructible. Most existences in this world, including other grand heavenly realm experts, couldn't injure him. This great devil had countless clones, and he seemed to be everywhere. He didn't exist in space. Instead, he existed in every sentient lifeform's heart. Only, some could materialize, and some couldn't. However, nothing was absolute in this world. There would always be a minority that could truly injure the primordial heart devil. Especially when the primordial heart devil was gravely injured, he was even more vulnerable to attacks. Suo Mingzhang's supreme martial art, all-seeing heaven and earth, had already seen through the principles of illusory and real. During the transformation of illusory and real, even the primordial heart devil couldn't avoid his attacks. Unless the primordial heart devil's injuries were healed, and he returned to his peak state. This old devil was faking it. The smile on the primordial heart devil's face didn't diminish. However, the 5-colored radiance in his eyes gradually converged. It was no longer dazzling, and it was no longer colorful. The radiance in his eyes was like the usual sunlight. It was inconspicuous, but it was warm and natural. As soon as this gaze appeared, the pressure in Yang Zhaoge and the others' hearts skyrocketed. They were all perturbed, and distracting thoughts filled their minds. At this moment, Xiao Juanhuang's figure seemed to be flickering in front of Suo Mingzhang's eyes. As the two interacted with each other, the scenes of the past flashed through their minds. In the end, they parted without saying a word. Who knew that it would be an eternal farewell after this parting? When they met again, she was already gone. Only the Tsanghua divine tree that bloomed quietly was left in front of them, leaving behind only loneliness. Xiao Juanhuang's voice and smile on the Tsanghua divine tree before her death kept resounding in Suo Mingzhang's heart, lingering for a long time. In the end, the face that appeared in front of Suo Mingzhang was his expressionless self. The face that looked exactly the same as him looked at him calmly and asked, "She's no longer here, and you changed yourself for her. If so, why didn't you compromise back then? She's already dead. What's the point of doing this now? Is it just to make yourself feel better?" Feng Yunsheng's heart was also fluctuating. The memories of her life kept appearing in her mind. When she was young, her fate in the 8 extremities world fluctuated greatly. After arriving at the world beyond worlds, she went on a long journey and fell into the 9 underworlds. She narrowly escaped death. Although she was blessed after surviving the calamity, there were still hidden dangers under the blessings. She felt like she was treading on thin ice. Up until today, she was conscientious and diligent. She could be considered to have reached the peak. However, where was the path ahead? There was a face that looked exactly the same as her. With a calm expression, she asked, "Is this the life you want? Revitalize Taoism? That's the ambition of Yang Zhaoge or others. What's your ambition? Is your life's goal now to support your partner? Will you only live for others forever?" Yang Zhaoge didn't know what situation Suo Mingjong and Feng Yunsheng were in, but he guessed that they were in a similar situation. At this moment, he was in a trance, and the scene in front of him was also changing. Chapter 1684. Heavy traffic, high-rise buildings. In front of him was a world of concrete, and in his ears was the sound of cars honking. Yang Zhaoge looked at this scene quietly and narrowed his eyes. It wasn't the scene of the great calamity that he had been dreaming about. Instead, it was something buried deep in his memory, as if he had forgotten about it. It was too long ago. Previously, he would only think about the great sage equaling heavens, Erlang God Yang Jian, Third Prince Neza, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and other familiar names. However, he would only think about some myths, legends, documents, movies, and so on. He would only think about those things that were related to his current life. Most of the information that was not related to the current life would float to the surface of his heart, and then sink to the bottom of the sea in the next moment. It had been too long. Sometimes, Yang Zhaoge would subconsciously think that the experience he had in the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity was his own past. However, many things, although they had been settled for a while, they were still there, and had never been forgotten. Yang Zhaoge blinked his eyes and looked at the face in front of him that was exactly the same as his. "Have you ever suspected that everything in front of you isn't real?" The other person said calmly, "This world is similar to the legends in your memory, but also different. Have you ever thought about why? Could it be that this is just your own dream? Here, you have mixed your memories and diverged your thoughts, causing the legends in your memory to change? Or, everything in the past was just a dream? Zhuangsheng dreamt of a butterfly, Zhuangju dreamt of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamt of Zhuangju. Who is real and who is fake?" Before the voice finished, the scene in front of him suddenly began to shake. Tall buildings collapsed, the streets were distorted, and the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Everything was like a pile of sand, and began to disintegrate, turning into grains of fine sand. The other him in front of him disappeared. After a slight daze, Yang Zhaoge regained his senses, and the scene in front of him returned to normal, just like before. He was still standing beside Feng Yunsheng, with one hand on her back. Above Feng Yunsheng's head, a luo yuan condensed, and a blood mist lingered. The source of the blood mist was the old man standing in front of him. The black auspicious cloud above his head fluctuated, and the scene changed. In front of the old man stood Suo Mingjong. Suo Mingjong's palm was still inside the old man's chest. However, the current Suo Mingjong's entire body was emitting a faint radiance. The radiance condensed into numerous inscriptions. Under the arrangement of the inscriptions, they transformed into layers upon layers of barriers. As they enveloped Suo Mingjong, they also enveloped Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. The tall, short-haired man stared at the primordial heart devil coldly. The old man sighed, "Heaven interception, it lives up to its name." Suo Mingjong didn't say a word. His entire body was enveloped by a radiance that seemed to separate the world from the outside. It began to expand and move towards the surroundings. Wherever the barrier of light passed through, there would be faint streams of illusory light that were constantly being cut off, isolating the inside from the outside. At this moment, the primordial heart devil's body started to shake like water ripples. During this process, his dreamlike body that did not seem to belong to this world seemed to gradually become solid, allowing the people of this world to truly come into contact with him. Suo Mingjong's fist, which had penetrated into his chest, was still surging with endless starlight and blazing sun. At this moment, the old man frowned slightly as if he finally felt uncomfortable. He could feel the scorching heat from Suo Mingjong's fist, as well as the destructive power contained within. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The primordial heart devil sighed softly. His body gradually became transparent, as if it was about to disintegrate into a stream of light. However, Suo Mingjong clenched his fist tightly, as if it had turned into a bottomless black hole. Even light couldn't escape from it, and the primordial heart devil's current body didn't dissipate. The primordial heart devil's gaze flickered. His body seemed to have a watery glow, which seeped into Suo Mingjong's arm. Suo Mingjong let out a groan. The heaven interception scripture's profundities circulated, blocking the primordial heart devil's counterattack. The battle between the two wasn't like the battle between ordinary martial art practitioners. However, the intensity of the battle wasn't any weaker. In fact, it was even stronger. The primordial heart devil continued to attack Suo Mingjong's heart. As long as it broke through, the inside and outside would fuse together. Not only would it know what Suo Mingjong was thinking, it would also push Suo Mingjong into the abyss of the heart devil, making it hard for him to extricate himself. While Suo Mingjong was resisting the heart devil's attack, he was also restraining the primordial heart devil's marvelous ability. He forcefully dragged the primordial heart devil out from the illusion into the real world, and then heavily injured it. In the battle for the immortal extermination array, Suo Mingjong forcefully resisted the Dipankara ancient Buddha with the 24 Heavens Sea calming pearl and became famous again. However, because of his personal experience, the primordial heart devil had an opportunity to take advantage of. In fact, among the experts of the same level, the primordial heart devil was indeed a more difficult opponent for Suo Mingjong to deal with. A Zenith Heaven immortal's state of mind was naturally stable, and few could shake it. However, if someone had to be able to do it, it would be the primordial heart devil, the source of the world's inner demons. Especially the primordial heart devil, who had recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak state. Under the attack of the primordial heart devil at his peak state, even a Zenith Heaven realm expert could be broken in an extremely short time if there was a flaw in his state of mind. The primordial heart devil had always been known as the leader of the extinct demons, the #1 demon below the Tao realm. It wasn't just because he was immortal. However, the primordial heart devil was facing Suo Mingjong, whose heaven interception Tao was boundless, and it was difficult for the primordial heart devil to win. However, the primordial heart devil wasn't in a hurry. Although Suo Mingjong's heaven interception divine light was currently protecting Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, that moment of absent-mindedness was already sufficient for Nai Jingxian and the shadow devil to gain the upper hand. As the blood fog swept over, Feng Yunxing let out a groan. The chaotic abyss above her head trembled again, and its miraculousness dissipated like boiling water. Within the pitch-black auspicious clouds, within the dark sea of the abyss, among the 12 pillars, the pillar that represented the doomsday heavenly devil became more and more illusory, but also more and more ferocious. Feng Yunxing was disturbed by the primordial heart devil and lost the initiative, causing the situation to worsen. Even if she came back to her senses in time and wanted to stop it, she couldn't stop herself. The Luo Yuan above her head showed signs of disintegration, and the blood fog continued to spread towards her. From the looks of it, it seemed like it wanted to suck her into the 9 underworlds. Yang Zhaoge's palm was pressed against Feng Yunxing's back, and he naturally understood the changes in the situation. His other hand immediately started drawing in the void, and wrote numerous talismans. "Senior Suo." Yang Zhaoge called out softly. From Suo Mingjong's sleeve, a starlight automatically flew towards Yang Zhaoge. Chapter 1685. The cluster of starlight that flew out from Suo Mingjong's sleeve was currently enveloping the 9 underworld's devilish sea's abyss seawater. Yang Zhaoge had mentioned his plan to Suo Mingjong before, so Suo Mingjong was already prepared for it. Now, there was no need for Suo Mingjong to be distracted. When he kept the seawater, he had already made the necessary arrangements. Under Yang Zhaoge's command, the starlight enveloping the seawater flew out. The starlight landed in front of Yang Zhaoge. One of Yang Zhaoge's hands was still pressed against Feng Yunxing's back, while the other hand reached into the starlight. As the radiance circulated, it became slightly dimmer. Then, the pitch-black seawater flew out from within. The handwriting that Yang Zhaoge left behind by writing in the void now resembled a ravine. The seawater poured into it, filling up the empty space, forming a network of interconnected water veins. At this moment, all of these talismans had become completely pitch black like black jade, and they flickered with a clear and glossy sheen. Upon seeing this, the primordial heart devil frowned even more. He recalled the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual, which had never appeared before. It was a unique ritual created by Yang Zhaoge himself. In the past, the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual mainly targeted his heart devil. However, the primordial heart devil's injuries had yet to fully recover, so he didn't dare to make any big moves. Now that he had returned to his peak, the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual's effects became limited. As such, even if he knew that Yang Zhaoge possessed such a unique ritual, the primordial heart devil didn't care about it. However, this matter was still lingering in his mind. Through the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual, he could easily imagine if Yang Zhaoge had any other new things. 200 years had passed since then. While the primordial heart devil's injuries had healed, the ever-changing Yang Zhaoge might have even more changes. After noticing Yang Zhaoge's actions, the primordial heart devil secretly felt the talismans fused with the devilish abyss's seawater. He instantly noticed some profundities within. He wanted to stop Yang Zhaoge, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. Suo Mingjong was closing in on him. Under the effect of the heaven-severing scripture, he wanted to forcefully drag the primordial heart devil from the illusory realm into reality. The terrifying surging power was like a raging sea tide, crashing towards the primordial heart devil one after another. The primordial heart devil could only watch as the pure black talismans flew into the encompassing yuan above Feng Yunsheng's head under Yang Zhaoge's control. The bloody mist was still wreaking havoc, seeming illusory yet real. It was difficult to sever or erase. However, the dark cloud above the primordial heart devil's head suddenly trembled and began to roll. The dark clouds surged, becoming denser and denser, expanding more and more. However, they were also gradually losing control of themselves. Even Nai Jingshan, the shadow devil, and the others in the 9 underworlds felt the ritual becoming unstable and out of control. This sudden change, in turn, affected the blood mist that extended from the black cloud. It was as if the foundation of the pavilion had been shaken and it had become suspended in the air. Naturally, it would become unstable. Although the surface of the tranquil 9 underworld's demon sea was still as a statue without any ripples, there seemed to be undercurrents gradually surging within it. In the deep sea, between the 12 pillars, Nai Jingshan frowned as he watched everything that was happening in front of him. Suddenly, it was as if he had become the center of an undercurrent. Waves of energy pressed down on him. Then, something happened that surprised him. Feng Yunsheng's Luo Yuan seemed to directly pass through the blood mist and black clouds, the boundary between the real and the illusory, the layers of the void, and directly came into contact with the sword light that had condensed into a single point. When the two sides collided, the jet-black talismans also passed through and revolved around Nai Jingshan, causing him to be in a trance for a moment. The shadow devil beside him immediately felt something was wrong and exerted his strength to shake. Nai Jingshan let out a muffled groan as he stumbled backward to avoid the black talisman. The pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil's appearance started becoming clear again. It was no longer as profound as before, and its malevolent nature had also decreased. There were other great devils in the 9 underworlds helping them. At the same time, other devils came out from the 9 underworlds and intended to descend upon the land of the tranquil stream. Almost at the same time, in the boundless void outside of the land of the tranquil stream, many powerful auras also manifested. They were naturally the Taoism's people who were already prepared. The war between the two sides was about to erupt, and it could erupt at any time. In the land of the tranquil stream, the primordial heart devil also frowned. He shook his head and sighed, "What a great move you've made. It seems like we have to stop here today." His eyes flickered slightly, and the black auspicious clouds above his head started dissipating. The blood mist also became rootless duckweed and was about to disperse. However, while the devils retreated, Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng didn't. The encompassing yuan above Feng Yunsheng's head started expanding and shrouded the primordial heart devil's head. Moreover, it gathered the blood mist and black clouds so that they wouldn't dissipate immediately. Among the 12 pillars of the abyss sea, The pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil even started shaking slightly. Suo Mingjong also grabbed the primordial heart devil tightly and didn't give him any chance to retreat. Rays of radiance shone in all directions. Suo Mingjong continued exerting his strength, and the remaining might shook the land of the tranquil stream to the point that it started disintegrating. The gloomy filth kept fading away, and the desolate void was restored. Taoism kept pushing forward, forcing the 9 underworld's devils to retreat step by step. The void started opening, and one after another horrifying great devils appeared. They were about to take action. On the other side, the Taoism bigwigs started manifesting their silhouettes in the void and were about to descend. At this moment, within Feng Yunsheng's vision of the 9 underworld's abyss sea, a pitch-black ancient mirror suddenly appeared above one of the 12 pillars. As soon as the mirror appeared, the abyss sea instantly stabilized, and the powerful pressure was directed towards Feng Yunsheng's encompassing yuan. Devil ancestor, vast freedom heavenly devil. Yang Zhaoge also saw the pitch-black mirror. At the same time, faint golden radiances could be vaguely seen above the boundless void. Dense yellow smoke permeated the air, as if they had arrived above the 9 underworlds. The extremely ferocious evil qi was hidden within. Feng Yunsheng let out a long breath, and the encompassing yuan above her head dissipated. She let go of the primordial heart devil's black clouds and blood fog, completely cutting off the connection with the 9 underworlds. Within the 9 underworlds, the black ancient mirror didn't make any other movements and allowed Feng Yunsheng to retreat. At the same time, above the 9 underworlds, outside the void, the rumbling yellow dust and golden radiances also disappeared, and completely concealed within the void. The primordial heart devil wanted to leave, but Suo Mingjong didn't let him go. He forced the old devil to materialize from illusory, and he had no choice but to take a punch from Suo Mingjong. The other great devils went forward to receive the primordial heart devil, and retreated towards the 9 underworlds. I hope we can fight again. Suo Mingjong stared at the primordial heart devil with a cold gaze. The old devil coughed a few times, perhaps. He turned his head and looked at Yang Zhaoge deeply. The young heavenly lord is truly capable of making others look at you in a different light. There are only things that we can't think of, but there's nothing you can't do. Yang Zhaoge moved his palm away from Feng Yunsheng's back. He looked at the primordial heart devil and said, "Thank you for your praise. Although I admit that I'm not at that level yet, since you've said so, I'll continue to work hard." Chapter 1686. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's sarcastic words, the primordial heart devil wasn't angered. He only stared at Yang Zhaoge once again. Due to the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, he was prepared for Yang Zhaoge's sudden attack. He had been thinking about it for a long time and constantly perfected his own technique to prevent Yang Zhaoge from exploiting any loopholes. However, he didn't expect Yang Zhaoge to use the seawater that he had just obtained. Now that he thought about it, Yang Zhaoge's request for the 9 underworld's devilish sea's seawater wasn't to deal with the Wuji apricot yellow flag and other treasures. Instead, it was to deal with today. The primordial heart devil didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When they first met, he had personally given the 9 underworld's devilish sea's seawater to Yang Zhaoge and the others. In the end, it was akin to giving aid to the enemy, which helped Feng Yunsheng gain an advantage in the previous confrontation. Suo Mingjong even kept the seawater at the start, which served as a diversion. The primordial heart devil wasn't enraged. However, his gaze towards Yang Zhaoge became even more cautious. After his gaze swept past Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Suo Mingjong, the primordial heart devil led the other devils and disappeared within the darkness. Yang Zhaoge and the others didn't chase after them. Instead, they looked towards another direction. From afar, Buddha light and demonic qi were faintly discernible. Although they were wary of each other, most of their attention was placed on Taoism and the 9 underworlds. Seeing that Taoism and the 9 underworlds couldn't continue fighting, the Buddha light and demonic qi gradually dispersed. At the same time, the other Taoism heavenly immortal bigwigs also disappeared and stopped descending. As this concerned the overall situation, Yang Zhaoge and the others would naturally inform everyone about their gains. As a result, the space that had still been surging with winds and clouds a moment ago became empty at this moment, with only Yang Zhaoge and the other two remaining. The original land of Tranquil Stream was shattered and no longer existed. Yang Zhaoge looked towards Feng Yunsheng and Suo Mingjong. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Suo Mingjong raised his right hand, which was still tainted with a layer of watery radiance. The previously transparent and colorless watery light had now become multicolored and overflowing with light and color. However, under Suo Mingjong's circulation of the heaven-severing scripture, the colorful watery radiance gradually faded and finally disappeared. Feng Yunsheng closed her eyes and remained motionless as she stood stiffly in the void. Her face didn't show any strange or painful expression. It was more like she was in deep thought. After a long time, Feng Yunsheng opened her eyes and nodded to Yang Zhaoge and Suo Mingjong. "I'm fine too." After a brief pause, what she said next was earth-shattering. "Nine Nether wants to break the seal that suppresses the primordial heaven devil." "Oh!" Yang Zhaoge and Suo Mingjong both narrowed their eyes. Although it had been sealed during the immemorial epoch and had never reappeared, the existence of the primordial heavenly demon still made everyone wary. He was the true leader of the fiendish Tao, the source, the ancestor, the number one existence among the 12 devilish gods and fiends, the first ancestral fiend, the leader of all fiends. His original title should have been Primordial Demon. It was only after he was defeated by the Taoism's Jade Clear Grand Master, the primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginning, that he changed his name to Primordial Heavenly Devil. Even so, this number one Grand Master of the fiendish Tao was extremely powerful. Even after thousands of years, he was still feared and praised by everyone. Although he had been suppressed by the Primordial Heavenly Lord until now, it was mostly due to him being defeated in the battle for the title of Primordial Beginning. As the victor, the Primordial Heavenly Lord naturally suppressed the Primordial Heavenly Devil. Otherwise, as fellow Tao realm bigwigs, even if the victor could be determined, how could he be suppressed for so long? After the Primordial Heavenly Lord's transcendence, the difficulty of the Primordial Heavenly Devil regaining his freedom increased. Unlike the great sage equaling heavens who was suppressed by the Tathagata Buddha, everyone was wary of the Tathagata Buddha. With how important the Primordial Heavenly Devil was to the fiendish Tao, the 9 underworld's devils would naturally try to help him break the seal regardless of the consequences. Although the fiendish Tao was often suppressed, there was still the vast freedom Heavenly Devil. However, breaking the seal of the Primordial Heavenly Lord wasn't solely based on one's strength. There were other considerations as well. "I see." Yang Zhaoge let out a sigh. The reason why senior apprentice brother Nai entered the fiendish Tao wasn't because of the devil of aged metal, but the Primordial Heavenly Devil. Suo Mingjong raised his brows. "Earlier heaven nascent form?" Yang Zhaoge nodded. "The earlier heaven nascent form isn't inferior to later heaven. It's the beginning of all things, and it coincides with the primordial peerless form. As such, Nai Jingshan's path of comprehending the secrets of peerless infinity wouldn't be as rough as Yin Tianxia's. If Yin Tianxia or the others didn't have the jade clear primordial heavenly scripture's peerless heavenly scripture as their foundation, their path would become more and more difficult. The tranquil profound immortal might very well be their end. Cultivating the grand clear Tai fist or the prime clear chaos extinguishing origin scripture was another matter altogether. While the principles were the same, it was a different path, which was equivalent to changing one's foundation. Even if Nai Jingshan didn't have the peerless heavenly scripture, it wouldn't be as difficult for him to comprehend the jade illusory peerless infinity sword like others. While it was impossible for him to reach the Tao realm, he had hope of reaching the grand heavenly realm as long as he had the capabilities to do so. His path was correct and smooth. This was one of the miraculous aspects of his earlier heaven nascent form. This was the main reason why he was targeted by the 9 underworld. The physique suitable for the devil of aged metal's rebirth was merely incidental. This is the 9 underworld's true plan. Feng Yunsheng said faintly, "Not only is senior apprentice brother Nai a suitable physique for the devil of aged metal, but is also a suitable physique for the primordial heavenly devil. Nai Jingshan isn't the first person born with the earlier heaven nascent form. While this physique is extremely rare, it isn't unique in history." Suo Mingjong said slowly, "Why didn't the 9 underworlds do anything before? It seems like this isn't the only condition required for the primordial heavenly devil to break out of the seal. It needs to be close to the doomsday heavenly devil's birth. Feng Yunsheng sighed. The end is also the beginning. Suo Mingzhang's expression remained calm. He nodded. I see. It seems like the 9 underworlds is really aiming for the 12 devilish grand formation. The 12 devilish grand formation. Yang Zhaoge said slowly, everyone is plotting against the 9 underworlds, and the same goes for the 9 underworlds. The moment they are closest to success is also the moment they are closest to failure, and vice versa. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Feng Yunsheng nodded. Indeed, from the looks of it, the final conclusion between her and the 9 underworlds would be decided here as well. She already knew that there would be a tribulation, and now, she was slowly getting a glimpse of its true nature. Yang Zhaoge's next words suddenly changed. Everyone is plotting against this. Back then, how many of them knew about your matter and senior apprentice brother Nai's matter? How many of them watched everything happen, and even went along with the flow? His gaze was faint, and a cold intent leaked out. Chapter 1687. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was currently filled with coldness. Just like how the Xuanju Great Daoist helped the 9 underworlds obtain the Grand Heavenly Devil's authority from the Elder Lord, the Western Pure Lands also returned the 9 underworlds' faceless Heavenly Devil's authority. To a certain extent, those plotting against the 9 underworlds were condoning the 9 underworlds. Making things convenient for others was convenient for oneself. In the end, of course, it was still for one's own gains. Previously, the Tushator Palace exchanged for the immortal exterminating sword, and the Western Pure Lands used it to exchange for the vast freedom Heavenly Devil's assistance during the immortal extermination formation. While these were part of the deal, in the end, it was still related to the upcoming battle. It was related to the 9 underworlds' fate, as well as the few grand Heavenly Realm pinnacle experts' opportunities to ascend into the Tao realm. The 9 underworlds wanted the primordial Heavenly Devil to break free from the seal, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil to be born in advance, and the 12 devilish heavenly formation to appear within the world, dominating the entire world. However, when they were the closest to success, it was also the opportunity that others were waiting for. As for who would emerge victorious in the end, it would depend on whose methods were more brilliant. Before this, other than being on guard, resisting, and restraining the 9 underworlds, the other forces would also condone the 9 underworlds. In fact, they would even help and cooperate with them. From the Grand Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil, it was hard for Yang Zhaoge to not link it to Feng Yunsheng and Nai Jingsheng. He looked towards Feng Yunsheng. In the past, the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, faked her death to plot against the 9 underworlds under the help of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor. Gao Han, Ling Qing, and the others seemed to know about this matter. Only, their understanding of the details was limited. However, from what they knew, the great devil that Jian Shunhua was plotting against was the devil of aged metal. Who would have thought that it was the Tao realm's doomsday heavenly devil? As such, when Ling Qing first saw Feng Yunsheng returning from the 9 underworlds, she was extremely shocked. Yang Zhaoge assumed that Ling Qing wasn't acting. However, who could be sure that what the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor told her was the truth? In the past, whether Jian Shunhua acted according to the plan or changed the plan on her own accord, only the people involved would know. The roles that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor played were also worth pondering. Was it their plan from the very beginning, or was it because Jian Shunhua acted on her own, or was it because the 9 Nether Darkness did something on its own, and they just let it be? If they were merely insiders, then to what extent did they understand all of this? Because of the Rahu saber, Feng Yunsheng was involved in this matter. Was it the result of someone's intentional arrangement, or was it an accident? Apart from Feng Yunsheng, Jian Shunhua, and the Doomsday Heavenly Demon, how much did these Taoism bigwigs know about Nai Jingsheng, the primordial heavenly demon, and the devil of aged metal? Especially the great Daoist master Xian Du. After all, he was on the same level as the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Lu Ya, and the others. All of them were specifically plotting against the 9 underworlds in order to obtain the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. He was currently one of the people closest to the Tao realm. These peak powerhouses had all experienced too many endless years, so they all knew how precious opportunities were. They were extremely rare, hard to come by even in an epoch. When the opportunity came, in order to seize the opportunity, there was nothing that could not be used and sacrificed. The example of the future Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the central blessed lands of Soha's great tribulation and great calamity was right before their eyes. How many lives were lost and how many experts perished in those two calamities? There were countless of them. If they knew too little, they would be tricked to death without knowing why. The more they knew, the more they understood that the truth was often cruel. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. From a certain perspective, the revival of Taoism and the birth of a new Tao ancestor at all costs was an urgent matter. In other words, a certain Taoism heavenly immortal bigwig's desire to ascend to the Tao realm coincided with the orthodox Taoism's current objective needs. Especially if one's own sect didn't succeed, another Tao ancestor might appear on the opposing side. In order to achieve a result, some sacrifices might be unavoidable. However, the outcome would be the same if an individual understood the cause and effect and willingly sacrificed himself. Compared to being thrown into the chessboard like a chess piece, or even being sacrificed as a pawn, the outcome would be the same. However, the feeling it gave to the person involved would be completely different. It's often said to dispel the false and retain the true, to see the truth, to not be confused by the heart, and to not be confused by the emotions. Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself, however, it seems like my cultivation is still lacking. Feng Yunxing and Suo Mingjong remained silent. They could sense the emotions contained within Yang Zhaoge's words. Yang Zhaoge didn't hide his words from them. Needless to say, Feng Yunxing and Suo Mingjong could be trusted as well. Although their current strength was ranked amongst the top of the grand heavenly immortals, they were also chess pieces that had just jumped out of the chessboard like Yang Zhaoge. However, just like Yang Zhaoge, they were chess pieces that had just started jumping out of the chessboard. Even if they were to start their own schemes, they were not the ones who had been scheming for the 9 underworlds all along. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was dim as he looked at the dark boundless void. He didn't know how deeply involved the great Daoist Shen Du was and how much he knew. However, with the great Daoist Shen Du returning the supreme heavenly devil's authority to the 9 underworlds despite the elder lord's inaction, Yang Zhaoge found it hard to believe that he didn't know anything about the doomsday heavenly devil and the primordial heavenly devil. Whoever was plotting against the 9 underworlds next round wouldn't be able to escape suspicion. At most, it would only be a difference of how deep they were. Would they personally take action, or would they silently allow it? Whether the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor, who plotted against Jian Shunhua to the 9 underworlds in the past, knew nothing about it. However, on the other hand, if they were also players of chess, what was their motive? Was it to help the great Daoist Shen Du, or were they plotting against the 9 underworlds next round? Did this mean that under such a low-profile and secretive situation, there were also people nearing the Tao realm, waiting for the final opportunity? Only, unlike the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahamayuri, Daoist Lu Ya, and the great Daoist Shen Du, they weren't known by others. In order to prevent others from obstructing their path, everyone kept their own path of cultivation a secret. Only, none of them were easy to deal with, especially the Tao ancestors. Although most of them wanted to hide it, they were still exposed. However, nothing was absolute in this world. There might be someone who slipped through the net. From the outside, it seemed like there was no way to enter the Tao realm. In fact, only he knew about it. He had even secretly made preparations, and was only left with one last step. Yang Zhaoge sighed and turned his head to look at Feng Yunxing and Suo Mingjong. A bitter smile appeared on his face. I feel like cursing. I can't help but suspect if the 9 underworlds purposely leaked this information to us in order to sow discord among us and cause chaos among us. The information was real. It wasn't fake. However, it was precisely because it was real that it had such lethality. Chapter 1688. After hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Suo Mingjong said quietly, "Only time will tell us the answer. If someone personally arranged it, then there might be evidence. However, it would be hard to prove if someone knew about it or how much they knew. Only when the outcome was revealed would they be able to see some clues. Perhaps, it won't take too long." Yang Zhaoge pondered and looked towards the distant starry sky. After a while, he retracted his gaze and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, we did gain something else this time. He raised his hand and wrote something in the air. Black runes appeared once again and circulated within the void. As radiance flickered, the black 9 underworld sea's water was extracted once again. Feng Yunsheng opened her palm and kept the seawater. Then, she looked towards those runes together with Suo Mingjong. Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered. The runes transformed and rearranged themselves in mid-air, transforming into a profound scripture. When they gathered together, they resembled a huge rune formation. Within the rune formation, many profound concepts were revealed. Yang Zhaoge stared at the rune formation and felt the changes within. He said softly, "It's a little rushed. Although we stopped the primordial heart devil from interfering, we can't do anything about the 9 underworld's great devils." Feng Yunsheng said. The wood devil reacted very quickly. "We don't have much time." "Yeah, that's right." Yang Zhaoge nodded. However, it also proved one thing. Because of his earlier heaven nascent form, senior apprentice brother Nai's incarnation of the devil of aged metal isn't stable. Unfortunately, our true opponent isn't the devil of aged metal, but the primordial heaven devil. Yang Zhaoge let out a breath. We still have to wait for the final moment. That's when everything will be revealed. Those of Taoism might have their own plans. Even if Yang Zhaoge could gather all the forces of orthodox Taoism and rush to the 9 underworlds, his opponents might not just be the devils of the 9 underworlds. He would also have to face Buddhism, the demon race, and many other bigwigs. Yang Zhaoge felt that the 9 underworlds, which had always been the public enemy, had now become the target of everyone's tacit understanding. Yang Zhaoge felt that the world was unpredictable. Absurdity and truth were often separated by a thin line, and one standpoint determined right and wrong. "Hehe, this chess game is huge." Yang Zhaoge suddenly laughed. If it really is the 12 citadel heavenly demon formation, and this matter involves the primordial heavenly demon and the doomsday heavenly demon, then the situation isn't something that Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others can control. Suo Mingjong said slowly, "If the ancient Dipankara Buddha and the others want to gain something, they must have the support of a few Tao ancestors." His gaze swept past Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's faces. However, are the Tao ancestors really willing to see the birth of a new Tao realm? The competition between Tao realm almighties against transcendence would only be crueler and more intense than the competition between grand heavenly immortals. If there was no special reason, one more Tao realm expert of the same level meant more competition. To others, it meant one less chance. It was true that those who were first had a huge advantage, but there was no guarantee that they would be the first to take that final step. There was also the possibility of those who came later catching up. From a certain perspective, even though the current Tao realm experts were in constant conflict with each other and were rivals with each other, they would naturally reject the birth of a new Tao ancestor. The contradiction was that the grand heavenly realm experts under them definitely had their own goals and demands. Of course, his core goal was to reach the Tao realm. This conflict was inevitable. How to balance and overcome it was a problem that had to be considered. Find a successor for yourself. Yang Zhaoge looked at Suo Mingjong and nodded. Transcend by yourself, and let your subordinate take over this position. Indeed, there could only be one position. However, only a limited number of people were prepared for it. If one's own faction took over this position, they could continue to protect others of the same path, lest they ended up like Taoism in the past. Suo Mingjong nodded and remained silent. So, in the 9 underworlds, not only is the Dipankara Buddha and the others fighting for the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm, but it might also be the opportunity for the Tao ancestors to transcend? Not necessarily. Yang Zhaoge said, "Only, this is the best outcome for the Western Pure Lands, Astro Mountain Starry Seas, and the other forces." Back then, while the future Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had their own reasons for being born, the other Tao ancestors had tacitly agreed to it. They might even have their own considerations, which resulted in the current situation. However, without a doubt, if there wasn't a valid reason, they wouldn't allow such situations to happen. I wonder what's the opportunity for the Tao ancestors to transcend? Otherwise, it would be much easier to make a judgment. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Feng Yunsheng smiled. This isn't easy to guess. After smiling, she softly muttered to herself, other than the 9 underworlds. Yang Zhaoge said, while there are many clues regarding the 9 underworlds, it's hard to come to a conclusion. Let's see what they're trying to do by heading towards the 12 devilish god formation. Let's return first, said Feng Yunsheng. Yang Zhaoge and Suo Mingjong nodded slightly. The 3 turned around and returned to the universe domain. There, Yu Yi and Yu Zhenbei were anxiously waiting alongside Pan Pan and the North Ocean clone. While the two's expressions seemed calm, their gazes were fixated on Yang Zhaoge's group the moment they appeared. Senior apprentice brother Nai's situation is rather complicated, said Yang Zhaoge. When Yu Yi and Yu Zhenbei heard it, they felt relieved, and some hope appeared in their hearts. If it were truly hopeless, Yang Zhaoge wouldn't use such words. Seeing their expressions, Yang Zhaoge sighed in his heart and said, it's still too early to tell if senior apprentice brother Nai would fall into the devil's Tao. However, even if he doesn't end up like other devils, his situation isn't optimistic. After a slight pause, he continued, this matter involves the ancestral devils. When Yu Yi and Yu Zhenbei heard it, their expressions changed slightly. They were aware of the difference between a Tao realm ancestral devil and a grand heavenly realm extinct devil. However, the two quickly calmed themselves down, and their expressions returned to normal. Junior apprentice brother Yang, junior apprentice sister Feng, senior Suo, thank you for your efforts. Yu Yi took a deep breath and thanked Yang Zhaoge and the others. Then, she stopped speaking and only stood there quietly. Her gaze that was always distracted and unfocused was now as calm as water. However, she was extremely focused. Yang Zhaoge observed her. Although he couldn't tell what she was thinking, he could feel that Yu Yi's state of mind was still rather calm. On the other side, Yu Zhenbei's deep voice resounded, life can't be forced. However, even if you know that there's no hope, you still have to try. Moreover, thanks to your kind intentions, Zhaoge, Jingshan, it's still not the time to despair. Chapter 1689. Facing Yu Zhenbei, Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly, we'll do our best. Everyone bade farewell and dispersed. Yu Yi returned to the roving jade heavens within the crimson radiance and Yang heaven, Suo Mingjong returned to the grand peace royal cliff heaven, and Yang Zhaoge and the others returned to the vermilion royal reed heaven and the sky beyond skies. Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone secretly watched Yu Yi enter the roving jade heavens. Only then did he feel relieved and left. After returning to the sky beyond skies, Yu Zhenbei went to the jade capital crag, while Yang Zhaoge and the others returned to the Broad Creed Mountain. Everyone on the Broad Creed Mountain was worried for Nai Jingshan after hearing about what had happened. However, since things had progressed to this point, they could only take it slow. Everyone knew that they couldn't rush things. After Yang Zhaoge returned to the mountain, he cultivated by himself. Feng Yunsheng was guarding the vermilion royal reed heaven, while Xu Fei was in charge of the Broad Creed Mountain. Unless something special happened, Yang Zhaoge didn't have to worry about it. He cultivated the 3 flowers above the head and condensed the essence of divinity in order to facilitate his future cultivation. After the solitary flower converged crown, Yang Zhaoge continuously battled against the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, and the others. Putting aside the fact that the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord was a mighty Buddha who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism, even if the Dingguang Joyous Buddha had joined the heretics due to historical reasons, his strength was still extraordinary among the grand heavenly realm heretics. Although he didn't improve as much as Feng Yunsheng, fighting against these grand heavenly realm experts gave Yang Zhaoge a lot of benefits. These accumulated benefits would aid Yang Zhaoge's progress. He needed time to analyze and accumulate. After thoroughly understanding the various principles, he would use them for his own use. While walking on the path of cultivating the 3 clear lineages would bring him limitless glory, the higher he went, the more difficult it would be. Yang Zhaoge lacked references and had to constantly comprehend it himself. There was no sun or moon in the mountain. For those who were immersed in cultivation, time would pass quickly without them noticing. Yang Zhaoge wasn't an exception. As he was fully focused, he didn't pay much attention to the outside world. Only when something extremely important or special happened would he be alerted. For example, in the Limitless Cloud Oath, the Tyee immortal finally succeeded in purifying Neza's fiendish aura, guiding the historical god of the Three Altars sea meeting to truly revive from the calamity of the Great Calamity and return to this world. Having received this news, Yang Zhaoge was also overjoyed. The true deity Tyee and Neza had specially come to the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven to bid farewell to Yang Zhaoge and the others. Since Neza had recovered, it was not appropriate for the master and disciple to occupy the universe of Wuji Tan Tian anymore. They had somewhere to go. Other than bidding farewell, they had also come to thank Yang Zhaoge. I've already heard about what happened from my master. My heart was confused and I let go of my restraint. I've really made a fool of myself in front of fellow Daoist. I still have to thank fellow Daoist for your help so that I can return to my true self. This great divinity of the Three Altars sea gathering had the appearance of a youth with delicate features of the past, an air of arrogance vaguely visible between his brows. However, as he spoke to Yang Zhaoge now, he was extremely polite and sincere. After experiencing the great calamity back then, after experiencing so many years of torment after his rebirth and awakening, he seemed to be more stable than the rumors said. At the very least, as far as Yang Zhaoge knew, this person was definitely not someone who would stay put. Even though he had become a grand heavenly immortal, and even though he had looked down upon the world for more than an era, he still did not change his youthful temper. He was famous for being hot-tempered and unreasonable. To put it bluntly, he was just an overaged brat. Not only was he overbearing, but his destructive prowess was also extremely shocking. Only a few people could restrain him. Fortunately, Neza seemed to be much more stable than Yang Zhaoge's impression of him. "You're being too polite. We're on the same side. If I can help you, I'll naturally do so," said Yang Zhaoge. "I still have to thank little friend Yang." The Tyee cultivated deity smiled and said, "You've been forgiving us for a long time. It's time for us to leave. With the current situation, we might have the chance to help each other in the future. If little friend Yang has any issues, you can contact us." "Of course." Yang Zhaoge asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "I'm planning to make a trip to the Western Pure Lands." Neza said, "Although I've already ended the grudge between me and Li Jing, this matter still has to be traced back to that baldy Dipamkara." Within these few sentences, Neza revealed his arrogance from back then. Li Jing's actions were related to the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. "In the past, when I fought with Li Jing, that baldy Dipamkara bullied me and used the pagoda to suppress and refine me. During the Great Calamity, he was also related to it. If I don't take revenge, how can I let this matter rest?" Neza's gaze was filled with hatred and anger. Yang Zhaoge stroked his chin. He didn't think that Neza was being reckless. "Great deity Three Altars, are you planning to directly challenge the Dipamkara ancient Buddha?" Neza nodded, "That's right." The existence of the Immortal Extermination Formation had completely changed the living environment of the Orthodox Taoism's descendants. If there wasn't the Immortal Extermination Formation, even if Neza was an expert of the Jade Clear lineage's third generation, he wouldn't have a good ending if he dared to directly challenge the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. However, if he directly went to the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipamkara ancient Buddha, the worst outcome would be him losing to the Dipamkara ancient Buddha in a one-on-one battle. Whether he lived or died would depend on his own capabilities. At the very least, the conflict would be resolved between him and the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. It wouldn't be like the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, the North Star Emperor, and the others, who had to bear the risk of facing the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the future Buddha, and other Tao ancestors at any time. Of course, this didn't mean that Taoism's outstanding figures like Yang Jian, Suo Mingjong, Feng Yunxing, or Neza could openly challenge the other forces' grand heavenly immortals, which were weaker than them, and kill their opponents. The few Tao ancestors wouldn't tolerate it. It was just like how Mahamayuri, the Dipamkara ancient Buddha, and Tao Lord Lu Yue wouldn't do such a thing. If they really did so, it would be no different from starting an all-out war, where both sides would perish together. At the end of the day, the so-called openly issuing a challenge could only be done between two opponents who were on the same level. In fact, it might even be the weak challenging the strong. Such a problem didn't exist between Neza and the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. First of all, Their grudges were extremely deep, far surpassing the norm. Due to various reasons, they had been suppressing their grudges for a long period of time. In fact, the grudges only grew more and more complicated. Secondly, in terms of age and seniority, Neza was far inferior to the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. The younger wasn't bullying the younger by challenging the older. Moreover, they had already broken off their relationship, and weren't on the same path. Thus, it wasn't rude or disrespectful. Lastly, and most importantly, according to their past impressions and performance, the disparity between the two wasn't too huge. The victor would only be determined after they fought. In fact, some people even thought highly of the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. Neza's initiative to challenge him wasn't to bully the weak. Instead, he might end up kicking a steel plate. Undeniably, the possibility of the Western Pure Lands taking advantage of the situation to kill Neza still existed. However, the current orthodox Taoism had the capital to take precautions and take revenge. However, I feel that the Dipamkara ancient Buddha might not accept your challenge, said Yang Zhaoge as he looked at Neza. Chapter 1690. Yang Zhaoge supported Neza's challenge against the Dipamkara ancient Buddha no matter from his personal perspective or the overall benefits of Taoism. After all, the Dipamkara ancient Buddha was the existence closest to the Tao realm among all the Buddhism bigwigs. Although his strength wasn't as strong as Mahamayuri, he was much closer to the Tao realm than Mahamayuri in terms of cultivation. Even if the Dipamkara ancient Buddha won the battle against Neza, it wouldn't be safe. He had to achieve a complete victory, even if it was a Pyrrhic victory. If his foundation was harmed, it might affect his breakthrough into the Tao realm. As for the outcome of losing, it was obvious. The benefits of winning were limited. At most, he would be able to kill Neza and eliminate one of the top-notch bigwigs of orthodox Taoism. However, although Neza was strong, he wasn't the current pillar of orthodox Taoism. Therefore, it wasn't worth it for the Dipamkara ancient Buddha to fight against Neza. After all, Neza was the one who held a deep grudge against him. He didn't suffer any losses from Neza. Of course, not accepting the challenge wasn't without its disadvantages. At the very least, it would greatly damage the Dipamkara ancient Buddha's reputation and prestige. Although this bigwig of Buddhism had a good mental state and wouldn't panic because of this, it would still hurt his pride. Buddhism's Zen cultivation emphasized on the cultivation of one's temperament, such as not being angry, not being humiliated by external objects, and remaining calm. However, it could also be said that one's heart was filled with fear and stubbornness in order to ascend to the Tao realm. If one's thoughts were too heavy, they would no longer be empty. The subtlety of this was a test for the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. If it were someone else, it would be fine if he didn't accept the challenge. However, not only was Neza a junior, he even had a deep grudge against him. If Neza came to his doorstep and scolded him, it would be troublesome. If that baldy Dipamkara doesn't accept the challenge, I'll stay by the Western Pure Lands entrance and challenge him. Neza sneered. He can afford to lose his face. I'd like to see if the other people in the Western Pure Lands have such thick skin. Yang Zhaoge gave Neza a thumbs up. No matter what, I still wish you success. However, you have to be wary of the other party's dirty tricks. You also have to pay attention to the demon race and the 9 underworlds movements. I've contacted Senior Brother South Pole and Young Jian. When the time comes, I'll go with my disciple and take care of them in secret. Perfected Tai smiled and said, I believe fellow Daoist Wudong and fellow Daoist Yun Xiao will take care of me since they are in charge of the immortal vanquishing array. Yang Zhaoge smiled. If that is so, it would naturally be for the best. If I am free, I might also go and join in the fun. At that time, I hope that the 3 altars sea gathering deities will allow us to spectate the battle. It's great that you want to go. Neza said, I'm just afraid that the old thieving baldy won't accept the challenge. With that, he bade farewell to Yang Zhaoge along with the Tai spiritual master and left the vermilion sovereign reed heaven, disappearing amidst the void's boundless outskirts. Neza had a firecracker temper. He would do whatever he wanted. Very quickly, Yang Zhaoge received news from the outside world. Taoism's 3 altars sea meeting's great divinity Neza had officially issued a challenge outside the Western Pure Lands, challenging the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha would decide the location, and Yang Zhaoge only wished for it to happen as soon as possible. The moment the news spread, it wasn't just the Western Pure Lands that were shaken. The Astro Mountain Starry Seas, the Immortal Court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were also interested, paying close attention to this matter. It had been many years since something like this happened. Although the Western Pure Lands and the demon race often fought against each other, they were all battles that concerned the whole. There were rarely any private battles. On the contrary, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus would occasionally fight against each other in order to obtain more worshippers and establish their own prestige. Now that Neza suddenly mentioned it, everyone was a little surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, they realized that it was within reason. To the ancient Dipankara Buddha, it was a problem that was neither big nor small. The previous contact with the 9 underworlds was only the beginning. Now, the 3 clear lineage's first step of counterattacking. Within the Astro Mountain's Starry Sea's Grand Essence Heaven, Daoist Lu Yue shook his head and smiled. How could something like this happen before the immortal vanquishing array reappeared? If Neza had reappeared, the 3 clear lineage wouldn't have such a good candidate. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles said, as for the others, Dipankara doesn't have to accept the challenge. Not accepting a challenge from his peers meant that he had no grudges against them. Not accepting a challenge from his juniors meant that he was magnanimous. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles's expression wasn't pleasant. His son, Fuluor Zi, had died by the hands of Yang Zhaoge and the others. He wanted to use an official challenge to settle his grudges. However, it wasn't easy to pick an opponent. Yang Zhaoge and the others who laid down the incomplete Immortal Extermination formation to kill Fuluor Zi had yet to reach the Grand Heavenly Realm. A Grand Luo challenging a Grand Void. Only the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles would make people laugh. Even if Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, and the others weren't ordinary Grand Virtual Immortals, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles wasn't a heretic Grand Heavenly Realm. Pull one hair, and the entire body will be affected. Whether or not Randeng accepts the challenge will change many things. Daolord Lu Yue smiled. Let's pay close attention. We might be able to learn something. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles nodded. Not bad. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the final result was that the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not accept the challenge. Whether he was rational or cowardly, one of the oldest Buddhas in the world refused Neza's challenge. Although he displayed a magnanimity that didn't bother with his juniors, those who were aware of the grudges between him and Neza didn't find his demeanor convincing at all. As expected, Neza did as he told Yang Zhaoge. He blocked the Western Pure Lands entrance and challenged them to a duel. Unless the Dipankara ancient Buddha can invite Mahamayuri to take action again, he would have a headache. Yang Zhaoge smiled and said to Feng Yunsheng. Buddhism had many experts, and not all of them were afraid of Neza. However, only a limited number of people could chase Neza away on behalf of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. A tie was useless. One had to win steadily. Without the Amitabha Buddha's interference, only Kongxian had the confidence to take down Neza in the entire Western Pure Lands. Other than that, they could only gang up on him. However, if that happened, the outcome might turn into a brawl between the Western Pure Lands and Taoism's lineage, allowing the demon race to reap the benefits. In the end, the Dipankara ancient Buddha had no choice but to keep the duel free. In the Western Pure Lands, Guanyin Bodhisattva secretly contacted the Tai cultivated deity and Neza, hoping to ease their relationship and persuade Neza to leave. Unfortunately, Neza was stubborn. He only wanted to settle the score with the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Even the Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't do anything about it. Both sides were in a stalemate. In the end, the Guanyin Bodhisattva helped the Dipankara ancient Buddha to fight against Neza. In the end, she set up a difficult problem and forced Neza to retreat temporarily. Neza wasn't willing to give up. After he returned, he thought hard and finally found a way to break through the Guanyin Bodhisattva's mystic art. As such, he went to the Dipankara ancient Buddha's door again and continued challenging them. Chapter 1691. Neza was stumped by Guanyin Bodhisattva's Dharma access. Although he lost the bet and had to retreat temporarily, He was not willing to lose once and never come back again. After temporarily leaving, he racked his brains to think of a way to solve the problem. He wasn't fighting alone. On the surface, it was Neza challenging the Dipankara ancient Buddha alone. However, this matter concerned the entire Orthodox Taoism and the Western Pure Lands. Yang Jian, perfected Tai, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other Taoism bigwigs all offered their assistance. Yang Zhaoge, who was watching the show, would naturally lend a hand as well. Soon, Neza came again. Although the people from the Western Pure Lands wanted nothing more than to slap him to death, they had no choice but to deal with him. Guanyin Bodhisattva was the one who blocked the Dipankara ancient Buddha on the stage. Naturally, there were also many people standing behind her. After Neza solved it for a while, there were new problems waiting for him. Both sides exchanged blows, each resorting to their own tricks. Just like that, the battle dragged on endlessly, wrangling all day long. Although Neza was a little impatient, he knew that it would not be bad for him and the Orthodox Taoism to continue this stalemate. It seemed that he was blocked and could not see the face of the ancient Dipankara Buddha, but the person who blocked him was also a senior, Guanyin Bodhisattva, so it did not hurt Neza's face. After all, the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss was Amitabha's Pure Land. Neza couldn't really barge in and find trouble with the ancient Dipankara Buddha. However, the ancient Buddha Randeng had been avoiding him. Others had to bear the burden for him. To Randeng, his prestige would always be damaged. Not only Guanyin Bodhisattva, but the other Buddhist powerhouses were also implicated and put in a lot of effort. In the long run, it was inevitable that he would be dissatisfied. Although Neza had a domineering personality, he wasn't overly impudent. He didn't interfere with the others in the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss and only stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha was rather calm. He stayed in the Western Pure Land and didn't come out. This wasn't a difficult task for him. However, Neza challenged them every day. In the end, Guanyin Bodhisattva was also at her wit's end. It was useless to mediate and mediate. She could only return to the Western Pure Land and avoid meeting them. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva came to mediate. Both sides went back and forth, entangling endlessly. Time flew by in this process. During this period, even the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus had engaged in a few battles. Although Neza was only targeting the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Western Pure Lands energy would inevitably be greatly implicated by the Daoist sects. Under the demon race's support, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus immediately suppressed the Immortal Court, unleashing wave after wave of attacks. In the end, the Western Pure Lands had no choice but to temporarily put aside Neza's matter and contact the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus. The Dipankara ancient Buddha rarely took action personally, and it wasn't like he had to leave the Western Pure Lands. It seemed that this ancient Buddha was determined to pretend to be deaf and mute to the end. He just ignored Neza, who was challenging him outside. Neza had a stubborn temper as well. He treated the void outside the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss as his own home and refused to leave. Every day, he would curse the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Yang Zhaoge paid attention to the news of the outside world while also concentrating on his cultivation. An immortal realm expert could casually enter seclusion for decades, centuries, or even millennia. Time flew by like water. Counting from the time when Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others had interacted with the 9 underworlds in the land of Tranquil Stream, 200 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 200 years was enough for a few generations of mortals to change. However, to Yang Zhaoge and the others, it was like a dream. Now, they had woken up from their dream. Within the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven, within the sky beyond skies, within the cave manor behind the Broad Creed Mountain. The meditating youth slowly opened his eyes and took in a light breath. The vast sky beyond skies was instantly filled with turbulent winds and clouds. The spirit chi circulation between the heavens and earth had come to a standstill. At this moment, most people in the world only felt that the sky beyond skies, which was filled with abundant spirit chi and was a paradise that all martial art practitioners yearned for, had completely disappeared. The heavens and earth were still filled with various phenomena. Only, all colors seemed to have vanished. In just an instant, the sky beyond skies, which was originally filled with countless spirits, had suddenly entered the degenerate era and dried up. Not only the sky beyond skies, but even the 8 extremities worlds, the vast ocean world, and other lower realms that were related to the sky beyond skies seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even the entire Zhuluo royal reed heaven was shaking. The jade spring heaven within the Zhuluo royal reed heaven and the various worlds beneath it were affected as well. Within the jade spring heaven, Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the other bigwigs were all shocked. They felt as if the jade spring heaven's spirit chi was being extracted by the outside world. They hurriedly exited the jade spring heaven and saw that the entire Zhuluo royal reed heaven seemed to have formed a gigantic spirit chi vein that circulated endlessly. All of the spirit chi was converging towards the sky beyond skies. Within the cave manor behind the broad Creed mountain in the sky beyond skies, the meditating youth let out a light breath. In an instant, as if the frozen river had thawed and spring had returned to the earth, the sky beyond skies was filled with spirit chi once again. It circulated on its own and stabilized itself. It was as if the previous scene of spirit chi disappearing was just a hallucination. It was the same in the other worlds as well. Tong Xinlin and the others stood outside the jade spring heaven. Within the cosmic void of the Zhuluo royal reed heaven, they watched as the massive spirit chi circulation instantly reversed without any obstruction. It was as if the spirit chi circulation had always been circulating in the opposite direction. The spirit chi that was extracted from the jade spring heaven returned to the jade spring heaven and its subordinate worlds. Everything returned to its original state. Tong Xinlin and the others looked at each other and were speechless. After a long while, Guang Tongzi asked, "This? Could it be that the heaven-trampling Lord is going to challenge the origin heavenly tribulation and ascend to the grand heavenly realm?" "No, challenging the origin heavenly tribulation and attaining the 3 flowers converged crown's immortal body shouldn't look like this." Tong Xinlin shook her head and paused for a while before saying, This looks like the scene of a virtual immortal condensing the splendor of chi, but," she said with a hesitant expression, but why would there be such a huge commotion?" The person beside her continued, "Which virtual immortal could have such a commotion?" At this point, the person suddenly shut his mouth, and his voice stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at each other. After a long while, they spoke in unison. "Young Heavenly Lord, Yang Zhaoge." At this moment, within the sky beyond skies, within the broad Creed mountain, Yang Di was conversing with Xue Fei and Yuan Zhengfeng, while Xue Chuqing accompanied him by the side. After feeling that the spiritual chi flow between the heaven and earth had returned to normal, Yang Di held Xue Chuqing's hand, and the couple smiled at each other. "Congratulations, congratulations." Xue Fei and Yuan Zhengfeng were full of smiles as they congratulated Yang Di and his wife. Within the cave manor at the back of the mountain, a formless darkness appeared. No one noticed it, as if it came from the faraway skies, or as if it had always been here. Feng Yunsheng's figure appeared from the darkness. She pushed open the cave manor's door, and the youth inside welcomed her with a face full of smiles. Above the youth's head, 2 radiances converged. One divine ability world. The other chi shook the heavens. Chapter 1692. After the first flower of divinity, another flower of chi appeared above Yang Zhaoge's head, the duo flowers converged crown as he stepped into the grand virtual realm. He smiled as he looked at Feng Yunsheng, blinking his eyes. "Look at how arrogant you are." Feng Yunsheng could not help but laugh. "Am I not arrogant right now?" The 2 flowers above Yang Zhaoge's head slowly retracted, falling back into his Niwen palace. He did not move as he sat on the cushion, instead spreading his arms to the sides, making a hugging gesture towards Feng Yunsheng as he chuckled, "Little lady, it's time for you to repay your debt." "You," always suddenly not being serious, Feng Yunsheng was not bashful as she directly walked forward and sat in Yang Zhaoge's embrace, leaning her back against his chest. Yang Zhaoge hugged her tightly, laughing lightly beside her ear. "This is a serious matter." "If you say so." Feng Yunsheng finally could not take it anymore as she unconsciously shrunk her neck, but immediately relaxed again, leaning her neck back against Yang Zhaoge's shoulder. Looking at her slightly red ear, Yang Zhaoge could not help but lightly nibble on that tender, round earlobe. The body of the woman in his embrace softened a little. However, Yang Zhaoge did not continue teasing Feng Yunsheng. He had just come out of seclusion, his cultivation having advanced a step further. Whether it was his fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain or others, they would definitely come to congratulate him. Now, it was just that Yang Di and the others had specially left some time for the two of them to talk, and they would quickly come over. However, Yang Zhaoge still did not let go of Feng Yunsheng as he only smiled. Although we have always said that we are old husband and wife, not only did we not enter the bridal chamber, we actually did not even go through the ceremony of marriage. Feng Yunsheng smiled. It's not too late if you want to regret. Silly girl. Yang Zhaoge chuckled with ill intentions. If I really want to regret, I'll first eat you up, and take advantage of you enough. We haven't even started yet. How can we finally give up so easily, don't you think? Yes, if I knew that you are even more intelligent than a monkey, how would I do something so disadvantageous? Feng Yunsheng lazily leaned against Yang Zhaoge's embrace. I've always been looking forward to the moment when I personally lift the veil of my bride. Yang Zhaoge stopped smiling as he hugged her, saying softly, I've never experienced something like this before. I wonder what it feels like. Feng Yunsheng didn't mind being teased by Yang Zhaoge. But now that he was speaking seriously, her ears turned even redder. She murmured, I also want to know. The two of them didn't say anything. They just sat there quietly in each other's arms. Although it was silent, their hearts were warm. After a short while, Yang Zhaoge suddenly sighed, the person who spoils the fun has come. While he still wanted to hug Feng Yunsheng and not let go, in front of her seniors, Feng Yunsheng still couldn't sit still as she stood up from Yang Zhaoge's embrace. Then, a few figures appeared at the entrance of the cave manor. They were none other than Yang Di, Xue Chuqing, Xu Fei, and Yuan Zhengfeng. We are indeed a killjoy, Yuan Zhengfeng said with a smile as soon as they met. Yang Zhaoge's earlier words had not been hidden from anyone at all as his voice had been specifically sent into their ears. However, I still have to come. There are some urgent matters that I need to discuss with you first. The old sect master said, not long from now, the battle between our Taoism's three altars Great Divinity and the Western Pure Land's Dipankara Ancient Buddha will begin. Oh! Does that mean that the Dipankara Ancient Buddha has accepted the three altars Great Divinity's challenge? Yang Zhaoge raised his brows. For close to 200 years, no matter how Neza challenged him, the Dipankara Ancient Buddha refused to accept the challenge. If he didn't accept Neza's challenge, Neza wouldn't barge into the Western Pure Land's Buddha kingdom to capture him and force him to fight. 200 years was undoubtedly a long period of time for mortals. However, to experts like the Dipankara Ancient Buddha and Neza, it was merely a snap of a finger. If they cultivated by themselves, their seclusion might not even last that long. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha had always been living in seclusion in the Western Pure Lands. He rarely left the Buddha kingdom. Now, other than embarrassing himself, the influence it had on him was rather limited. At most, the other Buddhist Bhantes within the Western Pure Lands had some doubts about him. However, the Dipankara Ancient Buddha was still able to hold his ground. Although Yang Zhaoge was in seclusion, the Broad Creed Mountains people would copy the latest information of the outside world to him every once in a while for him to study. This time, although Yang Zhaoge didn't completely isolate himself from the outside world, during the process of condensing the essence of qi, he had been in seclusion for a long period of time. As such, Feng Yunsheng, Yang Di, and the others didn't disturb him during this period of time. Regarding the latest developments of the outside world, his knowledge was limited. Now that the Dipankara Ancient Buddha had suddenly changed his mind and accepted Neza's challenge, Yang Zhaoge was naturally curious about the reason. Feng Yunsheng had already calmed down. She nodded and answered his question. Daoist Neza killed the White Xiong. Yang Zhaoge touched his chin. The White Xiong was the personal disciple of the Dipankara Ancient Buddha. He was often dispatched by the Dipankara Ancient Buddha to travel outside. Logically speaking, with a fiendish god like Neza blocking the door, the White Xiong should avoid going out as much as possible. Neza didn't look for trouble with others, but he might look for trouble with him. Although Yang Zhaoge still didn't know how the White Xiong died under Neza's fire-tipped spear, this outcome would undoubtedly affect the situation. Regardless of what the Dipankara Ancient Buddha was thinking, He couldn't sit still anymore. Regarding the grudges between him and Neza, he was the one who gained the upper hand. He didn't suffer any losses, while Neza was the one who lost out. Naturally, Neza wouldn't forget about it, while the Dipankara ancient Buddha didn't care about it. However, his personal disciple, the White Xiong, had died in Neza's hands. If he didn't accept the challenge, his reputation and prestige would be shaken even further. The situation of the White Xiong and Li Jing were different. Li Jing and Neza had a messy relationship. They were still father and son in name. The conflict between the two could be considered a family matter. If the ancient Buddha Randeng stood up for Li Jing because of Neza's patricide, he would actually be the culprit of the human tragedy back then. Other than Neza, everyone had selectively lost their memories. However, now that the White Xiong had died in Neza's hands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha would be forced to accept the challenge. It would be great if they could fight for real. Yang Zhaoge pondered and said, the sea-calming pearls of the Dipankara ancient Buddha aren't complete. With the strength of the three altars, there's a high chance of winning. Even if he loses, his life wouldn't be in danger. The Dipankara ancient Buddha would feel terrible no matter who wins or loses. Chapter 1693. Dipankara ancient Buddha definitely didn't want to fight this battle if he could avoid it. Perhaps he was happy that the orthodox Tao sect did not have an expert like Neza, but the ancient Dipankara Buddha never planned to fight Neza one-on-one. After all, Neza was extremely powerful, and he wasn't easy to deal with. More importantly, even if he defeated Neza, the gains would be limited, and the losses would outweigh the gains. However, if the ancient Dipankara Buddha was seriously injured in the process of fighting with Neza, it might affect the game about the Nine Nether in the future. Back in the early years of the Middle Era, the ancient Dipankara Buddha, who was already prepared to break through to the Tao realm, had been waiting for this for too long. If he missed this opportunity, he would really go crazy. What was even more worrying was that he did not know when he would get another opportunity. Back then, the battle at the Immortal Extermination Formation was of great importance, so they had to fight for it. Now that he was challenged by Neza, it was obvious that it would cause more trouble. For Orthodox Taoism, if there was a chance to cause trouble for the ancient Dipankara Buddha, they would naturally be happy to do so. However, Yang Zhaoge felt that the ancient Dipankara Buddha was famous for being thick-skinned and black-hearted. The fact that Neza had killed White Xiong might not be enough to provoke him into accepting the challenge. Beware of any tricks, or the other party trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Yang Zhaoge said. That's why I came to inform you as soon as you came out of seclusion. Let's discuss the rules together. Xue Chuqing smiled and said, fortunately, you came out of seclusion before this battle began, so you wouldn't have missed it. Yang Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yunsheng, sighing, I suddenly feel that it's also not good. Let's deal with fellow Daoist Neza first. Feng Yunsheng smiled at him and said, as you said, the battle with the ancient Dipankara Buddha might not be that simple. Yang Zhaoge glanced at her exasperatedly before saying, since time is tight, let's talk on the way. A battle between Golden Immortal Realm experts, especially the top figures amongst them, was undoubtedly a grand event, and it had enormous reference value to others. Even if Yang Zhaoge and the others weren't here to support Neza and were merely spectators, they wouldn't miss it. However, even a grand virtual immortal would find it difficult to watch the battle between grand heavenly realm experts. Even though Xue Chuqing and Yuan Zhengfeng yearned to hear it, they did not have the strength to do so. They could only wait for the capable spectators to return and tell them about it. While Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, and Xu Fei weren't grand heavenly realm, they were capable of spectating the battle. However, as the current sect leader, Xu Fei still decided to stay. Zhu Luo, Royal Reed Heaven, and Sky Beyond Heaven also needed experts to hold down the fort. In the end, Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Yang Di left the Sky Beyond Skies, left the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, and entered the Void's boundless outskirts. When Neza challenged him, he had said that the location would be decided by the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Now that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had accepted the challenge, he naturally had to decide on the location of the challenge. This ancient Buddha was really thick-skinned and black-hearted. He didn't hold back and directly chose to stay in the western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. He just wanted to see if Neza dared to come. While the ancient Dipankara Buddha firmly occupied the home ground, he was also preventing the people of the Tao sect from supporting Neza. Neza agreed immediately. Yang Zhaoge and the others, on the other hand, had no choice but to consider this a little more. The good thing is, with this stance, we can basically be sure that Amitabha Buddha won't intervene. Otherwise, the outcome would be the immortal extermination formation descending upon the Western Pure Land, and the two factions would start an all-out war. The bad thing: there are plenty of bad things happening. Yang Zhaoge waved his hands as he walked. If it's a one-on-one fight, there shouldn't be any problems. However, after the one-on-one fight, not to mention losing, even if we win, we might not be able to leave easily. Even if we help, it'll be difficult. The other party's home ground advantage is too huge. He smiled. Moreover, if I really enter the Western Pure Land, the Buddhist sect would probably think of keeping me and the 3C Association great divinities here. Now that you have the duo flowers converged crown and the spirit and chi flowers, it won't be that easy to keep you here. Besides, you're not going alone. Feng Yunsheng shook her head and said, as for me, if I enter the Western Pure Land, it'll be hard for me to ambush my opponents like before. After all, the owner of the Western Pure Land was the Amitabha Buddha. The Buddha's radiance was grand, and it shone upon millions of Buddhist lands. It would be hard for Feng Yunsheng to hide her tracks. However, she wasn't discouraged. With her current cultivation, even if she didn't ambush her opponents and attacked them openly, she would still be top-notch in the world. Although her threat level had decreased, it was only compared to her original level. It's a pity that we can't bring the green lotus flag with us this time. Although Amitabha Buddha has already bestowed the flag to Guanyin Bodhisattva, we're practically forcing Amitabha Buddha to take action if we bring the green lotus flag to fend off the Buddhist experts in the Western Pure Land. Yang Zhaoge said with pity, he doesn't have to make things difficult for us. He just needs to take the flag away. If we could use the green lotus flag, the 3C Association great divinities would be invincible against the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yang Di said, not to mention the Western Pure Land, even if we were to use the green lotus flag to fight against the Buddhist sect experts other than the Mahamayuri, it's still a provocation to the Amitabha Buddha. Indeed. After thinking for a while, Yang Zhaoge asked, will Daoist Yang come this time? He'll come according to the news, answered Feng Yunsheng. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. If that's the case, after pondering for a while, he said, when the time comes, we'll have to count our manpower. Of course, we can't send everyone in. Not only do we have to wait outside, but we also have to be wary of the demon race and the 9 underworlds. The Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus were currently waging war against each other. The Western Pure Land's attention was occupied by the Orthodox Taoism, and the demon race was free. How could the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus not seize the chance to attack the Immortal Court? Of course, the demon race wouldn't personally attack the Immortal Court. That would be equivalent to forcing Taoism to temporarily let Buddhism go and stop Neza's challenge, giving Buddhism a chance to reinforce them. Although Yang Zhaoge and the others hated the Immortal Court heretics to the core, it wasn't the time to eliminate them yet. Unless they could kill the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Otherwise, if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord didn't die, and the Immortal Court was destroyed, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord might as well go all out, and the immortal extermination formation wouldn't be able to restrain him anymore. The Blessed Lands of the White Lotus suppressing the Immortal Court was something that Taoism would be happy to see. However, beating them to death was an entirely different matter. Even if they wanted to beat them up, Yang Zhaoge and the others would do it after they became stronger and no longer had anything to fear. Then, they would personally confront the Immortal Court about who was the orthodox and who was the heretic. This time, although the Dipankara ancient Buddha had the upper hand, and Yang Zhaoge and the others were quite cautious about it, they weren't too worried about it. After all, the demon race was still eyeing them. The Western Pure Land's orthodox Buddhism wouldn't fight against Taoism to the death. Only, they couldn't let their guard down. Who knew if Buddhism and the demon race would suddenly make peace and plot against Taoism together? The group discussed as they walked, and gradually approached the Western Pure Lands. Chapter 1694. As they approached the Western Pure Lands, Yang Zhaoge's group saw Neza, the Tai cultivated deity, and the others. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for coming here to assist me. I will never forget this favor. Neza first thanked Yang Zhaoge and the others. You're being too courteous. However, the location of this battle is within the Western Pure Lands. The Dipankara ancient Buddha was already strong to begin with. Now that he has the geographical advantage, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with him, said Yang Zhaoge. Hey, why should I be afraid of him? It's just the Dinghai Pearl that's tricky, Neza sneered. Yang Zhaoge nodded and looked at the Tai cultivated deity. I heard that Daoist Yang would be coming? Perfected Tai smiled and answered, I heard from Yang Jian that he will come after he finishes dealing with the matters at hand. He should be here soon. The old Daoist asked again, little friend Yang, will the three of you stay outside or enter with my disciple? My wife will stay outside. I will enter with my father to spectate the battle. Yang Zhaoge answered. Feng Yunsheng nodded. Since Yang Jian was coming, he would definitely enter the Western Pure Lands when the time came. As such, she might as well stay outside and provide support. After all, her presence outside the Western Pure Lands was a greater deterrent to all enemies. As for Suo Mingjong, he did not come. He was still in Great Peace Emperor Cliff Heaven. His existence was also to ensure that the Daoist heavens would not be empty and would not be taken advantage of by others to create chaos. I heard from senior brother South Pole and Yang Jian that little friend Yang can manifest the true body of the great sage, heaven's equal, if he joins forces with his fellow disciples. I wonder if those fellow Taoists are with him? Perfected Tai asked again. Yang Zhaoge smiled, rest assured, Daoist. Actually, it wasn't just Xue Fei who didn't come. Pan Pan also didn't come. They were both still in the sky beyond heaven. Only Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone had come along with the Ru Yi golden cudgel. About 300 years ago, in the battle for the Celestial Extermination Formation, the three golden bodies of the Great Sage merged into one, manifesting the true body of the Great Sage, heaven's equal. Finally, they merged with the Earth Essence Stone, which consumed a lot of energy. To this day, although Xu Fei and the other two could manifest the golden body of the Great Sage separately, they were still not strong enough to manifest the true body of the Great Sage equaling heaven, let alone carrying the Earth Essence Stone. They still needed to continue cultivating. Everyone could guess that the golden body of the Great Sage had been greatly damaged, and it would take some time for it to recover. However, the details were hard to estimate. Still, only Yang Zhaoge and the others knew the specifics of the situation. Others had no way of knowing. 300 years had already passed at the very least. For the sake of prudence, everyone naturally had to be more careful. After all, even without using the earthly essence stone, the Great Sage equaling heaven true body of the three golden bodies of the Great Sage would still be extremely terrifying. Back then, Dao Lord Lu Yue had been forced to flee at the mere sight of him. Xue Fei and Pan Pan remained in the sky beyond heaven. They would not go out, nor would they show themselves easily. As long as their positions were not confirmed, as long as they were not together with Yang Zhaoge, the opponent would have no choice but to be wary of them, constantly on guard. Yang Zhaoge's empty fort strategy still held great deterrence. However, there was no need to talk to Perfected Tai and the others. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other party, but the fewer people who knew about the matter, the better. Since that's the case, it couldn't be better. Then, I and senior brother Nanzong will stay outside as well. Perfected Tai smiled and said, Dao Lord Lu Yue is ready now. It's hard to say if the demons will make a move. Yang Zhaoge nodded. While he was cultivating in seclusion, Neza blocked the door, and the Buddha on the lamp pretended to be deaf and mute. Time passed, and the world was in chaos. However, there were many eye-catching incidents. The first to bear the brunt was one of the 12 devilish gods. One of the 6 extinct devils, the Devil of Fire, had been successfully reborn. After the Devil of Aged Metal's rebirth, the grand exalted and formless heavenly devil's authorities were reclaimed by the 9 underworlds. A new generation of fire devil had also returned to the 9 underworlds. Within the heavens and earth, there seemed to be a trend of Taoism weakening and devils growing. However, What Yang Zhaoge and the others truly cared about was that the reincarnation of the Devil of Fire and the reincarnation of a new generation of Fire Devil came from the demon race. Generally speaking, there were successes and failures when a great devil was reborn. After a few eras, strictly speaking, failures were the majority. Due to the Devil Dao's hatred, even if a great devil found a suitable reincarnation body, he would be easily eliminated. If one's cultivation was low after being reborn, they would be even weaker. It would be hard for them to leave the environment and return to the 9 underworlds to recuperate. Although it was a little cruel, most of the great devil's reincarnation bodies were executed as soon as they were discovered. People like Chen Xuanzong, Chu Lili, and Ying Yuzhen were extremely rare. This time, the Devil of Fire's rebirth seemed to be rather easy. In the past, the 9 underworlds helped the demon race to defile the Green Lotus flag and snatch the Buddha's Sarira in exchange for the Devil of Fire's safe rebirth. Yang Di said, however, Daoist Lu Ya must have obtained what he wanted. Although he was secretly indulging the 9 underworlds, he still had the devil race's weakness in his hands. Naturally, Daoist Lu Ya had to obtain benefits for himself and the demon race. Fattening the 9 underworlds was for the convenience of harvesting. It wasn't because Daoist Lu Ya wanted the 9 underworlds to grow stronger. This was basically the same thought shared by the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the great Daoist Xuanju, and the others. While indulging the 9 underworlds, they were also making their own arrangements so that they could restrict the 9 underworlds to a certain extent when the opportunity presented itself. Even if Yang Zhaoge used his knees to think, he would be able to guess that this new generation Devil of Fires returned to the 9 underworlds. In fact, he couldn't help but wonder if Dao Lord Lu Ya had already taken over his body. As the earlier heavenly fire essence, Daoist Lu Ya planned meticulously. Moreover, he took advantage of the gap after the Devil of Fire's reincarnation. It wasn't like he didn't have the chance to do anything. Of course, while such actions could be hidden from others, it wouldn't be hidden from the primordial heart devil. Even if it was hidden from the primordial heart devil, it wouldn't be hidden from the vast freedom heavenly devil. However, even if the 9 underworlds knew about it, it was highly likely that he would turn a blind eye to it. The 9 underworlds devils were well aware of Daoist Lu Ya, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, and the others' plans. Just like how they indulged the 9 underworlds in secret, even if the 9 underworlds discovered their tricks, they would also temporarily endure it. Mutual compromise and tacit understanding. Everyone was waiting for the final moment to decide the winner. For the matter regarding the Devil of Fire, the 9 underworlds' priority was for the Devil of Fire to be reborn and return to the 9 underworlds. Everything else was secondary. Thinking back to how Daoist Lu Ya used the Fushi remnant zither to exchange for the fire seed devil spirit from the Taoism's jade illusory glazed lamp, Yang Zhaoge and the others could naturally deduce that Daoist Lu Ya had already completed his preparations for plotting against the devils. With that, he should be like the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the great Daoist Xuanju. Everything was prepared, and he only needed the east wind. Compared to the demon race, the Western Pure Lands lost the Green Lotus flag and didn't obtain the Buddha's aura. The Dipankara ancient Buddha should be more anxious. After thinking for a while, Yang Zhaoge said to the Tai cultivated deity. The Tai cultivated deity stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Chapter 1695. I feel the same way about what you said. Perfected Tai nodded and said, in that case, I'll have to trouble little friend Yang and Yang Jian. I'll be outside and see what Randeng plans to do. Yang Zhaoge asked, you're not going to wait for Daoist Yang? There's no need for that. You youngsters have surpassed your predecessors and are even better than us old men. Why would I need to specially wait to give you advice? Perfected Tai smiled and said, it's only my disciple. He's not young anymore, but he's still worrying. Neza was a little awkward at the side. Master, I'm not as bad as you said. You, Duo, you should be more cautious in your actions. Perfected Tai shook his head and said, this time, when we arrive at the Western Pure Land of Bliss, we'll fight Randeng if we can. If the situation isn't right, we'll act flexibly and cooperate with little friend Yang and the others. We'll talk after we come out. At most, I'll look for Randeng if I have the chance in the future. Upon hearing Perfected Tai's words, Neza said angrily, Master, Are you trying to provoke me, or are you trying to boost the morale of others and destroy your own prestige? Anyway, be careful. Daoist Tai waved his sleeve and bade farewell to his disciple, Yang Zhaoge, and the others. Then, he turned around and left. After perfected Tai left, Neza turned to look at the Western Pure Land and said snappily, as long as Amitabha and Mahamayuri don't make a move, the Western Pure Land is not a dangerous place. However, it might not be impossible for other enemies to appear, said Yang Zhaoge. He asked Neza with interest, speaking of which, do you have a way to restrain the sea-calming pearl? After I transformed into a lotus, I no longer fear the dazzling light of the sea-calming pearl. I won't be frozen by it. Neza replied, however, apart from that, the sea-calming pearl itself is extremely heavy and there are many of them. When the time comes, we can only adapt to the situation and look for flaws. There were originally 24 sea-calming pearls. Now that 6 of them are missing, they are no longer complete. I have great potential. Although he was a little hot-tempered, Neza had been through hundreds of battles. In terms of fighting experience, few people in the world could compare to him. He seemed to be stubbornly challenging the ancient Buddha, Randeng. However, Neza was not blind. He had a clear understanding of his enemy and himself. On the other hand, the Rui Golden Pagoda in Li Jing's hands came from the Buddhist sect. However, I have to be careful of that old Dan Baldi, Randeng, and the dharmic formulation that restrains my treasure lotus immortal body. Back then, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing was personally killed by Neza. The Rui Golden Pagoda that restrained his treasure lotus immortal body was also destroyed by Neza. However, it was hard to say whether Buddhism or the ancient Dipankara Buddha still had any treasures that could restrain Neza. Yang Zhaoge also felt that he had to guard against this. If Neza's treasure lotus deity body was broken, even if it was only temporary, Neza would have to face the threat of the sea-calming pearl. Being dazzled by the sea-calming pearl would suppress one's soul. When the sea-calming pearl smashed down, one would not be able to dodge in time and might even be smashed to smithereens. That Rui Golden Pagoda was destroyed by me, and I vaguely grasped some of the key tricks within. Neza said, if it's still a technique of the same origin, I'm at least 70% confident that I won't be afraid of their methods. Yang Zhaoge and the others nodded slowly. 70% might sound like a flaw, but it was already a great assurance in a battle between experts of the same level. In the past, it was that old Dan Baldi, Randeng, who used the Rui Golden Pagoda to suppress me and then passed it to Li Jing. Neza gritted his teeth, I'll settle the score with him today. Do whatever you want today, but don't underestimate your enemy. At this moment, a voice rang out in the void, followed by the appearance of a young Taoist priest wearing a cloud crown on his head. He was dressed in a Taoist robe, with a silk belt around his waist and hemp shoes on his feet. Thank you, senior apprentice brother, for helping me hold the line today. Neza said excitedly, if that's the case, let's go in. Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yang Di, and Yang Jian greeted one by one. Feng Yunsheng said, if that's the case, be careful. I'll stay outside. Thank you, Daoist. Neza thanked her again and headed towards the Western Pure Lands. Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, and Yang Jian followed behind him. At the same time, Yang Zhaoge told Yang Jian about his conversation with the Tai cultivated deity. Your worries aren't impossible. Yang Jian nodded, with senior apprentice Uncle Tai, South Pole, and the others going, there shouldn't be any problems. Perhaps we're just worrying too much, said Yang Zhaoge. The group approached the Western Pure Lands. As Buddhist chants resounded, a great bodhisattva appeared. It was the Bodhisattva Guanyin. She looked at Neza with a compassionate expression. Why do you have to go to this extent? Now that things have come to this, there's no need for you to say anything more. Neza said calmly, Muja died in my master's hands, and the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva might not let it go. After Muja entered Buddhism, he had also listened to your teachings. If you want to avenge him, I'll bear the responsibility as well. There's no need to trouble my master anymore. The Bodhisattva Guanyin shook her head lightly and sighed, your family, I'm no longer a family with them. Neza interrupted her, during the Great Calamity, you two Bodhisattvas and Muja didn't participate in it. You still cared about your relationship. However, Dipankara, Li Jing, and his disciple were stirring up trouble. Muzha and I didn't have any conflicts. However, after I killed Li Jing, I couldn't even call him second brother anymore. He wasn't wrong, but I wasn't wrong either. Neza said coldly, everything can be traced back to its source. Bodhisattva, I'm sure you're aware of who the culprit was. Today's battle is also because of this. The Bodhisattva Guanyin wasn't angered by Neza's words. She said calmly, you're also a bigwig now. You should know that it's not beneficial for you to have too deep of an obsession. Today is the day for me to resolve my obsession, said Neza. As they conversed, the group entered the western Pure Lands. Within Yang Zhaoga's vision, the vast void was enveloped by a faint golden radiance. Numerous gigantic green lotuses were hovering within the void. This place seemed like a huge pond. Countless lotuses were blooming on the water's surface, and one couldn't see the end of it. Within the western Pure Lands, there were countless Buddhist lands. The other Buddhist bigwigs who cultivated their own Pure Lands had also stored their Pure Lands within the western heavens. Personally speaking, I still hope that the western Pure Lands can get along well with you. The Bodhisattva Guanyin looked at Yang Zhaoga, Yang Di, and Yang Jian. Of course, we also hope to get along well with you, Bodhisattva, said Yang Jian with a smile. Only, the hidden meaning hidden within his words was obvious. The Bodhisattva Guanyin naturally understood it. She shook her head slightly and didn't say anything else. She led the group and traversed through the void filled with green lotuses. As Yang Zhaoga and the others traversed through the void, they could vaguely feel the gazes from the various Buddhist lands that were focused on them. Chapter 1696. The battlefield was within the western Pure Lands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's Buddhist kingdom. The other Buddhist bigwig Bhantes would naturally pay attention to this battle as well. At this moment, although they didn't show themselves, the gazes of the Buddhist Bhantes landed on Yang Zhaoga and the others. Seeing the outcome of the battle between the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Neza, these Buddhist Bhantes would decide their next move. Yang Zhaoga and Yang Di could feel that a considerable portion of gazes were focused on them. Compared to Yang Jian and Neza, who had already ascended to the grand heavenly realm, Yang Zhaoga and Yang Di, who were two grand virtual immortals, were naturally eye-catching. Moreover, one of them was titled as the Heaven-Trampling Lord, while the other was titled as the Young Heavenly Lord. Neither of them could be compared to others. But the most crucial point was that at this point in time, no one doubted this anymore, nor did they want to measure their ability and see if they were worthy of such an honorific title. On the contrary, even the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands acknowledged that Yang Zhaoga and Yang Di were worthy of their titles. Especially Yang Zhaoga, who was publicly acknowledged as the most outstanding martial art practitioner after the Great Calamity. After the Great Calamity, the orthodox Taoism was revived. Even though he hadn't ascended to the grand heavenly realm, he displayed an influence that no one could ignore. Such a person naturally attracted the attention of all the Buddhist great figures, and they paid extra attention to him. However, no one dared to act recklessly. On the surface, Yang Zhaoga was accompanied by Yang Jian, Taoism's current top-notch grand heavenly immortal. Without Mahamayuri, even the Dipankara ancient Buddha would lose his confidence when facing Yang Jian. Moreover, everyone knew that Yang Zhaoga might be able to summon the great sage equaling heavens. Although this was the Amitabha Buddha's Buddhist kingdom, and the monkey and Yang Jian couldn't wreak havoc here, the Buddhist Bhantes knew that the Amitabha Buddha wouldn't interfere in today's matters. The Buddhas who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism could vaguely sense that in the boundless void outside of the Western Pure Lands, there was a hidden force. The sharpness of this force was not released, but it was vaguely pointing towards the Western Pure Lands. It was like a sheathed sword that could reveal its sharpness at any moment. While the Buddhas of the Pure Lands were paying attention to Yang Zhaoga and the others were also paying attention to them. Immortal Execution Array, this existence completely improved the living environment of the people in the Tao sect. Thinking about how the reappearance of the Immortal Extermination Formation was closely related to Yang Zhaoga, the Buddhist bigwigs couldn't help but feel even more complicated. Yang Zhaoga looked left and right. Although he could feel that many people were paying attention to them, he didn't see any other Buddhas along the way. He was still wondering if he would encounter the victorious fighting Buddha. Compared to the other Buddhist Bhantes, the victorious fighting Buddha's master, the Buddha of sandalwood merit, had perished because of Yang Zhaoge's attempt to recreate the great sage equaling heaven's true body. However, the battling Buddha had yet to show himself. Yang Zhaoge vaguely felt that if he didn't show up now, the victorious fighting Buddha wouldn't show up after the battle between Neza and the Dipankara ancient Buddha was decided. After traversing through the vast universe, Yang Zhaoge, Neza, and the others arrived at a blessed land of Buddhism under the guidance of the Bodhisattva. Here, pagoda after pagoda stood in great numbers, lotus flowers bloomed, bodhi trees grew, and lanterns lit up. Radiance shone everywhere. There was no night, only eternal radiance. As Yang Zhaoge and the others stood within, the chanting of Buddhist scriptures resounded in their ears. They could smell the fragrance of sandalwood, which calmed their hearts. Within the blessed land, a temple stood. An ancient Buddha stood by the temple's entrance, smiling at Yang Zhaoge, Neza, and the others. "Everyone, you've come from afar. Welcome, welcome." The Dipankara ancient Buddha's tone was calm, as if he didn't know that Neza had been cursing him outside the Western Pure Lands for almost 200 years. Neza took the lead and stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "Dipankara, we're all aware of what happened between us. There's no need for us to talk about such things anymore, right?" His gaze swept across the faces of the Buddhist Bhantes beside the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He had already recognized the indestructible Vajra Buddha and the other Buddhist bigwigs. The indestructible Vajra Buddha and the others stood quietly by the side and calmly greeted Yang Zhaoge, Yang Jian, Neza, and Yang Di. "What's bound to come will eventually come. It can't be rushed, nor can it be delayed." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and looked at Neza. "This way, please." He turned around and entered the temple. Neza wasn't afraid at all. He followed behind the Dipankara ancient Buddha and entered. Yang Zhaoge and the others also calmly followed behind. After the guests entered, the Guanyin Bodhisattva and the indestructible Vajra Buddha, who were the witnesses of the Dipankara ancient Buddha's side, also entered. After entering the temple, Yang Zhaoge's vision was only filled with radiance. This radiance's color was indescribable. It was only extremely bright and pure. Within it, he couldn't feel any heat or warmth. He only felt like an extra existence that was being rejected by this place. Yang Zhaoge circulated his profound arts, and the radiance in front of him gradually faded away. What was left behind was a boundless primordial emptiness. He couldn't see the end of it, and it gave off the feeling of the world being born. In this world, there was only a single lamp, and its flames flickered gently. The Dipankara ancient Buddha walked into the lamp and sat in a lotus position. The Buddha light behind his head grew brighter, and the image of a lamp appeared within the Buddha light, which became clearer and clearer. "Neza, it's fine if you want to end your karma with me." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and said, "Only, you should already know that the current situation is ever-changing. It's no longer the same as before the great calamity. If the two of us fight too intensely, it might cause a war between the three clear lineage and the blessed lands of Buddhism. By then, others would only benefit from it. If you don't mind, I can compensate you for what happened back then. Let's put aside the danger of our two families fighting each other. What do you think? You have to compete with senior apprentice Uncle Xian Du and Daoist Lu Ya for the chance to ascend to the Dao realm, but I don't have to compete with you." Neza stared at him and said coldly, "I don't care about your compensation. What I want can only be obtained with the spear in my hand. Cut the crap. Let's see who's the real deal." After saying that, Neza stepped on the windfire wheels and raised his fire-tipped spear. Without waiting for Yang Zhaoge, Yang Jian, the Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the other spectators to take their seats, he stabbed his spear towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "After so many years, you're still so rash." The Dipankara ancient Buddha laughed and shook his head. He pointed at Neza's head. Then, a dazzling golden pagoda filled with relics appeared and descended towards Neza. Yang Zhaoge and the others' worries had come true. Although the pagoda bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing's Yi golden pagoda was destroyed, the Buddhists still had a way to counter Neza's treasured lotus immortal body. Chapter 1697. ancient Dipankara Buddha pointed and a pagoda that was even more dazzling than the Rui golden pagoda that the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, had controlled in the past. The pagoda was embedded with relics. They shone brightly and suppressed Neza's head. The 3 flowers appeared on Neza's head, and his entire body began to expand. Although he still looked like a young man, he turned into a towering figure. With just that, he seemed to be about to break through the primordial world that everyone was in. In the past, he had once been suppressed by ancient Dipankara Buddha with the pagoda. However, at that time, he was only at the Great Void Realm. Now that he had been at the Zenith Heaven for many years, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even if ancient Dipankara Buddha used the pagoda to suppress him, the effect would be greatly reduced. Compared to when he was filled with hostility and killing intent, Neza was not as violent and stubborn. Instead, he was more agile. He raised the flame-like spear in his hand and blocked the golden pagoda, preventing it from falling. However, at that moment, the boundaries of the world formed by the temple became transparent and blurry. He could see the green lotuses and Buddhist light in the vast western Pure Land outside. Rays of Buddhist light flowed, and under the guidance of the sariras inlaid on the pagoda, they blessed the golden pagoda. The battle venue was set in the western Pure Land. Ancient Dipankara Buddha's various methods were naturally convenient. Neza immediately felt that the golden pagoda had become even heavier. Although the pagoda was still blocked by him and could not fall, golden flames flowed along the tip of the spear and attacked him. The flames did not have any temperature and did not feel hot. They were clean, transparent, and extremely pure like a light screen. Even though Neza had a defensive treasure, the golden flames were illusory and passed through the obstruction of the heavenly silk. In an instant, Neza's body felt weak. The 3 flowers on his head seemed to dim. At the same time, ancient Dipankara Buddha pointed again. Suddenly, there was a 5-colored glow that dazzled one's eyes and suppressed one's mind. Sea Calming Pearl. Neza had the treasure lotus immortal body and was naturally immune to most evil arts and special arts in the world. The Sea Calming Pearl's 5-colored glow could not be used. Therefore, ancient Dipankara Buddha first used the golden pagoda to break his treasure lotus immortal body. At the same time, he used the Sea Calming Pearl to smash it down. As long as Neza's mind was captured by the Sea Calming Pearl, he would not have an easy time when the 18 pearls smashed down together. Even if Neza managed to resist the bombardment of the Sea Calming Pearl, he would definitely be in a difficult situation. At that time, the ancient Dipankara Buddha would personally take action and finish the job. There was a 90% chance that he would succeed in one battle. In a battle between experts, victory and defeat was often determined by a thin line. If he seized the opportunity, it was very likely that the snowball would grow bigger and bigger like an avalanche. In the end, it would be unstoppable. Although the ancient Dipankara Buddha didn't want to fight with Neza, he had the thought of not fighting as much as possible. But now that he really had to fight, he didn't intend to hold back at all. He simply tried his best to defeat Neza in the fastest and safest way. He didn't want to give Neza a chance to be injured or to fight desperately with Neza, so that he could minimize the risk and damage that might be caused by this battle. As a result, in Yang Zhaoga's eyes, the scene was like an ancient Dipankara Buddha being forced into a battle. He suddenly erupted and unleashed a powerful move without stopping. He instantly erupted with his full strength, wanting to kill Neza with a series of powerful moves. However, Neza was already prepared for this. With the pagoda pressing down and the golden flames surrounding his body, Neza had a complete grasp of the situation after carefully experiencing the changes within. Without giving his opponent any chance to weaken his treasure lotus celestial body, Neza instantly counterattacked. The red heavenly silk on his body shook, and turned into a red light. Then, Neza swallowed the red light while looking up at the sky. He secretly activated the new technique that he had figured out. A red glow suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, isolating the golden flames outside. Not only that, the red glow even went up the fire-tipped spear's shaft all the way to the tip of the spear, and in turn, infected the pagoda. With the 5-colored light enveloping his body, Neza's vision was originally blurred, and his mind was even more sluggish. One after another, the sea-calming pearl was already smashing down towards Neza. A sea-calming pearl was like a layer of heavens and a universe. At this moment, it was smashing down from the sky with an extremely vigorous and heavy power. With so many sea-calming pearls falling together, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Fortunately, Neza had already removed the suppression of the golden pagoda on his body. The treasure lotus celestial body was extremely magical, and his mind was no longer confused by the five-colored light emitted by the sea-calming pearl. At the critical moment, the windfire wheels under his feet rotated at an extremely fast speed, helping him to dodge the continuous attacks of the sea-calming pearls one after another. After Neza regained his footing after the initial urgency, he gradually stopped dodging. The fire-tipped spear in his hand was either horizontally or diagonally sweeping, directly facing the terrifying sea-calming pearls head-on. "Seems like I can't subdue you like before." At this moment, the ancient Dipankara Buddha sighed and appeared in front of Neza. The Buddha's palm that was spinning with the swastika symbol seemed slow but was actually fast. It blurred time and space and attacked Neza. Neza snorted coldly and was not afraid at all. A head and two arms appeared on his shoulder, showing the appearance of two heads and four arms. The fire-tipped spear in his hand also split from 1 to 2. On one hand, he dealt with the attack of the sea-calming pearl, while on the other hand, he raised the tip of the spear. He did not dodge and directly stabbed the swastika symbol in the Buddha's palm. The ancient Dipankara Buddha cared about himself. How would he be willing to fight with Neza in close combat? The Buddha's palm was stabbed by Neza's fire-tipped spear and instantly shattered into a ball of golden flames. Even the body of the Dipankara Buddha, which was also made of flames, also exploded at this moment and turned into a vast sea of flames. As the fire waves swallowed and spat, it burned the heavens and earth, instantly covering the entire temple. Everything seemed to be ignited by the golden flames and turned into its fuel. Even the fire-tipped spear in Neza's hand and the windfire wheels under his feet seemed to be engulfed by it. Outside the sea of flames, the real ancient Dipankara Buddha stared at Neza. Behind this ancient Buddha's head, in the perfect Buddha light, there were 3 lights, one purple, one gold and one grey, shining at the same time. The most famous treasure and method of the ancient Dipankara Buddha was the sea-calming pearl that he obtained from the prime clear bigwig Zhao Gongming. As a result, some people felt that without the sea-calming pearl, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was not worth mentioning. This was not unreasonable. In fact, the sea-calming pearl was indeed the most powerful weapon of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. However, even without the sea-calming pearl, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's strength was also one of the few bigwigs of the Buddhism. At this moment, he exerted his full strength. The golden lights flickered, and the terrifying sea of flames destroyed the heavens and earth. Even a real universe was no different from a piece of paper in front of such power. However, a bit of light suddenly lit up in the surging flames. This bit of red light forcefully pierced through the sea of flames, causing a hole to appear in the golden sky. Chapter 1698. A red light broke a hole in the golden sea of flames. Then, a golden light flew out from the red light and shot towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yang Zhaoge looked at it and vaguely saw a golden brick. As the purple lights flickered above the Dipankara ancient Buddha's head, he seemed to have expected it. He waved his hand and a sea-calming pearl shot forward, blocking the golden brick. However, right after the golden brick, Neza rushed out from the hole. Other than the 2 fire-tipped spears, Neza was also holding other treasures in his hands. His appearance also changed from 2 heads and 4 arms to 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his arms held the universe ring, while the other held the yin-yang sword after taking out the golden brick. The 4 arms were still holding 2 fire-tipped spears each. One of them was slashing the sea-calming pearl that was coming towards him. The other fire-tipped spear broke through the sea of flames with an unstoppable momentum and broke out of the encirclement. Heaven opening scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, eon light heavenly scripture, spatial heavenly scripture. Yang Zhaoge saw through the profundities of the 4 jade clear primordial heavenly scriptures from Neza's spear techniques. Neza's strength didn't just lie in his treasures and the treasure lotus immortal body. His martial arts were also exquisite. He was a disciple of the Jade Clear's 3rd generation direct lineage. Not only did he understand the supreme martial arts taught by his master, the Tai cultivated deity, but he also integrated his own unique insights. Although his martial arts concept referred to the profundities of the primordial heavenly scripture, it wasn't a simple fusion. Instead, after mastering it thoroughly, he created his own unique style and formed his own profundities, which were different from his master, the Tai cultivated deity. Neza's martial arts concept was a kind of indomitable spirit and sharpness. It was displayed in his spear technique. It was a sharpness that penetrated a single point, as if it could destroy everything. This was the core point. Then, according to the specific situation when facing the enemy, there would be other infinite variations. If he used other martial arts, such as the pure supreme martial arts of the Jade Clear lineage, he would be able to do it easily. After all, amongst the Jade Clear third-generation direct lineage experts, Neza's attainments in the heaven-opening scripture were publicly acknowledged to be number one. He was even more outstanding than his peers who were bitterly cultivating this supreme martial art. At this moment, he revealed the form of 3 heads and 6 arms. With various treasures in hand, he executed various martial arts and attacked the ancient Dipankara Buddha. With the protection of the lotus deity body and the red armillary sash, the 5-colored rays from the golden pagoda and the sea calming pearl had no effect on him, and the Dipankara ancient Buddha could not trap him. The ancient Buddha's first plan failed, so he came up with another plan. The 18 sea calming pearls enlarged at the same time and manifested the universe. They surrounded Neza from all directions, intending to squeeze him in the middle and slowly wear him down with their domineering sky-burning golden flames. However, Neza was proficient in the Jade Clear lineage's void heavenly scripture and the Eon Light heavenly scripture. The wind-fire wheels beneath his feet were powerful treasures, and he was rather proficient in movement techniques. Therefore, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was still unable to trap him. Neza jumped out of the encirclement and attacked him again. Neza unleashed consecutive attacks with his spear. However, the perfect Buddha light behind the ancient Dipankara Buddha's head flickered again and again, effectively predicting and capturing Neza's attack route. On the basis of predicting the enemy's moves to a certain extent, with the assistance of the equally outstanding escape art, lotus blossoming steps, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was still able to deal with Neza's storm-like attacks. It's similar to the Jade Clear lineage's origin heavenly scripture. However, it relies more on the Buddhism's karma as its foundation. Yang Zhaoge watched from the side and thought, however, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's attainments in this Tao were quite deep. Neza revealed 3 heads and 6 arms, and his strength was tyrannical. However, the ancient Dipankara Buddha also had the sea calming pearl with him. The 5-colored rays couldn't stop Neza's mind and actions. However, the sea calming pearl's prowess couldn't be underestimated. Both sides exchanged blows and were locked in a battle. The ancient Dipankara Buddha had the geographical advantage. Every single move of his would affect the vast Buddha light from the western Pure Lands, which boosted his strength, causing his strength to be majestic and boundless. At the same time, under the support of the supreme Buddhist arts, he seemed to possess traces of the Amitabha Buddha's benevolence and majesty. It had an extremely strong suppressive effect on one's spirit, causing others to want to worship him and convert. Even Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, and the others had to divert their attention to resist the Buddhist art's influence. However, Neza was similar to Feng Yunxing, Suo Mingjong, and the others. He was also someone who grew stronger the more he fought. The more he fought in a real battle, the more extraordinary he would be. His opponent seemed to have boundless strength, and the surrounding environment was constantly weakening and suppressing him. Such a situation was naturally disadvantageous to him. However, as time passed, Neza continued to adapt and analyze his surroundings. Moreover, he adjusted and adapted within an extremely short period of time. It sounded simple. However, when he was fighting against a strong opponent like the ancient Dipankara Buddha, he still had to accurately make adjustments. The difficulty of it was imaginable. As the battle progressed, not only did Neza's strength not decrease, but he also adapted to the current environment. Although the ancient Dipankara Buddha still had the geographical advantage, it wasn't as effective as he had hoped. However, this ancient Buddha's expression remained calm, as if he wasn't disappointed at all. Even though his hopes of ending the battle quickly fell through, the ancient Dipankara Buddha wasn't discouraged. Instead, he decisively changed his combat style and slowly fought against Neza. At this moment, he prioritized self-preservation. He didn't want to gain any merits, but he wanted to avoid any mistakes. The ancient Dipankara Buddha, who had the geographical advantage of the Western Pure Lands, put down his pride and adopted such a passive method. Neza couldn't do anything to him. At least, he's still defending and attacking at the same time. The ancient Dipankara Buddha hasn't completely thrown away his pride. Yang Zhaoge stroked his chin. Completely thrown away his pride. Yang Di raised his brows, his only focused on defending himself. Even the remaining 18 sea calming pearls manifested the universe and fused them together to protect himself. As the father and son watched the battle from the side, they placed themselves in the opponent's shoes. They imagined themselves facing the opponent and how they would resolve the opponent's attacks or break through the opponent's defenses. Observing the battle between two grand heavenly realm experts gave them a lot of inspiration. Yang Zhaoge noticed that other than the Buddhist bigwigs with higher cultivation like the Guanyin Bodhisattva and the unbreakable Vajra Buddha, there were also bodhisattvas and arhats with lower cultivation. Although they might not be as clear as Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di, watching the battle was still better than cultivating bitterly. Such a high-level battle with real swords and spears, even if two Buddhist mighty figures simulated it, it would be difficult for them to achieve such a good effect. It's understandable that the ancient Dipankara Buddha doesn't want to get injured. However, the problem is, how can he win against Neza? As Yang Zhaoge watched, he frowned. Neza wouldn't accept the result of a tie. Could it be that Dipankara wants to continue dragging it out in hopes that he could defeat Neza one day? Chapter 1699. From Yang Zhaoge's perspective, facing the Western Pure Lands Dipankara ancient Buddha, who had the home field advantage, Neza wouldn't be able to defeat him. Although Neza's combat ability was extremely strong and he had gradually adapted to the environment of the Western Pure Land, he could only avoid being suppressed and subdued by the Pure Land's Buddha light. It wouldn't weaken his combat ability. However, it was difficult for him to cut off the support and blessing of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. In the Western Pure Lands, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's ascension still existed. Neza's adaptability only allowed him to offset part of the difference between the two of them because of the terrain. Therefore, if he couldn't win by surprise, the development of the battle wouldn't be beneficial to Neza. The reason why the ancient Dipankara Buddha was somewhat passive now was mainly because he didn't want to fight Neza head-on. He didn't want to pay too much of a price, so he was slowly wearing down Neza's spirit. It won't be easy. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di exchanged glances. Neza didn't just want to win by one or two moves. He wanted to severely injure his opponent. Be it to vent his anger or to get rid of a competitor for the great Daoist master Xian Du in the next round of the Nine Nether, he had to severely injure the ancient Buddha Randeng to a certain extent. However, looking at the current situation, it would be difficult for Neza to get what he wanted if he didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. After all, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was one of the oldest Buddhas in the world. Throughout the ages, there was always a place for him. When it came to the top-notch grand heavenly realm experts, the old peacock overshadowed the other experts of the Buddhist sect to the point of losing their luster, causing the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was currently the second-in-command of the Western Pure Lands, to appear rather awkward and unworthy of his name. But that was because Mahamayuri was too strong. It did not mean that the ancient Dipankara Buddha was weak. At this moment, he was overseeing the Western Pure Lands and had the home advantage against Neza. Up to this point, he was already in an invincible position. In the worst-case scenario, he would completely lose all pretense of cordiality. He would shrink the 18 sea calming pearls together and defend himself with all his might. In the current situation, it was almost impossible for Neza to break this defense. The Buddha light of the Pure Land continued to strengthen. The ancient Dipankara Buddha was not afraid at all. Of course, the scene would be too unsightly. For Neza, who wanted to severely injure the ancient Dipankara Buddha, he would not be able to achieve his goal. However, in a battle like this, one side was beaten to the point where they could only defend with their lives, unable to fight back at all. The outcome was naturally clear. With how thick-skinned the ancient Dipankara Buddha was, if there was really a need, he definitely wouldn't mind changing his strategy immediately and defending to the end. After all, fundamentally speaking, as long as he wasn't injured in this battle, he would win. Both sides had different strategic goals. Neza insisted on attacking to the end. If this continued for a long time, the ancient Buddha might even have a chance to make a comeback. However, judging from the current situation, although the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not want to get hurt, he was not that conservative. At this moment, he seemed to be at a disadvantage under Neza's strong attack, but he could still persist. He attacked and defended against Neza. Neza was naturally unconvinced. He spread out his 3 heads and 6 arms and became braver and more anxious as he fought. He did not give the ancient Dipankara Buddha any chance to catch his breath. His every move seemed to have the power to shatter heaven and earth. The temple that everyone was in was the core of the Dipankara ancient Buddha's pure land. At this moment, under the battle between the two sides, it gradually became riddled with holes and withered. Not to mention the world inside the temple, even the pagoda forest, body, and flowers outside the temple were mottled and withered. Apart from his astonishing skills, Neza also unleashed all his treasures. Other than the armillary sash to protect himself, the universe ring, yin-yang sword, golden brick, and other treasures kept falling towards the ancient Dipankara Buddha. None of his treasures were ordinary. They were either born and destroyed with him back then, or they were obtained when he was reborn for the first time. After experiencing the baptism of the lotus dew, they were different from ordinary immortal treasures. They shared weal and woe with him and complemented each other. These treasures were completely different when used by others and when used by Neza. During the ancient era of the gods, when Neza was still a grand virtual immortal, he dared to compete with Zenith Heaven opponents. Other than his outstanding strength, his treasures also played a huge role. After he ascended to the Zenith Heaven, he refined all his treasures again and improved them to a higher level. Now that all of them were unleashed, even the ancient Dipankara Buddha had to be careful. As Neza fought more and more valiant, the ancient Buddha's 18 sea calming pearls started being used for defense more than offense. Although he has the upper hand, it's not beneficial for him to continue like this. Yang Di frowned and said, the final outcome would only be forcing the ancient Dipankara Buddha to focus on defense. In his opinion, even if Neza didn't have the confidence to win, since he dared to come, he should have more confidence. If that's the case, there might be a chance, said Yang Jian by the side. Oh! Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di looked towards Yang Jian. In terms of understanding towards Neza, the father and son weren't as knowledgeable as Yang Jian, who had been in the same sect as Neza for many years. If the ancient Dipankara Buddha's sea calming pearls were still intact, junior apprentice brother Neza wouldn't have a high chance of winning against him in the Western Pure Lands. Yang Jian said, however, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's sea calming pearls aren't complete. If he uses them separately, he might not be able to tell. However, if he focuses on defense, there might be a flaw. Of course, normal people wouldn't be able to grasp this flaw. However, junior apprentice brother Neza can try. Hearing Yang Jian's words, Yang Di asked, do we have to wait for the ancient Dipankara Buddha to focus on defense before we can grasp the opportunity? That's right. Yang Jian answered, Neza's technique requires some conditions to be fulfilled. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di nodded slightly. It wasn't that Neza would definitely be able to defeat his enemies. However, as long as the Dipankara Buddha couldn't defend to the end, even with the Blessed Land's Buddha light support, victory or defeat would still be uncertain. Neza still had a chance. Then, what are you worried about? Asked Yang Zhaoge. Although Yang Jian said so, his gaze became more and more solemn. I feel like something's wrong. Yang Jian observed the battle situation and said thoughtfully, Neza is getting more and more impatient. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di frowned. Based on Yang Jian's cultivation level and his understanding of Neza, this feeling was most likely not groundless. However, since Neza had the confidence to deal with the ancient Dipankara Buddha's defense, why would he be impatient? Due to the geographical advantage, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was more advantageous in terms of attrition. However, The battle had just started not long ago. This advantage wasn't apparent yet. Although Neza had an unyielding temperament, he was experienced in battles. Logically speaking, he wouldn't blindly advance. Chapter 1700. Realizing that he couldn't win quickly, the ancient Dipankara Buddha switched to fighting with Neza. He had the geographical advantage and was not afraid of a war of attrition. In order to prevent himself from being injured, he prioritized self-protection and slowly wore Neza out. That was understandable. Neza was also a veteran. Of course, he knew that it would be disadvantageous for him in the long run. However, if he advanced blindly and became impatient, not only would it be difficult for him to defeat his opponent, but his opponent might also take advantage of him. Therefore, although he maintained pressure on the Dipankara ancient Buddha and attacked more and more urgently, his mind remained calm and orderly. Although he was fast, he was not in a mess. He looked for the opponent's flaws and from there, he expanded his advantage and strived to end the battle as soon as possible. At the end of the day, speed was not the goal, but victory. In Yang Jian's eyes, Neza was like that in the beginning, but as time passed, the situation gradually changed. Neza was getting more and more anxious. It was not only in his fighting style, but also in his mentality. This was obviously different from what he had expected. If this continued, he would lose control. Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, and Yang Jian exchanged looks. Being in the midst of the situation, he has discovered something that we bystanders are unable to detect. Yang Di frowned, or is it that he has hidden worries of his own, having no choice but to do so? Yang Zhaoge looked at the battle between Neza and the Dipankara ancient Buddha and murmured, Daoist Neza was once tainted by the viciousness and killing intent. However, with the help of the Tai cultivated deity, he should have already been purified. There shouldn't be any remnants left. However, from the looks of it, it seems like it's about to relapse. According to perfected Tai, Neza's original problem should not recur. However, the enemy he was facing this time was not ordinary. If he fought with all his strength, it was hard to say whether there would be any special changes. On the one hand, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was strong enough and needed Neza to go all out. On the other hand, Neza hated him to the core. This was one of the reasons why Neza was tainted by his murderous intent. This place is filled with Buddha light. While it would have a suppressive effect on people, there's also an advantage to it. This blessed land's Buddhism is also very effective in suppressing evil qi and killing intent. Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Logically speaking, Neza shouldn't have a relapse. Even if there was a possibility of a relapse, it wouldn't happen in the Western Pure Lands. Unless there's another reason. Yang Jian didn't move, but on his forehead, a bright light suddenly appeared, and a vertical crack appeared on his skin. Suddenly, a vertical eye appeared on Yang Jian's forehead, which was the third eye that could scan the entire universe. Seeing this, the invincible Vajra Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at each other. We can't hide it anymore. Yang Jian opened his third heaven eye and gazed at Neza. Neza didn't look any different from before, but multicolored lights were flickering in the depths of his pupils. Primordial Heart Devil. Yang Jian snorted coldly. Randeng, aren't you ashamed? Dipankara Buddha's expression remained unchanged, and he said lightly, You're exaggerating. Neza's resentment was too strong, and it gave birth to inner demons. The primordial heart demon took advantage of it. You really can't blame me. If Neza feels unwell and wants to suppress his inner demons, I don't mind. Today's battle can be considered a draw. Dream on. Neza shouted. However, his movements immediately slowed down a little, suppressing and adjusting himself. Dipankara Buddha, aren't you pushing the blame away too cleanly? Yang Zhaoge raised his brows. It's fine if it's other places. However, this is the Western Pure Lands. Without the Amitabha Buddha's approval, without your approval, how could the primordial heart devil do anything? Due to his temperament and hatred towards Dipankara Buddha, Neza's mental state had a flaw. However, with his control over himself, he could suppress these inner demons and slay them without disturbing himself. However, if the primordial heart devil personally took action, it might become a huge hidden threat. Especially when Neza was currently fighting against Dipankara Buddha, the primordial heart devil might take advantage of the situation. After Neza's first tribulation, he was reborn due to the lotus incarnation and obtained the treasured lotus celestial body. With that, he wasn't afraid of most of the evil arts in this world. However, the heart devil originated from within himself. Even Neza's treasured lotus celestial body couldn't do anything against it. He could only rely on himself to suppress it. The primordial heart devil didn't need to make a huge move. Instead, it could silently influence Neza, causing the flaw to become bigger and bigger until it couldn't be mended anymore. That was what he was best at doing. Neza was originally focused on fighting Dipankara Buddha. The primordial heart devil had the secret cover of the Buddhists. Even Neza himself couldn't detect the other party's secret tricks. Now that he realized it, Neza was naturally furious. However, the more emotional he was, the easier it was for him to be invaded by the primordial heart devil. Hence, Neza had no choice but to work hard to stabilize his mental state. Dipankara, it seems like you don't want to fight one-on-one. You want to fight two-on-two? Yang Zhen's voice wasn't loud, but the pure land of Buddhism that everyone was in seemed to be about to collapse instantly. Dipankara Buddha smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, you're wrong. From the beginning to the end, I didn't want to provoke a war. Since you've accepted the battle, let's follow the rules." Yang Zhen said quietly, "Now that you're not following the rules, everyone doesn't have to. Neza, go and recuperate. I'll fight with you. I think Amitabha won't mind. There's no need for senior apprentice brother to do anything. I'll recover very quickly." As Neza spoke, he stood on the void and resisted the heart devil's invasion with all his might. He closed his eyes and waved his hand towards Yang Zhen, Yang Zhaoge, and Yang Di, indicating that he was fine and could be dealt with appropriately. As expected, after not fighting with others, Neza's strength allowed him to stabilize his body's condition in an instant. His skin was originally as white as jade. Now, colorful colors appeared on the surface of his body. However, the colorful lights flashed and disappeared very quickly. Neza opened his eyes again and stared at Dipankara Buddha. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Faint black chi emitted from his body. The black chi didn't harm or entangle Neza. Instead, it looked like someone was pulling it out from Neza's body. Neza couldn't help but feel shocked. Yang Zhaoge was puzzled at first. Then, he suddenly thought of something and came to a realization. "Six-eared macaque," he blurted out. Yang Di, Yang Zhen, and Neza also understood what was going on. Previously, they had heard Yang Zhaoge talking about the relationship between the great sage equaling heavens, traveling monk sun, and six-eared macaque. They knew that six-eared macaque was formed by traveling monk sun's heart devil. That was a miraculous scene that only happened once in a blue moon. It was the result of many factors working together. Even the 9 underworld's devils couldn't do the same. However, today, the primordial heart devil wanted to recreate the six-eared macaque's incident. He wanted Neza's heart devil to transform into another unparalleled expert. Chapter 1701. The primordial heart devil's help was equivalent to helping the ancient Dipankara Buddha out of his predicament. Of course, Neza wouldn't do it for free. She was helping the Dipankara ancient Buddha to deal with Neza's challenge, so she naturally had to find a way to get the corresponding benefits. Now, trying to turn Neza's inner demon into another unparalleled expert was one of the contents of the deal. Unlike traveling monk sun who was still at the grand virtual realm, Neza was now a top-notch expert in the grand heavenly realm. It was naturally not easy for the 9 underworlds to plot against him. However, Neza's problem inevitably gave the other party a chance. Previously, he was tainted by a thick viciousness and killing intent, something rarely seen throughout the ages. If he truly fell into a sea of blood, then he would be even more savage and tyrannical than the great demons of the 9 underworlds, and even more irrational. Although Neza had already broken free, the source of all this still existed. Li Jing was dead, but Randeng still existed. Neza's hatred and indignation were no longer as fierce and violent, but they were more deep-rooted. Right now, they were fighting against the Dipankara ancient Buddha. With the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Western Pure Lands arrangements, the primordial heart devil had the chance to succeed. Neza grunted, and black gas emerged from his body continuously. Then, it scattered in the air and disappeared. The black chi seemed to dissipate under the illumination of the Buddha light. However, looking carefully, Yang Zhaoge and the others did not see any collision between the black chi and the Buddha light. Yang Jian stretched out his hand and beckoned at Neza. Neza flew backward and came before Yang Jian. He stretched out his hand and pressed his palm on Neza's back. Neza's eyes were closed, but his body was still surrounded by black gas. With his current condition, it seems like it's no longer suitable for him to make a move. The ancient Dipankara Buddha smiled and said, "Why don't we call it a draw for today's battle? What do you think? Whether you want to stop the primordial heart devil or not, you can leave to deal with it. Forgive me for not sending you off." Yang Jian looked at him. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Junior brother Neza isn't convenient, so let's fight. You can still ask the primordial heart devil to help you. Please forgive me for not being able to keep you company." Dipankara ancient Buddha put his palms together and chanted softly. The unbreakable Vajra Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist venerables did the same. The Western Pure Land's Buddhist radiance instantly shone brightly. In the vast void, countless Buddhist kingdoms shone brightly. The radiance formed a whole, repelling Yang Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others, attempting to send them out of the Western Pure Lands. No matter if it was the Grand Heavenly Realm Yang Jian and Neza, or the Grand Virtual Realm Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di, they all felt immense pressure, forcing them to retreat. That was the entire Western Pure Lands movement. Although it couldn't harm Yang Zhaoge and the others, it formed an irresistible majestic force. Buddha Amitabha did not make a move, but this Pure Land was ultimately the supreme holy land of Buddhism that he had created. Yang Jian's eyes flickered slightly, and all the bones in his body shook slightly. As he trembled, the Buddhist light on his body was being continuously dispersed. Affected by this, the Buddha light of the Western Pure Lands automatically gathered towards him, insisting on sending him out. However, Yang Jian stood on the spot without moving. Without the Amitabha Buddha personally making a move, the entire Western Pure Lands seemed to be unable to do anything to Yang Jian. "Why must you be so stubborn, Daoist?" The Dipankara ancient Buddha shook his head and sighed. Under his control, the boundless Buddha light no longer pressed towards Yang Jian. Instead, it went past Yang Jian and targeted Yang Zhaoge and the others. Currently, Neza's entire body was shrouded in black chi. Under the influence of this, he wasn't even as free as Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. As the Buddha light descended, it didn't affect the black chi at all. Yang Zhaoge took over Yang Jian's position and went behind Neza. He extended his palm and pressed on Neza's back. Open. Radiance of divinity appeared above Yang Zhaoge's head. As the radiance flickered, numerous runes flew out from within and connected to form a chain-like existence. They intersected with each other and formed a ring, enveloping Neza and Yang Zhaoge within. With Yang Zhaoge and Neza as the center, the rings formed by runes revolved in different directions. From the looks of it, it was as if a temporary spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual had appeared. Compared to the ritual that Yang Zhaoge used to help Chen Xuanzong in the past, the current spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual seemed much smaller. However, it also seemed boundlessly vast. After being suppressed by the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual, the black chi on Neza's body was no longer as rampant as before. With the six-eared macaques incident in the past, it wouldn't be easy for me to do the same thing again. Yang Zhaoge looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha and said, "From the looks of it, you don't intend to help the 9 underworlds succeed." The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual enveloping Yang Zhaoge and Neza with a look of admiration. After hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, he smiled, "Leave it to fate." Ancient Buddha, since when did you become someone who leaves it to fate? As Yang Zhaoge resisted against the Buddha light's repulsion, he sneered, "The 9 underworlds wouldn't help you just because of fate. You'll have to pay a higher price to convince them." Yang Zhaoge retracted his smile and looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "Is it the water devil or the earth devil?" Putting aside the ancestral devil for now, among the 6 extinct devils, the mental devil and the wood devil had always been alive. The current devil of aged metal was reborn in a battle 400 years ago, and the new generation devil of fire was reborn in recent years. The remaining ones were the water devil and the earth devil. They had yet to be reborn and were still waiting for a suitable physique for them to be reborn. The two devils' rebirth was extremely crucial to the 9 underworlds. Previously, others might try their best to stop them and suppress the 9 underworlds. However, under the unique circumstances of the current era, with the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Daoist Lu Ya, and the great monk Xian Du having made their preparations, everyone was trying to obtain the 9 underworlds. As such, to other forces, the water devil and the earth devil's rebirth became an important bargaining chip. Just like Daoist Lu Ya and the devil of fire. However, to Yang Zhaoge, the two devils' rebirth made him feel complicated. Leave it to fate. Towards Yang Zhaoge's question, the Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled. Yang Zhaoge looked at him and suddenly smiled. With your mindset, how would you let go of such a good bargaining chip so easily? The price that the 9 underworlds paid wouldn't just be to help you deal with Daoist Neza's challenge, right? To you, the most important threat isn't Daoist Neza. Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, without the green lotus flag and the Buddha's Sariya, if Mahamayuri were persuaded by Daoist Lu Ya, you wouldn't be able to stop him, right? The Dipankara ancient Buddha's gaze wavered slightly. Yang Zhaoge leisurely asked, you actually want the earth apricot yellow flag, right? Chapter 1702. The earth apricot yellow flag was a precious treasure of the jade clear lineage in the past, and it was known as the azure lotus flag, white cloud boundary flag, and floating flame flag. Its defensive ability was so formidable that it was rarely seen since ancient times. Even the 5-colored divine light of Mahamayuri could not break it. In the current situation, it could be regarded as something that everyone could rely on to deal with Mahamayuri. Back then, the Western Pure Lands didn't care because they already had the green lotus flag. However, in order to urge Mahamayuri to act, he had been searching for the Buddha's Sariya. However, in the process of searching for relics, they lost the green lotus flag and it fell into the hands of the Dao sect. However, the relic had fallen into the hands of the demon clan, who had always been hostile to them. Therefore, when the Western Pure Lands faced Mahamayuri, they instantly felt guilty. Buddha Amitabha could subdue Mahamayuri, but when he was facing off against Donghuang Taiyi or other Dao realm cultivators, he might not have the time to keep an eye on Kongxian. As a result, Dipankara Buddha and the other Buddhist mighty figures had to find their own way out. Either he had the Buddha's Sariya that Mahamayuri desired, or he had something to replace the green lotus flag. The yellow apricot flag, whose whereabouts were unknown, naturally became the target of the Western Pure Lands. However, all these years, Yang Zhen, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other bigwigs of the Dao-seeking gate had been tirelessly searching for the yellow earth apricot flag. Everyone had searched for many years, but their gains were relatively limited. Yang Zhen had actually found some clues in the past, but when he tried to find the Wuji apricot yellow flag, he was once obstructed by the ancient Dipankara Buddha. If he couldn't get it, then he would make sure his competitors couldn't get it either. Similar things happened everywhere, and it wasn't rare. It wasn't like the ancient Dipankara Buddha family would do this. Thus, everyone was filled with worries and couldn't let go of their hands and feet. While they were constantly on guard against the possibility of others beating them to it, they were also trying to find more precise clues so that they could search for the Wuji apricot yellow flag without being obstructed by others. The ancient Dipankara Buddha had found some clues about the Wuji apricot flag a few years ago. Back then, if he could do the same thing, Yang Zhen could do the same thing. How to avoid the eyes and ears of Yang Zhen and the orthodox Taoism became the problem in front of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. This time, the Western Pure Lands and the orthodox Taoism had their attention diverted due to the battle between Dipankara Buddha and Neza. The ancient Dipankara Buddha secretly made a deal with the 9 underworlds. One of the contents of the transaction was that 9 Nether would search for the Wuji apricot yellow flag on his behalf. The Western Pure Lands weren't worried that the 9 underworlds would take the treasures for themselves. On one hand, the 9 underworlds had the white cloud-bound flag to begin with. On the other hand, the Buddhist bigwigs had grasped an important bargaining chip that the other party had no choice but to pay attention to. In this way, on the surface, it seemed that the ancient Dipankara Buddha had finally accepted Neza's challenge. However, the two of them weren't the only ones involved in this battle. The true place to decide the victor wasn't in the Western Pure Lands. For the ancient Dipankara Buddha, even if he were to lose to Neza or even be injured, he could accept it as long as it wasn't a serious injury that would cause him to miss the next round of the 9 underworlds. The potential threat of Mahamayuri and the value of seizing the Wuji apricot yellow flag naturally went without saying. Only, after being exposed by Yang Zhaoge, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's heart was filled with a layer of gloominess. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yang Zhaoge waved his hand at him as if he was bidding farewell. Let's leave it to fate. The Wuji apricot yellow flag shall follow your fate as well. As his voice resounded, Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, and Neza's figures disappeared from the void. They were forcefully repelled by the Western Pure Lands Buddha light. However, Yang Jian was still within the Western Pure Lands. Since you've invited the primordial heart devil to greet junior apprentice brother Neza, I'll greet you on his behalf. As Yang Jian spoke, he held the 3-point double-edged saber in his hand horizontally. The saber's edge pointed towards the ancient Dipankara Buddha and slash. His attack was even more ferocious than Neza's. The ancient Dipankara Buddha could only calm himself down and deal with it. He didn't have the time to think about the Wuji apricot yellow flag anymore. At the same time, Yang Zhaoge and the other two were thrown out by the Western Pure Lands. What made Yang Zhaoge troubled was that he was separated from Yang Di and Neza due to the Buddha light's influence. When the three of them were thrown out, they entered different spaces. Yang Zhaoge was originally planning to use the improved spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual to help Neza suppress the abnormalities brought about by the primordial heart devil. However, the great spatial shift just now had disrupted this process. Fortunately, the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual had been continuously improved by Yang Zhaoge. Now, its effects were even better than before. Not only was the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual easy to set up, it didn't require too many materials to support it. Yang Zhaoge could casually prepare it, and its stability had greatly increased. Before Yang Zhaoge was separated from Neza, he still managed to leave the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual on Neza. Even if he wasn't around, the ritual could still display its immense effects. However, after leaving the Western Pure Lands, the primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworlds devils would have an easier time doing things. Yang Zhaoge still had to locate Neza as soon as possible, just in case. With the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual as a guide, it wasn't difficult for Yang Zhaoge. He rapidly traversed through the void and quickly located Neza. However, the scene in front of him made Yang Zhaoge frown slightly. Neza was within the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual, and rings of light revolved around him. Black miasma was still continuously rising from his body. Only, it was temporarily suppressed, and it couldn't be released. Due to the heart devil's disturbance, Neza's expression turned ugly. Currently, he was staring at a figure in front of him with an unfriendly gaze. That figure was clearly a Buddha. However, it was different from the Dipankara ancient Buddha, unbreakable Vajra Buddha, and Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Western Pure Lands, who were seated on green lotuses. Beneath this Buddha was a white lotus platform. The Buddha lights imbued with faith power circulating around his body indicated that this was a heretic Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He wasn't on the same side as the Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bhantes. In fact, they were even enemies. However, this Buddha appeared in front of Neza, who was temporarily immobilized. Neza seemed to harbor ill intentions as well. Golden jar. Neza said slowly, "No, perhaps I should call you the lotus platform spreading Buddha?" The Buddha sitting on the white lotus said calmly, "It's just a title. It doesn't matter. Just like how we despise the immortal court heretics, I thought that you and the Western Pure Lands hated each other to the core." Neza said, "However, if you didn't collude with each other, how could you wait for me here? Indeed, our Taos are different. However, there are also traces that everyone wants to erase, and karma that everyone wants to sever." The Buddha said, "For example, you." Chapter 1703. The Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha, also known as the Sweet Dew Wisdom King, was a blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha who had attained the heretical Buddhahood. For many years, he had been one of the top experts in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Before he became a Buddha, he was commonly known as the Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha. Or perhaps, the mystical mountain's guardian, Jinja. He was also the crown prince of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, Neza and Muja's elder brother. During the ancient era, he was taught by the Taoism's jade clear bigwig, Manjushri Heavenly Lord. He was also one of the elites among the 3 generations of Taoism. During the Middle Era, he followed his master, Manjushri Heavenly Lord, and joined the Shakyamuni Buddhism. Manjushri Heavenly Lord became the Manjushri Bodhisattva, while Jinja became the mystical mountain's guardian. After the Middle Era ended, the former Daoist ancestor Zhuanti, who later became the Gautama Buddha, transcended. The Maitreya Buddha changed the central blessed lands of Soha's teachings, causing a huge change within Buddhism. During that chaos, many Buddhist experts left and joined the Western Pure Lands, including Guanyin, Samantabhadra, Muja, and the others. The Manjushri Bodhisattva perished in that calamity, while Jinja chose to stay in the central blessed lands of Soha, which was also the current blessed lands of the White Lotus, and converted to the heretical Buddhism. It was hard to say why he made such a choice. Compared to Muja, who remained in the Grand Void Realm, only the person himself would know the difference. During the Great Calamity, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing betrayed the heavenly court's divine palace and joined the Western Pure Lands, returning to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Neza suffered a calamity and narrowly escaped death. Their family split up and went their separate ways. Now, Li Jing was personally killed by Neza, while Muja was killed by the Tai enlightened being. After Jinja entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he became different from Li Jing and Muja. When they met, it would be awkward. If they were to meet in battle, they would have to fight. Strictly speaking, his relationship with Li Jing and Muja might not be as good as Neza's. It was not necessarily true that he was eager to take revenge for Li Jing and Muja. However, the karma from back then still existed. If he could sever the karma, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to his cultivation. The Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha naturally knew that the ancient Buddha wanted to use someone else to kill him. Now that Neza had died in his hands, Yang Jian, the Tai spiritual master, Yang Zhaoge, and the others from Taoism would most likely not let the matter rest. But for various reasons, he still came. After receiving the ancient Dipankara Buddha's guidance, he quietly waited in the void outside the Western Pure Lands. As expected, after Neza was expelled from the Western Pure Lands, he landed here. Moreover, after careful observation, the Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha confirmed that Neza was in a bad condition, just as the ancient Dipankara Buddha had said. If it was any other time, he would not be a match for Neza even if he ascended to the realm of Grand Luo through the righteous path, much less now that he was a heretic Grand Luo. But now, facing Neza, the Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha had a short opportunity for him to display his power. Due to his current predicament, not only was it difficult for Neza to take action, but it was also difficult for him to unleash the power of all his treasures. However, the heavenly devil-slaying ritual on Neza was beyond the Buddha's expectations. No matter if it was the ancient Dipankara Buddha or the Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha, none of them expected Yang Zhaoge's heavenly devil-slaying ritual to be this effective. Under the suppression of the heavenly devil-slaying ritual, Neza's condition was better than what the Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha had predicted. Although he was still troubled by the streams of black cheese, Neza forcefully raised his spirits and told the Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha to make no progress within a short period of time. At this moment, Yang Zhaoge arrived following the heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Upon seeing Yang Zhaoge, the Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha's expression turned solemn. Even if Yang Zhaoge had yet to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, the world had already acknowledged his strength. The Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha of the Orthodox Buddhism and the Dingguang Joyous Buddha of the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, as well as the Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha, had already proven this point to others. The Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha didn't look down on Yang Zhaoge just because his cultivation was higher. Besides, even if Yang Zhaoge was only an ordinary grand virtual immortal, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha wouldn't care about the golden body of the great sage that was closely related to him. Although he wished to end Neza, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had thoughts of retreating. Unfortunately, before he could retreat, a huge drum suddenly appeared above Yang Zhaoge's head. The drum's sound resounded continuously, shaking the entire universe. Heavenly Ascension Drum. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha instantly recognized the treasure. The drum's original owner, the immortal court's percussion Heavenly Lord, had many dealings with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Naturally, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha wasn't unfamiliar with it. Looking at the Heavenly Ascension Drum appearing within Yang Zhaoge's hands, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha couldn't help but feel weird. However, he was even more vigilant. As the drum's sound resounded, it materialized and sealed the entire universe. Under the influence of this grand heavenly realm immortal artifact, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha realized that he had lost many of his profundities when facing the grand virtual realm Yang Zhaoge. Even if he wanted to unleash the grand heavenly realm's omnipresent divine art, he couldn't do so. As for Yang Zhaoge, he took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha. Then, he slammed his palm downward. The majestic palm force even caused the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha to feel suffocated. As expected of his reputation, such a thought flashed through the Buddha's mind. How could he care about Neza anymore? He sat on the white lotus and hurriedly shook his avatar. The Sweet Dew Wisdom King avatar with 4 faces and 8 arms was coiled around by crimson snakes and yellow-collared snakes. It was the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's combat stance. Each of his 8 arms held different seals and attacked Yang Zhaoge together. The 8 seals manifested the heaven, dragon, Yaksha, Gandharva, Asura, Garuda, Kinara, and Mahoraga's 8 divisions of the heavenly dragon. With the 8 divisions gathered together, a Buddha stood atop them, suppressing and subduing myriad devils. Its might was extremely ferocious and majestic. It was the blessed lands of the White Lotus top-notch virtuous arts. However, Yang Zhaoge only blinked his eyes upon seeing this, and the divine splendor above his head lit up. His right palm continued slamming towards the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, while his left hand extended and struck 9 palms towards the sky. At this moment, Yang Zhaoge fused the primordial earlier Heaven 3 scriptures into one, transforming into the origin opening 9 forms divine palm. The first 8 palms were outwards, and they seemed like they were slapping and grabbing at the same time, completely shattering the heavenly dragon's 8 divisions. For a moment, dragon scales, python scales, flower petals, porcelain shards, and broken ribbons could be seen flying everywhere. Yang Zhaoge's final palm stacked with the previous 8 palms combined strength and exploded, instantly shattering the Buddha statue into pieces. His right hand continued extending forward. His 5 fingers opened up, transforming into a sky-covering palm, which covered the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha and the Sweet Dew Wisdom King atop its head. As the gigantic palm descended, it was even larger than the Sweet Dew Wisdom King. It directly grabbed the Sweet Dew Wisdom King with 4 heads and 8 arms, as if it was pinching a chicken,